Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of what if Ash friends turned their backs on him after loss to Tobias at the Silver Conference in Johto. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Johto Silver Conference Finals 2 years after Unova. This is it, my chance to finally beat him, Ash thought as he sat on the bench in his locker room waiting for the battle to start. We've been waiting years for this, haven't we, buddy? Smiling brightly, Ash turned his head and gazed at his ever-faithful companion, Pikachu. We're gonna kick some serious ass. Pika Pika. Pikachu responded with a fiery determination, pumping his fist into the air. Pikachu. Despite his enthusiasm, Ash was on edge because he was finally getting the chance to face off against Tobias again. Years earlier, Tobias had stopped Ash from achieving his dream when he was close to winning in Sinnoh. Ash was furious beyond belief at this loss.
The fact that Tobias was allowed to just waltz through gym's battles in the Lily of the Valley Conference with his legendary Pokemon, without anyone so much as giving him a second glance, seriously upset Ash.
Well, this was Ash's chance to finally get revenge against Tobias. Red Trainer, you're up, an official called out as he poked his head into the locker room. Please make your way onto the battlefield. Well, it's now or never, buddy, let's go, Ash said, taking a deep breath and getting off the bench. Dashing over, Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder as they headed toward the tunnel that would lead them to the field. As Ash stepped out into the stadium, he was overwhelmed by the deafening shouts and cheers. Gazing up into the stands, Ash quickly spotted many of his friends cheering him on, especially Dawn, who stood out in her cheerleader outfit. Then Ash saw him. On the other end of the field stood Tobias, a cocky grin plastered on his face. A low growl rumbled in Pikachu's throat as electricity sparked from his cheeks. Easy, buddy, save it for the battle. So Ash, we meet again. I hope you're stronger than last time, Tobias arrogantly said as crossed his arms underneath his chest. Because our previous battle was quite disappointing. Well, you'll get to experience firsthand just how much stronger I've gotten, Tobias, Ash spat out in an annoyed tone, his eyes narrowing slightly. I just hope you won't disappoint me. This will be a full 6-on-6 with no substitutions. Are both trainers ready to battle? The official yelled, which caused both Ash and Tobias to nod. Then let the battle begin. Darkrai, end this quickly, Tobias coldly said, enlarging and tossing out a Pokeball. With a bright flash of light, the pitch-black Pokemon materialized on the battlefield, levitating in front of Tobias. I hope you're prepared to be engulfed in never-ending nightmares. Big surprise there, and I can bet who's up next, Ash thought with a hint of disgust as he rolled his eyes. Reaching onto his belt, Ash grabbed a specific Pokeball. Primeape, I choose you. With a crash, the pig monkey Pokemon landed on the field, aggressively pounding his chest. I hope you're ready to let loose, Primeape. So Ash got Primeape back, Misty and Brock said simultaneously, both of them staring at the boisterous Pokemon in surprise. Darkrai, use Dark Void, Tobias said with a smirk as he made a sweeping gesture with his arm. However, he was surprised to notice that Ash had not given Primeape any type of command. A split second later, Dark Void hit Primeape, but as the pitch-black sphere disappeared, Primeape stood unfazed. What the hell? Vital Spirit, Ash simply replied with a smirk of his own, knowing he completely countered Tobias' main strategy with Darkrai. Now Primeape use Close Combat. The pig monkey Pokemon grunted as it launched a barrage of super effective punches and kicks into the dark type. Now, let's finish this, Primeape, use Ice Punch. Primeape then launched himself toward Darkrai at high speed, quickly closing the distance between them. Darkrai, quick, use Thunderbolt, Tobias exclaimed in a panic as he began to grit his teeth in frustration. Luckily, Darkrai managed to fire off a Thunderbolt at the last second. Primeape roared in pain as if fell to the ground paralyzed. That was too close. Come on, Primeape, you have to get up, Ash encouraged with a hint of worry in his voice, tightly balling his fists. With great effort, Primeape grunted in exertion and got back onto his feet. Nice job, Primeape. Okay, Darkrai, now use Ice Beam. Rising higher into the air, Ice-type energy began to gather in front of the pitch-black Pokemon. Take out that damn ape. Now I've got you, Ash thought with a grin, knowing he had this battle won. Primeape dodge and use Close Combat again. Leaping to the side, Primeape managed to dodge Ice Beam and nailed Darkrai with a second close combat, knocking it out instantly. All right, great job, Primeape. Darkrai is unable to battle. Primeape wins. The official called out as the crowd exploded into cheers. Tobias stood in utter disbelief for a few moments, before he returned his Pokémon silently. His Darkrai had been taken out without defeating a single one of Ash's Pokémon. Tobias, please bring out your next Pokémon. Alright Latios, you're up, Tobias yelled, throwing the Pokeball high up in the air. Letting out a mighty howl, the Eon Pokémon blazed a lap around the battlefield, before stopping in front of Tobias. You're in for it now, Ash. Ha, I was right, Brock yelled as he chuckled, smirking at the blonde-haired boy sitting next to him. Now give me my money. Barry begrudgingly handed over the money to Brock. Thank you. What did you guys bet on? May asked, somewhat interested, quirking an eyebrow. It was probably something stupid.
I bet that Tobias would use Latios immediately after Darkrai was defeated, but Barry thought there was no way Tobias would do something so predictable, but I guess I was right, wasn't I, Barry?
Brock asked mockingly, which earned him a fierce glare from Barry. I guess Tobias is predictable after all. Screw you, Brock, Barry huffed, puffing out his cheeks as he began to pout like a child. And screw Tobias too. Predictable idiot. What a little kid, Iris muttered, shrugging her shoulders and shaking her head disapprovingly. Not even Ash would act like that. Latios versus Primeape, let the battle begin. The official exclaimed as he made a grand sweeping motion with his flags. Primeape quickly used Ice Punch. With his fist glowing with Ice-type energy, Primeape roared defiantly and charged toward Latios. Latios Luster Purge, Tobias calmly commanded as Latios flew up into the air, gathering the necessary amount of Psychic-type energy. Moments later, Latios launched the massive attack directly at Primeape. Unable to dodge in time, Primeape was hit full-on and collapsed to the ground with swirls in its eyes. Now that was excellent, Latios. Primeape is unable to battle. Latios wins, the official declared after he finished inspecting Primeape. Ash, please bring out your next Pokémon. You did an amazing job, Primeape, now get a good rest. Ash said with a small smile, returning the pig monkey Pokémon back to its ball. Grabbing another Pokeball off his belt, Ash tossed it into the air. Charizard, I choose you. Charizard exploded onto the field with a mighty roar, sending out small shockwaves. The crowd's cheers increased seeing Ash's most famous Pokémon make an appearance, next to Pikachu of course. Back in the stands, Max's eyes bulged when he witnessed the massive power Charizard possessed. Time to heat things up, Charizard. Latios versus Charizard, let the battle begin. The official exclaimed as he gestured for the battle to start. Now Charizard start things off with Flamethrower. Latios had no time to react as it was engulfed in a stream of searing flames. Latios was relatively unharmed but had been left with a serious burn, slowly damaging it over time. Keep up the pressure, Charizard. Latios used Ice Beam. Inhaling deeply, the Eon Pokémon unleashed a powerful blast of Ice-type energy. Charizard however easily managed to dodge the attack, which led to Latios taking more damage from its burn. Damn it, he's trying to whittle me down with that burn. Okay. Charizard, let's finish this with Dragon Claw. Charizard flew towards Latios at an incredible speed, its hands glowing bright blue. The flame Pokémon slashed Latios with Dragon Claw, slamming it to the ground and knocking it out. Nice job, Charizard. Latios is unable to battle. Charizard wins, the official declared, signaling for the battle to stop. Tobias was livid that the battle wasn't going the way he has expected it to. However, when Tobias noticed Ash's face, he saw that it was full of anxiety and worry. The raven-haired trainer was usually full of confidence, but he had no idea if Tobias had other legends or not, and that worried him. Tobias, please send out your next Pokémon. Now Suicune, let's end this. Tobias yelled with renewed confidence, tossing out his third Pokeball. With incredible grace, the Aurora Pokémon landed on the battlefield. Take out this overgrown fire lizard. Shit, he does have more legends, this isn't good. Ash thought as he tightly balled his fists in frustration. Just how many legendary Pokémon does this bastard have? Suicune versus Charizard battle begin. The official exclaimed, using his flags to signal for the battle to start. Suicune, hit Charizard with Hydro Pump. Inhaling deeply, Suicune unleashed a massive stream of water from its mouth. Charizard was just starting to lose steam after the battle with Latios, and it barely managed to dodge Suicune's Hydro Pump. The Flame Pokémon landed back on the battlefield panting heavily and sweating. Ash was worried about Charizard's exhaustion, and because he hadn't even used a single attack against Suicune yet. Don't let Charizard breathe, Suicune. Keep up the pressure. Charizard, use Slash. Charizard gathered up all its remaining strength and rocketed toward Suicune, attacking the Aurora Pokémon full force with Slash. Suicune was sent skidding back several feet. Now follow it up with Dragon Claw. Suicune, end this with Hyper Beam. Suicune quickly gathered the energy for the attack and fired at point-blank range. Charizard had no chance to dodge the powerful attack and was hit full force in the chest, sending him flying into the stadium's wall. When the dust and debris finally began to settle, the Flame Pokémon was collapsed on the ground. Excellent work, Suicune. Charizard is unable to battle. Suicune wins. The official declared as he stepped away from Charizard's unconscious form. Ash, please bring out your next Pokémon. Ash stood in stunned silence for a few moments. He had expected Charizard to do a little more damage to Suicune, but at least one attack was better than none. Returning Charizard, Ash released a light sigh and stared down at the Pokeball. Mr. Ketchum, please send out a Pokémon. Sceptile, I choose you. Ash exclaimed, enlarging another Pokeball and tossing it onto the field. Sceptile was one of Ash's strongest Pokémon, so he had full confidence that he could beat Suicune. Tobias was also slightly worried because Sceptile was the one who had managed to defeat Darkrai in their first battle. But Tobias managed to keep a straight face, hiding his trembling hands. Time to show everyone how much stronger you've become, Sceptile. Are both trainers ready to begin again? The official asked, which earned him nods from both Tobias and Ash. Then let the battle continue. Sceptile versus Suicune, start. Sceptile, start with Energy Ball. The forest gathered the green ball of grass-type energy and fired it at Suicune. However, the Aurora Pokémon managed to dodge the attack but ended up stumbling slightly as it landed. I guess that Slash did more damage than I thought. Good job, Charizard. Ash thought to himself, a smirk spreading across his face. Sceptile, quickly while he's recovering, use Leaf Blade. The leaves on Sceptile's arms grew and began to glow bright green as he charged toward Suicune. The super effective move connected and Suicune briefly fell to the ground, but with much effort, it managed to get back up. Let's finish this, Sceptile, use Leaf Storm. Letting out a mighty roar, Sceptile launched an extremely powerful Leaf Storm at Suicune, instantly knocking it out. Way to go, Sceptile. Suicune is unable to battle. Sceptile wins. The official declared, signaling for the battle to stop. Tobias was getting sick of the back and forth wins between Ash and him. The raven-haired trainer, on the other hand, was so excited he could barely contain himself. Tobias, please send out your next Pokémon. I'm actually gonna beat him. It's gonna happen. Ash threw as giddy excitement flowed through his whole body. I can finally beat this prick. Heatran, end this now. Tobias yelled as he released yet another legend, the Lavadome Pokémon, crashing onto the battlefield. As Heatran was released, Sceptile visibly paled, feeling the temperature on the field rise dramatically. Looks like your Pokémon is already shaking. Don't worry, Sceptile, just do your best, Ash exclaimed, trying to encourage his frightened Pokémon. I know how strong you are. Heatran versus Sceptile battle begin. The official declared as he waved his flags to signal the battle to continue. Heatran used Magma Storm. Heatran's cheeks began to bulge, before it spewed a huge volley of scorching hot magma at Sceptile. However, Sceptile managed to leap to the side and dodge the powerful attack. Burn him to ashes, Heatran. Sceptile, charge and use Leaf Blade. Sceptile didn't like the idea of running headlong at Heatran, but he trusted Ash's decision. Heatran use Heat Wave. Sceptile wasn't able to dodge this time and was hit with the intense attack. Despite this, the forest Pokémon managed to land a critical hit against Heatran. However, the Lavadome Pokémon looked completely unfazed. Heatran finished this with Fire Blast. Heatran unleashed the massive explosion of fire straight at the forest Pokémon. Sceptile, you have to dodge it. Ash yelled in desperation, knowing there was not much else he could do. But as Sceptile tried to dodge the attack, he was struck by an unnoticed burn effect. As Sceptile flinched, he was hit with the full force of the fire blast. Throwing Sceptile into the wall, burned and knocked out. Sceptile is unable to battle, Heatran wins. All of Ash's friends in the stands were starting to get worried for him when they heard the official's declaration. Ash, please send out your next Pokémon. Come on Ash, we believe in you, May, Dawn, and Iris all thought as they clasped their hands together. This isn't going well, Ash thought, tightly balling his fists. But I believe in my Pokémon, we can still win this. Grabbing another Pokeball and enlarging it, Ash tossed out his next Pokémon. Infernape, I choose you. Letting out a fierce roar, one of Ash's most loyal Pokémon landed on the battlefield. Dawn, Barry, and Paul all lit up upon seeing Infernape battle again. Let's do this, Infernape. Heatran versus Infernape, battle begin. The official announced as he waved his flags. Infernape, use Mach Punch. Infernape's fist began to glow blue before he launched himself at Heatran at a speed so fast if you blinked you would have missed him. Heatran was sent flying back as the super effective move took its toll on him. Coming to a skidding stop, Heatran shook its head to clear away its G. Reginas. Heatran, use Flash Cannon. Tobias was in serious trouble, none of Heatran's moves would do much damage against Infernape. Infernape tried to dodge the attack, but his timing was off and he was grazed by the beam, sending him skidding back towards Ash. Infernape, end this with close combat. Infernape sprinted toward Heatran at an incredible speed, his eyes full of rage and determination. You can do it, Infernape. Heatran quickly used Flash Cannon again. Tobias yelled, but he knew this battle was already over with. Even though the Flash Cannon managed to graze Infernape once again, he pushed through and threw punches and kicks directly into Heatran. To end the barrage, Infernape grabbed by the leg and threw him in the air.
Charging up another Mach Punch, Infernape launched himself above Heatran and rammed his glowing fist into the Lava Dome Pokemon's back, sending it crashing into the ground with swirls in his eyes.
Heatran is unable to battle. Infernape wins. Up in the stands, Ash's friends were really getting into the battle now because it looked like the raven-haired trainer might finally win his first league. Tobias, please send out your next Pokémon. This little shit might actually beat me. Tobias thought as he glared at Ash, his eye narrowing. I can't let that happen. I can actually beat him. Ash thought, barely containing his excitement. I have to try and keep this momentum up. Okay. Tyranitar, end this. Tobias yelled with a shaky voice, tossing out his fifth Pokémon. Ash couldn't help but reminisce briefly about the little Larvitar he helped early on his journey. He would have to find out what happened to the little guy. Are both trainers ready to continue? The official asked, looking at both Ash and Tobias, seeing them both nod their heads. Tyranitar versus Infernape. Let the battle begin. Tyranitar start this off with Sandstorm. The armor Pokémon roared and suddenly an enormous sandstorm surrounded the entire battlefield. Ash couldn't see Infernape at all and he was starting to worry, because Infernape was slowly taking damage from the sandstorm. Infernape tried to sense where Tyranitar is and use Mach Punch. Infernape closed its eyes and focused on sensing where Tyranitar was. When he found the massive Pokémon, he launched towards Tyranitar, fist glowing brightly. Grab it, Tobias exclaimed, much to everyone's shock. As Infernape drew closer, Tyranitar reached out and caught Infernape's Mach Punch with a slight wince. Throw it into the ground. Tyranitar then lifted a thrashing Infernape and hurled him full force into the ground. Now end this earthquake. Tyranitar then lifted its large foot and slammed it into the ground with such force that the entire stadium shook for almost a full minute. Ash didn't even need to hear the ref's call to know Infernape was out for the count. In Infernape I is unable to continue. Tyranitar wins. The official called out once he had regained his footing. Great job Infernape, get a good rest. Ash said with a small smile, returning Infernape and shrinking the Pokeball. Dawn and Barry winced as they witnessed what had happened to Infernape. Paul looked slightly shook up but managed to keep his cool. Reaching onto his belt, Ash grabbed another Pokeball. Only 2 Pokemon left. Ash still has the advantage, but this could still go both ways. Brock stated, with everyone else nodding. Garchomp, you're up, Ash exclaimed, enlarging and throwing out his only dragon type. Despite Garchomp having mastered Draco Meteor, Piplup still went and hid underneath Don's seat, much to the Bluenet's amusement. Letting out a ferocious roar, the mock Pokémon landed on the battlefield. Tyranitar vs. Garchomp battle begin. The official called out, signaling for the battle to commence. Garchomp, start things off with Dragon Pulse. Rearing his head back, Garchomp unleashed a powerful stream of Dragon-type energy. Take it, then use Ice Beam, Tobias commanded in an irritated tone. Dragon Pulse hit Tyranitar straight in the chest, causing the armor Pokémon to grunt in pain. Tyranitar skidded back a few feet back, but it was no worse for wear. A split second later, it launched a large Ice Beam, hitting Garchomp straight in the chest. Ash gasped in worry as Garchomp fell to the ground. Get up please, Garchomp, you can do it. Hearing the panic in his trainer's voice, Garchomp used all of his strength and got back onto his feet. Ash was almost in tears when he saw the determination and will Garchomp displayed. Okay Garchomp, we need to end this now. Use Draco Meteor then charge in and use Dragon Rush at full power. Garchomp nodded then launched a large orange sphere of condensed energy into the air, which exploded into several smaller meteors. As Tyranitar was shielding itself from the attack, Garchomp jumped into the air and surrounded himself in blue draconic energy. Quickly Tyranitar, use Blizzard. Tobias yelled as he watched Garchomp quickly close the distance. Tyranitar moved its arm away and opened its mouth, expelling a freezing wall of ice and snow. Garchomp was hit head-on by the devastating attack, but by sheer will, he pushed forward and crashed into Tyranitar. When the dust finally began to settle, the outcome shocked everyone. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Both trainers, send out your last Pokémon. The official declared, causing gasps of shock from the crowd. This is it, all our work come down to this last battle. Ash thought as he tightly balled his fists. Back up in the stands, Ash's friends were on their feet cheering their hearts out. Okay Pikachu, it's all up to you. Are you ready buddy? Pikachu grinned and eagerly nodded his head as it ran onto the battlefield in front of Ash. Let's do this, Pikachu. This battle has been fun Ash, but it's time for this game to end. Tobias said with a cocky smirk, brushing some hair out of his eyes as he grabbed his last Pokeball. I couldn't agree more Tobias. So who's up next? Ash asked full of confidence as he twisted his cap back. Tobias enlarging the Pokeball, and what came out made Ash and many of his friends gasp. No way. In front of Ash flew the majestic and beautiful Ho-Oh. Ash's head slightly lowered when saw the Pokémon that had always seemed to guide him throughout his journey, pointing him in the right direction. Much to Ash's surprise, he heard a voice in his head speak to him in a saddened voice. I'm so sorry Chosen One. The last thing I want to do is battle you, but since Tobias has captured me I must obey his command. Ash simply nodded in understanding as he prepared to fight a battle he was probably going to lose. Back in the stands, Misty and Brock were furious at Tobias for using Ho-Oh. They both knew how much that Pokémon meant to Ash. Ho-Oh vs. Pikachu battle begin. The official called out as he overcame his initial shock, seeing the majesty of the enormous Pokémon above him. Ho-Oh used Sacred Fire. The rainbow Pokémon reluctantly launched a stream of searing blue flames at Pikachu. Pikachu dodged and used Thunderbolt. The mouse Pokémon dodged as the flames exploded in front of him. Pikachu then unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt directly at Ho-Oh, causing massive damage. Ho-Oh used Ancient Power. Ho-Oh launched a series of large rocks, pelting Pikachu with them. Now use Fire Blast. The attack hit Pikachu directly as he was recovering from the previous attack. Ash's mind was frozen, he didn't know what to do. Thunderbolt. Ash weakly called out, not knowing what else to do. Pikachu let off the electric attack, hitting Ho-Oh, causing it to scream out in pain. Finish this Ho-Oh. Use Brave Bird. Encasing itself in vibrant blue energy, the rainbow Pokémon soared toward Pikachu. You heard him, let's finish this Pikachu. Use Volt Tackle. Surrounding himself in flowing electricity, Pikachu charged at Ho-Oh. As both Pokémon raced toward each other, time seemed to slow down. Then a few moments later, it happened, both Pokémon collided with each. At first it looked like Pikachu had won as he was standing, breathing heavily, while Ho-Oh was on the ground. But right as the official was about to call the match, Pikachu fell forward face first, knocked out, as Ho-Oh stood up triumphantly. Pikachu is unable to battle, Ho-Oh wins. Since all 6 of Ash's Pokémon are unable to battle, the winner is Tobias. The crowd was in stunned silence for a moment before they erupted in cheers. Ash then sank to his knees in defeat. We were so close, so close. Ash kept repeating these words in his mind as he gently picked Pikachu up and shook Tobias' hand almost robotically. Back in the stands, most of Ash's friends were saddened at his defeat. However, unknown to him, most of them were sick of Ash getting their hopes up and then dashing them right before their eyes. Ash eventually met up with his friends as he was leaving the stadium. "I'm so sorry, Ash, you were so close," Dawn and May said, with Iris and Salon nodding as well. However, as the rest of Ash's friends gave him their condolences, it was all behind a layer of fake sympathy. For some time now, many of Ash's friends had been getting tired of him losing in every league, so they had all gotten together and came to a decision. If Ash had lost the next league he was in, they were gonna break it to him that he needed to quit. Most of them agreed quickly, but Dawn, May, Iris, and Salon hesitated. As the 4 got hard stares from everyone, they quickly agreed as well. "Well, I guess I'll see you guys later," Ash muttered sadly as he walked towards the harbor because he had to catch the next ferry back to Kanto. "Come on guys, we need to make our flight so we can beat him back to Kanto. We need to get everything set up," Brock said as everyone else nodded in agreement. As Ash boarded the ferry back to Kanto, he had a sinking feeling in his stomach that something was about to happen when he arrived back home. Why, damn it, why? That one question had been Ash's mind for hours after his lose to Tobias after the Silver Conference. Pikachu looked at Ash with worry-filled eyes. Pikachu had never seen Ash this way before. Sure, he had taken some loses badly, but none were this bad. Ash had moved from the chair he was sitting in for hours. He just sat there for hours going over the battle play by play and trying to figure out why he lost. Pikachu had enough of Ash mopping around his room on the ferry and decided to zap him with a minor thunderbolt. Ash, thoroughly fried, gave a hard stare that was say, "What the hell?" Pikachu just shrugged and started gesturing towards the door with his paw. "Maybe you're right, Pikachu, maybe some fresh air will do me good." With that, Pikachu jumped on Ash's shoulder and they headed out to explore the ship. A few hours later, Ash was back in his room and he was feeling much better. After exploring the ship and clearing his head, he completely forgot about his loss to Tobias and focused on the future. "Only a few more hours, buddy, and we'll be back home." Pikachu's ears perked up at this. He always loved returning home, because Ash's mother always spoiled him. As Ash was sitting on his bed thinking of what to do next in his journey, his X-transceiver started to ring. "I wonder who could be calling?" Ash asked to himself. When Ash answered the call, he was surprised to see the Sinnoh League champion Cynthia smiling at him. "Why, hello Ash, how are you doing?" I'm fine, Cynthia, just a little surprised that the Sinnoh League champ is calling me." "Oh, don't be too surprised, we're friends, right Ash?" "Of course we are," Ash said a little too loudly. "Well, that's a relief. Well, I just called to congratulate you on your amazing performance at the Silver Conference." At the mention of his battle, Ash's face darkened quickly, but he managed to put on his usual smile quickly. But Cynthia noticed this and was slightly worried for Ash.
"Ash, is everything alright? Of course, Cynthia, why wouldn't it be? Well, Ash, you looked really sad when I mentioned your battle against Tobias. Don't worry, Ash, you did an amazing job against Tobias. Hell, I even would have had a tough time fighting Tobias and his legends." Ash blushed slightly upon hearing Cynthia's words of praise. "You really mean that, Cynthia? Of course, Ash, you're one of the best trainers I've ever seen, and you're destined for greatness. You might even be able to beat me someday." Ash was taken back by Cynthia's words. If she believes in me that much, then I must be destined for great things, Ash thought with a renewed sense of confidence. "Thanks, Cynthia, that just made my day. You're the best. If you were here, I'd hug you." "I wouldn't mind that. Wait, what am I thinking? Ash is just a friend, right?" Cynthia was shaken from her thoughts as a loud foghorn went off in the background. "Sorry, Cynthia, I gotta go. We're docking. I'll talk to you soon. Bye." Ash yelled as he hung up, leaving a blushing and slightly emotionally confused Cynthia on the other end. "Aw, smell that, buddy. Nothing better than breathing in that fresh Kanto air." Pikachu nodded his head in approval. It was truly nice to finally be home. As Ash walking on the docks towards town, he accidentally bumped into a girl walking towards a boat bound for Unova. "Watch where the hell you're going, man." The girl yelled as she got in Ash's face. Ash was about to start yelling at the girl to mind her own business when he got a good look at her. She was about 5 feet 6 long, brunette hair hidden under a baseball cap much like his own. She was wearing a tight white shirt under a black vest. She was also wearing a pair of cut-off jean shorts that practically had Ash drooling. He may be somewhat dense, but he is a boy. Ash was shaken from his fantasies when the girl started snapping her fingers in his face. "Hey asshole, are you listening to me? Oh, I'm so sorry, I should have been watching where I was going." "You're damn right you should be watching where you're going," the girl said, getting out of Ash's face and putting her hands on her hips. "How about I make it up to you?" Ash said, spying the Pokeballs on the girl's hip. "Oh, how do you plan on doing that?" the girl asked, tapping her foot impatiently. "Well, how about next time I see you, we battle. Oh, and I'm Ash, by the way." Ash then stuck out his hand for the girl to shake. The girl seemed to calm down instantly. This boy seemed to have a very confident aura around him and she could stay mad at him. I'm Hilda, and I will take you up on your offer next we meet we're battling, she said, shaking Ash's hand. When touched his hand, Hilda could have sworn she felt electricity course through her. Well, I'll see you soon, Hilda, Ash yelled, running off. He didn't notice a blushing Hilda hold the hand Ash shook. As Ash walked down the path towards Pallet Town, something brown jumped out of the bush and hit Ash in the face. Ash looked down to see an Eevee looking at him with scared eyes. Ash then heard more rustling as a group of Mankey burst of the bushes as well. Are these guys trying to hurt you? Ash asked the frightened Eevee. Eevee nodded and hid behind Ash. Ash turned towards the Mankey with a very angry expression. So you like to gang up on small Pokemon, how about I even the odd? As Ash says this, he releases Infernape, who glares at the group of Mankey. Okay, either you can leave Eevee alone or I can have Infernape here whoop your assess. The four Pokemon looked at each other, sweat dropped, then ran away back into the forest. Ash then returned Infernape and turned towards the Eevee who was nuzzling his leg. So little guy, you want to come with me? Ash said, holding up an empty Pokeball. Eevee eagerly nodded and tapped the ball with her head. The ball shook once and pinged. Ash did his usual victory pose as the ball shrunk in his hand. Cool buddy, we have a new friend. Ash then continued up the road and in the distance he could see his hometown. There it is, buddy, Pallet Town. I'll race you home, Ash said as he started running through the small town. Pikachu just shook his head and used quick attack to speed past Ash. Hey, you cheated, Ash yelled at a smirking Pikachu. As Ash reached for the doorknob, he felt a chill go down his spine like something bad was about to happen. He then took a deep breath and opened the door. When Ash stepped into his house, the lights flashed on and all his friends yelled, surprise. Ash was overwhelmed. His friends had thrown him a small party to congratulate him for making it to the finals in Silver Conference. Ash was speechless that his friends would go to such extremes to try and cheer him up. There was food, laughing, and talks of previous adventures. But as the night went on, Ash couldn't help but feel that everyone was starting to distance themselves from him. It's now or never, Brock whispered to Misty as she nodded. First things first, we need Delia to leave the house. Delia. Yes, Brock. We're out of soda. Can you go into town real quick and get some? Sure, Brock, I'll be right back. As Delia left, Brock nodded towards Misty. It was time to talk to Ash. Ash. Yeah, Brocco, what is it? We need to talk. Sure, Brock, what do you want to talk about? Ash said while taking a seat on the couch. All his friends started to gather in front of him. Ash felt the familiar chill down his spine. Well, Ash, we've all been talking and we feel it's about time you give up. Give up? I don't understand, Brock. We mean you should give up your dream of being a Pokemon master. It took a minute for what they said to sink in for Ash. When it did, Ash instantly got very upset. What right do you have to tell me what I should and shouldn't do? Being a Pokemon master has been my dream since I started my journey. Ash yelled, trying to control his anger. Well, you've been in so many leagues and the only things you have won are the Orange League and the Battle Frontier, which aren't even official league competitions. Ash was slowly losing control of his anger as he heard his friends berate his past accomplishments. He was about to explode in all his friends' faces, but something stopped him. Ash noticed four of his friends standing off to the side with their heads down. It was Dawn, May, Iris, and Sylvan. Ash also noticed they had a sad and regret-filled aura around them, while the rest of his friends had an angry aura surrounding them. You see, Ash had a special aura very similar to the famous aura guardian Sir Aaron. Ash may not be up to Sir Aaron's level in his aura training, but he could use his aura to feel the emotions of others, and if his emotions became too strong he would lose control of his aura. Ash decided to give those for a chance. Everyone was surprised to see Ash suddenly stop yelling at them, and suddenly go quiet. Misty was about to say something, but before she could say anything Ash started walking towards the door. Fine, if that's what you guys think, don't expect to hear from me for a while, and next time you see me you'll cower and awe at my power. Come on, Pikachu. Pikachu let out a growl as his cheeks sparked as Ash passed his friends. Brock tried to grab Ash's arm and stop him, but Ash turned towards Brock with blazing blue eyes, and simply said, touch me and that arm is broken. As Ash passed the four who were standing off to the side he stopped and whispered, meet me at the edge of town in 20 minutes, I'm grabbing the rest of my Pokemon. Ash then continued slamming the door behind him. As he left, Dawn, May, Iris, and Sylvan all shared a confused look. Ash then raced towards Oak's ranch to gather the rest of his Pokemon. He was on the verge of tears, but he had to keep his composure in front of his Pokemon. As Ash entered the lab he noticed Professor Oak standing there glaring at him. Oh, not you two, man. Why you two? Ash tried to walk past Oak and grab his Pokemon, but was stopped by the old researcher as he grabbed Ash's shoulder. Please, my boy, calm down, and let's talk this out. Ash started to shake with anger. This man who had been like a grandfather to him was going to betray him too. His betrayal hurt more than anyone else's. Oak, noticing the rage in Ash's face, started to get afraid, and decided it was best to let Ash go. Ash then turned to give Oak one last glare before he ran and grabbed all his Pokeballs. He then out into the fields and whistled for his Pokemon. As his Pokemon gathered around him, Ash could see the worry on their faces. Guys, we're leaving, I'll explain later. Not wanting to upset their trainer further, all the Pokemon returned to their balls without protest. On the edge of town, the group of four stood around awkwardly waiting for Ash to arrive. The same thing was on all their minds. What did Ash want with them? They then looked down the road to see Ash approaching them. They all prepared themselves for what was to come. But much to their surprise, instead of yelling at them, Ash gave each of them a huge hug. Confused Iris asked, wait, you aren't mad at us, Ash? Ash shook his head. No, I could sense your aura and I could see your emotions, that you truly didn't mean to betray, that you four still believed in me. Dawn and May were lightly sobbing, while Sylvan and Iris let out a breath of relief. Ash truly wasn't mad at them. But Ash had to confirm a sneaking suspicion he had. I have to ask one thing though, why didn't you guys want to betray me like the rest of them? As they heard this, May and Dawn blushed heavily. Well, the truth is Ash, me and Dawn both have feelings for you. May said, shifting from foot to foot trying to control her blush. Dawn simply nodded in agreement. Ash simply nodded and said, that's what I thought. This confused everyone. Oh come on, I may be a bit dense, but I'm not that stupid. I noticed the little hints you two were giving me when we traveled. I just felt that a relationship at that time would be a distraction, but now I know it won't be. Ash finished by giving May and Dawn a quick peck on the lips. The feeling of Ash kissing them almost made May and Dawn faint instantly. Ash continued and said, I'm sorry for not letting you two know sooner, but I want you to know that after today knowing you will stick with me has caused my feelings towards you both only grown. This shocked everyone in the group. The Ash Ketchum admitted he liked the girl. Ash looked at them and said, what I may not have shown it, but you two caught my eye the second we meet. Throughout our journey I realized that I loved you too. Ash then turned towards Iris. Then there is you, Iris. I also noticed the signals you were sending me as well. Hearing this, Iris turned beet red and tried to deny what Ash knew was true. What, I wasn't sending out anything, you were imagining things. Ash raised his eyebrow and teased. Oh, was I now? Iris quickly shot back. Well, of course you were imagining things. No, you weren't, and I don't know. Iris finished with a huff. What if I could help you decide? What could you do to help them? Iris never got to finish her question as Ash had leaned in and had given her a deep kiss. Iris at first was surprised, but quickly melted into the kiss, wrapping her arms around Ash's head, deepening the kiss. Before things could too intense, Ash reluctantly pulled back in need of air, leaving Iris blushing and panting. The only thing Iris could say was, wow, so did that help make up your mind? Iris just dreamily nodded her head. So Iris, am I still a little kid? Ash joked. No little kid could kiss like that, so no, you're not a little kid anymore. Iris replied, still recovering from the kiss. Dawn was the first one to say anything about their situation. Wait, Ash, how is this going to work? I mean, you love all three of us, don't you? Ash paused for a moment thinking, he then replied, of course I love all of you, and this is a predicament. May then spoke up, why don't we share him? Everyone turned towards May. Hey, I think Ash has enough love to go around, and if you two are willing I don't mind sharing him. Dawn and Iris thought this over, and eventually agreed it was better to share Ash instead of not have him all. Ash grinned as his three new girlfriends ran up and gave him a group hug. Ash then turned towards Sylvan. Sylvan then sweat joked. You aren't going to tell me you love me too, right? Sylvan joked. Ash laughed loudly. Of course not, Sylvan, but I am a little curious as to why you didn't betray me. Sylvan simply sighed. When your friends came to me with their plans to betray you, I knew I couldn't follow their bitter and cruel recipe. I wanted to speak out, Ash, but I was afraid of what they would do to me if I didn't agree. I am truly sorry, Ash. I'm a coward and don't deserve your friendship. As Sylvan he finished, he hung his head in sadness. To his surprise, Sylvan felt Ash embrace him in a manly hug. I completely understand, Sylvan, and you aren't a coward. I know you never truly meant to betray me, and that's all that matters. As Sylvan was released from the hug, he wiped a few stray tears from his eyes. So what will you do now, Ash? Sylvan asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Well, first I'm gonna train, and then I'm gonna continue what I was doing and beat all my previous leagues. So will you girls join me? You don't even have to ask, Ash. You're stuck with us now, Ash. Iris joked. Ash then turned towards Sylvan. Sylvan, I would be honored if you traveled with me and my girls. Sylvan thought on this for a moment and replied, I would be honored, Ash, but I must return to my duties as gym leader of Street and City. But as soon as you are done training, you come find me, and I will happy to accompany you as take on the leagues. Ash then shook Sylvan's hand. It's a deal. Well, girls, it's time to head off and train. Are you ready? Of course we're ready, Ash. The girls yelled in excitement. Sylvan, this is goodbye for now. I'll hopefully see you soon. Ash and the girls gave Sylvan one last hug before they went off down the road in opposite directions. So Ash, where are we going? Iris asked. That's a surprise. Besides, I need to make a quick call. Ash pulled out his X-transceiver and dialed the number. A tired-looking brunette woman picked up. Seeing Ash's face, she instantly perked up. Well, Ash, isn't this a surprise? Ash smiled and replied, Hey, Professor Juniper, sorry to call so late, but I need your help. Professor Juniper looked at Ash in confusion. Sure, Ash, what do you need? Well, Professor, I need somewhere to store my extra Pokemon while I'm re-challenging the leagues, because they can't stay at the Professor Oaks anymore. Juniper raised an eyebrow at this. Why can't they stay there anymore, Ash, if you don't mind me asking? Ash took a deep breath and told to Juniper what had happened less than 2 hours ago. At the end of his explanation, Ash looked at his X-transceiver to see Professor Juniper red-faced with anger. Well, Ash, your Pokemon can stay with me at my lab as long as they need, and I'll be sure to give Professor Oak a piece of my mind next time I see him. I mean, from what you have told me, your friends should be kissing your feet in praise. You've saved this world so many times, and you have met pretty much every legendary Pokemon there is, and they have the gall to tell you that you aren't a good trainer. Ash smiled at the professor's words. Don't worry, Professor, I plan to make them all see the error of their ways. Juniper then noticed the 3 girls standing next to Ash. She instantly remembered Iris. Well, Iris, it's nice to see you again, and Ash, who might these other 2 lovely ladies be? Dawn and May both blushed. Ash then sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Well, the beautiful girl with blue hair is my girlfriend from Sinnoh Dawn, and the lovely lady with brunette hair is my girlfriend from Ho and May. Dawn and May both blushed even more at Ash's compliments. Well, girls, it's great too. Wait, what, Ash, did you say both girls are your girlfriend? Ash looked at Juniper and nervously laughed. Yeah, Iris is kinda my girlfriend too. At hear this, Juniper fainted from shock. Well, that was interesting, Ash said, hanging up on Juniper. Well, girls, it's time to get going. Dawn and May both grabbed one of Ash's arms as they walked. Iris was content with just walking closely to Ash. She may love Ash, but she wasn't the clingy type, which Ash greatly appreciated. After a few hours of walking, the group arrived back at the harbor that Ash had docked in earlier that day. Ash then released Charizard, Garchomp, Staraptor, and Pidgeot. All right, girls, hop on, Ash said, gesturing to his Pokemon. Iris quickly jumped at the chance to ride Garchomp, while May and Dawn were a little frightened by the prospect by riding on a Pokemon. Ash, is there any other way for us to get where we are going? Sorry, girls, boats don't travel where we are going. And where are we going exactly, Ash? Dawn asked with a hint of fear in her voice. It's a surprise, Dawn, but no need to worry. Upon hearing her catchphrase, Dawn calmed Dawn immensely and then hoped on Staraptor's back. Okay, May, who will it be, Pidgeot or Charizard? Ash asked, gesturing to his last 2 Pokemon. May was very intimidated by Charizard, so she hoped on Pidgeot's back. Ash then hoped onto Charizard and whispered something into his ear. Charizard's eyes widened slightly upon hearing where Ash wanted them to go, but he quickly nodded and started to lift off the ground. Ash then looked towards his other 3 Pokemon and yelled, You 3 follow Charizard. With that, the group flew off into the unknown. Time skipped 3 years. A 21-year-old Ash Ketchum landed back at his home of 2 years after a year-long training trip through Kalos. On New Island, it may not be Pallet Town, but it has its certain charm to it, doesn't it, buddy? Pikachu, pie. Pikachu replied, slightly exhausted after riding on Charizard's back for hours. As Ash walked towards his little cabin on the island, he then released a Pokemon from a ball around his neck. Ah, Ash, it is truly nice to be let out of that ball. Oh, and it looks like we've arrived home. Mewtwo replied, turning to Ash. Ash just smiled at Mewtwo as he thought back to when he and the girls first arrived at New Island. Flashback 3 years ago. Okay, girls, we're here. Ash yelled as a small island with odd-looking buildings on it came into view. Ash, what is this place? Dawn asked as the group landed in front of the largest building. Well, you won't find this place on any map. It's called New Island, and a friend of mine lives here. Iris, you actually met him once. At hearing this, Iris raised an eyebrow. Really, who do I know that would live out here? Iris asks in slight confusion. Oh, he should be here right about now. As Ash yelled, this Mewtwo appeared in front of the 3 girls, causing them to scream. However, when Iris looked at what was in front of her, she did recognize that it was the Pokemon who helped them against the Genesect in New York City. Wait, I do recognize you, Iris said, getting over the shock of having Mewtwo appear right in front of her. As May got a good look at the Pokemon, she recognized it too. Hey, I know you too, but you were a hologram when I saw you. At hearing this, Mewtwo looked at Ash. Long story, Ash said. Dawn was the only person to knock the Pokemon in front of her. Ash, who is this Pokemon? Ash was about to answer, but before he could say anything, they all heard a voice speak to them in their heads. There's no need to worry, miss. I am Mewtwo. I am a Pokemon that was cloned from Mew's DNA by Team Rocket. Upon hearing this, all the girls' eyes widened. They had no idea this Pokemon was cloned from Mew. Yes, it may come as a shock that I am a clone. At first, all I wanted was revenge against those who created me. But Ash here taught me that revenge isn't everything and that all humans aren't evil creatures. All the girls looked at Ash in shock. Ash just simply nodded his head in agreement. Well, Ash, it is nice to see you, but it is kind of surprising to see you all the way out here. I usually come to see you. Ash looked towards Mewtwo and explained his situation. When Ash was finished, Mewtwo had a blank face as he looked at the group in front of him. Ash, you can stay here as long as you need. It is the least I can do for all you have done for me. But I have one condition you must accept before I allow you stay here. Ash looked towards Mewtwo and said, Sure, Mewtwo, what do you need? Ash, I wish to join you on your journey as your Pokemon. I want to help you show your friends just how powerful you are. Ash just stood there flabbergasted. Had he heard right? Mewtwo wanted to join him. Come again, Ash asked, still in shock. Mewtwo said it more slowly this time. I wish to join you on your journey as your Pokemon. Ash just continued to stand there. That's what I thought you said. Are you sure, Mewtwo? Of course, Ash. Nothing would bring me more joy than to see your friends' faces as prove them wrong and humiliate them. Ash didn't even need to think on the matter. He quickly took out an empty Pokeball and handed it to Mewtwo. I would feel weird throwing it at you. Mewtwo just smiled, then tapped the ball to his head, being sucked inside. The ball pinged, instantly signifying a successful capture. Ash just stared at the ball for a moment with a large smile. He then released Mewtwo. Welcome to the family, Mewtwo. Now let's get training so we can take the world by storm. Back in the present. Ash, are you listening to me? Mewtwo asked Ash, knocking him out of his flashback. Sorry, Mewtwo, I was just remembering the day when we first came here. Ash said with his usual smile. Well, I was saying the girls are looking for you. They wanted to talk with you about what happened while they were gone. Okay, are they in the cabin? Mewtwo nodded as Ash returned him. As Ash walked into the cabin, he was assaulted by hugs and kisses as his girls tackled him to the ground. Oh, Ash, we missed you so much, the girls said, allowing Ash to stand up. It's great to see you girls too. So what have you all been doing while I was gone? Dawn was the first to speak up. Well, I returned to Sinnoh, competed in some contests, and I won the Grand Festival. Dawn shouted as she gestured to the ribbon cup that Ash just noticed, but Ash noticed something else. There was 2 ribbon cups. Ash then turned towards May, who squealed in happiness while saying, I won the Hoenn Grand Festival. I even beat Soledad in the final round. Ash pulled both his coordinators into a loving hug, and gave them a congratulatory kiss, even adding some tongue into both kisses. After Ash finished congratulating Dawn and May, he turned towards Iris. So what have been doing while I was gone? Iris grinned and gestured towards the door. As the group stepped outside, Iris threw 4 Pokeballs, 3 Pokeballs into the air, and what came out made Ash grin. In front of him stood a Haxorus, a Hydreigon, and a shiny Garchomp. The first thing Ash said was, holy shit, Iris, those are probably some of the most powerful dragon Pokemon I've ever seen, and damn Axe, you got big and strong. Ash walked up to Haxorus and patted him on the chest. Pikachu was slightly frightened by his once little friend who was now towering over him. I bet my Garchomp would love to meet yours. As Ash says this releases his Garchomp, who immediately spots Iris. Upon seeing the shiny female Garchomp shocked towards her with hearts in his eyes. Everyone's sweat dropped at Garchomp's over-affection. Iris, Garchomp blushed, but tried to hide it. So Ash, what did you do? May asked Ash. Well, May, I went to Kalos, and competed in the league there, and I don't mean to brag, but I won the Kalos league. Ash said this as if it were nothing. All the girls screamed for joy. Ash had won his first league. Oh, and I also beat the champion Diantha, so you're looking at the new champion of Kalos. This earned another joy-filled scream from the girls. Oh, I wonder what those traitors will think when they hear you were champion of Kalos. Dawn said with a smirk. They won't know a thing, Dawn. I entered the league under an alias. I didn't use my real name. Ash said, much to everyone's confusion. But Ash, why would you do that? May asked. Well, I wanted the traitors see me win in leagues I had previously lost in. Upon hearing this, the girls let out a series of ahs. Did you catch any new Pokemon, Ash? Iris asked, gaining everyone's interest. Of course I did. As Ash said this, he threw 8 Pokeballs into the air and 8 extremely powerful-looking Pokemon appeared. Iris and Dawn recognized 2 of the Pokemon, but the other 6 were new to them. Who are these Pokemon, Ash? May asked in awe at the new Pokemon in front of here. One by one, Ash listed of his new Pokemon. Well, the first one is Sylveon. You remember the little Eevee I caught back in Kanto. The girls all nod. Sylveon is an evolution of Eevee. It is one of the new fairy type of Pokemon in Kalos. When they heard this, the girls' eyes widened. A new type of Pokemon. Iris, you wouldn't like fairy types. Ash said with a chuckle. Why? Iris asked, full of interest. Well, fairy types can't be damaged by dragon type moves, and fairy type moves are super effective against dragon types. Iris then looked down at Sylveon and jumped back yelling, I'll keep that thing away from me. Sylveon just sweat dropped and looked at Ash. Don't worry, girl, she'll warm up to you eventually. She acts the same way around ice types. You remember she almost peed her pants in fear when she saw Glalie. Ash finished laughing. Hey, Iris yelled at Ash, punching him in the arm. Okay, let me introduce the rest of my new Pokemon. Let's see, there's Talonflame. He is a flying fire type. Then there's Greninja. He is a water dark type. Over there is Noivern. You'll like him, Iris. He's a dragon type. When she heard this, Iris ran over to Noivern and started gushing over him. After gawking at Noivern for a while, Ash continued introducing his Pokemon. Okay, then there's Zorua. Dawn, you remember this little guy, right? Dawn looked closely at the dark type and gasped. That's the same Zorua from Crown City. Dawn exclaimed. Zorua, to prove Dawn right, transformed into a mirror image of Dawn. He didn't even have a tail anymore. Damn it, Zorua, I told you to never turn into me again. Dawn yelled, chasing Zorua around. When things finally calmed down and Zorua turned back to normal, Ash continued his introductions. Next we have my good friend and aura trainer Lucario. Ash said, patting Lucario on the back, who grunted in response. Oh, he looks very strong. May commented. Well, he was raised by a gym leader. When they heard all the girls raised an eyebrow. Yadashalawa City gym leader Karina gave him to me. She said me and him shared a unique bond, and boy was it truly a perfect match. He is even helping me better handle and use my aura. Ash then turned towards his last 2 large and imposing Pokemon. These last 2 are very unique Pokemon. The tall blue one with rainbow antlers is known as Xerneas. He is a legendary Pokemon from Kalos. I helped him defeat another Kalos legend, Yveltal. He was so grateful for my help that he wanted to join me. All the girls' eyes widened. Ash had caught another legend. I guess wherever you go, Ash, you will meet legends and saving the world. Dawn said with a sigh. And last but certainly not least is Lugia. He is a legendary Pokemon from the Johto region, and I have a very special plan for him. Oh, what plan is that? Iris said, getting over the shock of learning Ash had caught not 1 but 2 legends. Oh, my dear Iris, that is a surprise, but I will tell you it has something to do with Tobias. Ash said, spitting as he said Tobias' name. Oh, why can't you just tell us? Iris whined. Ash simply kissed Iris and said, I hate to spoil surprises. Iris was not satisfied with this answer but didn't press any further. So Ash, you travel with anyone while you were in Kalos? Dawn asked.
Yes. Dawn, I traveled with the Lumiose City gym leader Clemont, his younger sister Bonnie, and one of my childhood friends Serena. When the girls heard Serena's name, they raised an eyebrow. Ash, did anything happen between you and Serena? May asked, suspicion in her voice. No, girls, nothing happened, although Serena did say she used to have a crush on me, but she moved on after not seeing me for years. Actually, when I left Kalos, she had hooked up with a boy named Calum. He seemed like a nice guy, and he was a pretty good trainer. He gave me a run for my money in the Kalos League. This seemed to ease the girls' minds. But you girls will have to get used to new girls wanting to join our little group, because I can almost guarantee you girls aren't the only one who love me. Ash finished.
The girls seemed a little upset at this, but they figured with more girls they would have more people to talk to, and the more company Ash had the better. He still gets extremely upset whenever he is reminded of those who betrayed him.
Dawn then spotted something on Ash's wrist. Ash, what is that? Dawn had never seen the thing on Ash's wrist before. Oh, this, he said, gesturing to the bracelet on his wrist that sported a rainbow-colored stone in the middle. Yes, that, Dawn answered. This is a Megaring. It allows Pokemon who are holding Megastones to evolve past their final forms into new and more powerful Pokemon. For example, Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise, Garchomp, and Lucario can all Mega EV love. But I can't seem to get the damn thing to work, Ash says as he taps the Megastones in his bracelet. Several hours later, the group is sitting and eating dinner. There is pleasant small talk before Iris asks a question that was on all the girls' minds. So Ash, what now? The girls all look at Ash. Ash swallowed his mouth full of food and said, well, I need to train for about a week. Then I need to see 2 people, before we re-embark on my journey. Iris then asked, which region are we visiting first, Ash? Ash turned towards May and grinned. We're going to Hoenn, baby. May let what Ash said sink in for a moment before she ran up to Ash and hugged him, squealing like a happy little kid. Oh, thank you, Ash. I have wanted to re-travel Hoenn with you guys for so long. Ash returned May's hug, happy that his girlfriend was excited to return to her home region. So Ash, who do you have to meet before you leave? Dawn asked, getting everyone's attention. Well, I obviously need to go get Salon, and the other person only May will know. Hearing this, May looked at Ash. Really, Ash, who is it? Ash wagged his finger at May. You'll see when they get here. Iris looked at Ash and sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Damn it, Ash, all these secrets and surprises are getting on my nerves. You're starting to act like a little. Ash looked at Iris and glared. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Seeing that Ash was getting pissed, Iris decided not to finish what she was saying. Well, girls, I'm hitting the sack. I'll see you in the morning. The girls all looked at Ash and said, "'Kay, good night, Ash, we love you." Ash looked back at his girls and smiled. Love you girls too. 1 week later. Okay girls, I'll be back in a couple days. Make sure to train and stay out of trouble. As Ash says this, he releases Garchomp. The girls all wave goodbye to Ash as he flies off into the morning sun. A few hours later, Ash landed outside the battle tower. He looked at the towering building with fond memories. Well, Annabelle, let's see if you still remember me? Ash then puts on a bandana to cover his face and uses his aura to change his eye color to blue, and then he walks into the battle tower. Annabelle was sitting in her room in the battle tower. She was doing what she did most days, thinking about Ash. Even though Ash was only in her life for a short time, he left such a lasting imprint on her mind. Ash was the only boy who had caught her attention. When he shook her hand, she could have sworn she felt electricity shoot up her spine. As Annabelle was reminiscing her time with Ash, one of her assistants came into her room. Salon maiden? Annabelle turned towards her assistant and smiled. Yes? The assistant pointed towards the door. You have a challenger. This surprised Annabelle. She hadn't heard of any new trainers taking on the battle frontier from Scott. Okay, let's get this started then. As Annabelle walked onto the field and got a good look at her opponent, she felt a familiar electricity shoot through her body, one only caused by Ash. But she hadn't seen Ash in almost 7 years, and why would he be challenging the frontier again anyway? The mystery challenger looked at Annabelle with stunning electric blue eyes that shocked Annabelle, but she composed herself. She had a battle to fight after all. What is your name, challenger? The mystery man looked at the official and said, when I win I will tell you my name. This comment kinda upset Annabelle. Was this guy this confident he was gonna beat her? She gave the mystery trainer a hard glare. Ash looked at Annabelle. Well, I guess that plan to get her fired up worked. This will be an official 3-on-3 battle between Salon Maiden Annabelle and the unnamed challenger. Annabelle gave her challenger one last glare before calling out her first Pokémon. Alakazam, my friend, I need your assistance. Annabelle's loyal Alakazam appeared in front of Ash and looked as strong as ever. Well, at least she hasn't been slacking. Ash thought as he called out his Pokémon. Greninja, I choose you. Annabelle was shocked. She had never seen this Pokémon before. This was gonna be a tough battle for her. Alakazam versus Greninja begin. Ash gave Annabelle one last look before he switched into battle mode and focused solely on the fight in front of him. Greninja started off with Hydro Pump. Greninja gathered up its energy and fired a massive torrent of water at Alakazam. Alakazam used Teleport. Alakazam glowed white, then disappeared from sight. Greninja sensed where Alakazam will appear and used Dark Pulse. Greninja closed its eyes and focused on where Alakazam will reappear. Alakazam reappear and use Shadow Ball. Greninja sensed the air distort around him. He spun around with amazing speed and launched a point-blank Dark Pulse, sending Alakazam flying into the wall in serious pain. Annabelle was shocked. This Pokémon could tell where they would end up teleporting, making that move useless, and its speed was incredible. Alakazam used Psychic. Alakazam's eyes glowed blue, but instead of being lifted off the ground, Greninja stood defiantly. Annabelle couldn't contain her shock. But how? Ash smirked. Greninja has the ability Protean, which makes it the same type as the move it uses. Annabelle was stunned. This Pokémon had the ability to change its type just by using a move. Greninja, keep up the pressure, use Ice Beam. Greninja faced Alakazam, who was still recovering from the Dark Pulse, and released an extremely powerful Ice Beam, freezing Alakazam in a block of ice. The official looked Alakazam over and made his call. Alakazam is unable to battle, Greninja wins. Ash silently returned Greninja and grabbed another ball from his belt. Annabelle was stunned. Alakazam, one of her strongest, hadn't even landed a hit against Greninja. Composing herself, Annabelle called out her next companion. Metagross, my friend, I need you. Metagross materialized and glared at Ash. Ash simply glared back and called out his Pokémon. Sceptile, I choose you. Annabelle was relieved, at least this was a Pokémon she knew. Metagross versus Sceptile begin. Ash looked at Sceptile and asked, "You want to take this one, buddy?"
Sceptile grinned and turned towards Metagross. "Let's see if all your training has paid off, Sceptile. Let's see if you can battle without my command." Ash smirked at Annabelle. Sceptile is gonna be doing this one alone. Annabelle was confused, but shook it off as this growing ego. Before Annabelle could even issue a command, Sceptile was simply gone. Where the hell did it go? Annabelle thought with much worry. Then suddenly Sceptile appeared above and crossed its arms, forming a powerful-looking X-scissor. The attack landed, causing Metagross to scream in pain. Sceptile then appeared in front of Ash again, grinning. "Wow, Sceptile, I knew you were fast, but not that fast." Ash stated, astounded by Sceptile's speed. Metagross, get up and use Bullet Punch. Metagross, arm glowed a bright white before it shot towards Sceptile at incredible speed. As Sceptile jumped to dodge the attack, Metagross made quick adjustment in the attack and hit Sceptile in the chest. Sceptile grunted in pain. The move had hurt Sceptile's pride more than it physically hurt him. Behind Sceptile, Ash said, "Tisk tisk, Sceptile, that was sloppy. You were too confident and underestimated your opponent. Don't let it happen again." Ash says this with a very stern voice. Sceptile simply nods, acknowledging its mistake. Again, before Annabelle could react, Sceptile had vanished again. Unlock this again. Metagross tried to find where it is and use Hyper Beam. Metagross focused its 4 brains trying to calculate where Sceptile would appear. Suddenly Metagross spun quickly around and fired off Hyper Beam. However, Sceptile had predicted this, and as if in slow motion, Sceptile spun under the Hyper Beam and threw a focus blast right in Metagross' face. Sceptile then slides under Metagross and stands up on Ash's side. When the smoke cleared, Metagross stood completely still with swirls in its eyes. Metagross is unable to battle. Sceptile wins. Annabelle was shocked. She was getting absolutely dominated by this mystery guy, and that damn smirk she knew he was wearing was pissing her off. Annabelle called out her last and most loyal Pokémon. "Espeon, my friend, I need your help." Ash grinned. It was time to show Annabelle just how strong he has gotten. "Well, Salon Maiden, this has been fun, but I believe it's time I win this. Xerneas, I choose you." What came out of the ball scared the shit out of Annabelle. Another Pokémon she had never seen before, and this one looked so powerful too. The official was stunned. He knew exactly who this Pokémon was. He had to. It was his job, but he was still stunned nonetheless. Espeon versus Xerneas begin. Ash gave Annabelle a sympathetic look. "Why is he looking at me like that?" I didn't take her long to figure out why. Xerneas used Moonblast. Xerneas grunted and gathered a large pink sphere of pure fairy aura and launched it directly at Espeon. The attack hit Espeon and sent it straight into the wall, knocked out in one attack. Espeon is unable to battle. Xerneas wins. Annabelle was flabbergasted. Her Espeon was taken out in one hit by the mystery Pokémon. She sighed, returned Espeon, and walked towards her challenger. "Sorry, I used my legendary one. You." Annabelle was surprised. The thing was a legend. She was now in awe at the mystery man in front of her. "Well, that was an amazing battle. I've never been so badly beaten before." Annabelle then shook the man's hand. Then she felt it. That shot coursed through her body. Aegean. "Here is the ability symbol, sir." Ash looked towards the symbol and shook his head. "I already have all the symbols." This surprised Annabelle. "Then why the hell did you challenge me and destroy my Pokémon?" Ash looked at Annabelle and laughed. "What a guy can't check up on his friends." Annabelle raised an eyebrow at the man. What was he getting at? "Oh, come on, Annabelle, you can sense people's and Pokémon's thoughts and emotions, but you can't tell when one of your friends is standing right in front of you." Annabelle was confused further. "I'm sorry, sir, but I don't know you." Ash's shoulders sagged a little. "Does this help you remember?" Ash then stops, his aura flow and his eyes returned to their soft brown color. Annabelle's heart skipped a beat when she saw those eyes. Was it really him? She reached for the man's bandana and pulled it down. She gasped when she saw the man's face. He was much older and more handsome, but it was Ash for sure. "Ash," Annabelle said, still in shock. Ash simply grinned. "Who else?" Annabelle then rushed forward and hugged Ash so tightly it knocked the wind out of him. Ash returned the hug and started stroking Annabelle's head as she sobbed into his chest. "Geez, she really did miss me," Ash thought with a hint of guilt. "Ash, I can't believe it's really you. I have missed you so much," Annabelle said as she continued to cry into his chest. "I missed you to Annabelle." Upon hearing this, Annabelle gained the courage to tell Ash her feelings. "Ash, I love you, please don't leave me again." Ash grabbed Annabelle's chin and made her look at him. "I love you too, Annabelle." He then leans forward and gives Annabelle a passion-filled kiss. Ash could feel Annabelle putting so much repressed longing and lust into the kiss. The kiss eventually turned into a make-out session. Eventually, much to Annabelle's displeasure, Ash broke the kiss to breath. "You have no idea how long I've wanted to do that," Annabelle said, red-faced and panting after the kiss. "I can take a guess," Ash said with a knowing grin. Annabelle raised an eyebrow at Ash. "I saw you holding the hand I shook and blushed. You didn't notice me turn around to give you one last wave goodbye. But you don't have to worry, Annabelle, I won't leave you again." Annabelle again hugged the air out of Ash. "Annabelle, I need to breath," Ash says, turning slightly blue. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry," Annabelle says, blushing. "Annabelle, how would you like to travel with me as I take on the leads again?" Annabelle didn't even hesitate. "I would love to, Ash, as long as I'm with you." Ash then gave Annabelle a chaste kiss and escorted Annabelle outside. "You can call Scott before we leave, and get a replacement for a while." Ash then started to feel awkward. "Oh, and Annabelle, one more thing." Annabelle looked at Ash and smiled. "Yeah, Ash." Ash started to look around awkwardly. "Oh, how do I put this? I'm fine, I'll just say it." "Annabelle, you won't be the only girl with me." Annabelle looked at Ash, slightly upset that there would be more girls to compete with for Ash's affection. "What do you mean, Ash?" Ash took a deep breath. "Annabelle, I have 3 other girlfriends. They share me." Annabelle was shocked for a second, but quickly recovered. "I would rather share you than not have it all. I've waited too long for this day." Annabelle gave Ash another kiss. They then hopped back on Garchomp and flew towards New Island. Back on New Island. The girls had just finished training their Pokémon when they noticed Ash land back on the island. As the girls approached Ash, May was the first person to recognize Annabelle. "Annabelle," May said in a shocked tone. "Girls, this is Annabelle, the frontier brain of the Battle Tower, and my newest girlfriend." To prove his point, Ash gave Annabelle a quick kiss. The rest of the girls quickly flocked to Annabelle, happy to have another girl to talk with. Ash then mounted Charizard, deciding to give Garchomp a break. "Girls, I'll be back soon. I have to go get Sylvan. I shouldn't be too long. See you all soon." With that, Ash took off again in the direction of Streatham City. Streatham City, Unova. Ash landed in front of the Streatham gym and walked into front doors. Deciding to not go through the same routine as his first time at the gym, Ash simply walked in and yelled, "I demand a Streatham City gym battle." Everyone in the gym restaurant turned towards Ash in excitement. Ash then noticed the 3 gym leaders appear before him. I am Sillin. These are my. Ash, is that you? Ash grinned at Sillin, the one and only. Ash then pulled Sillin into a manly hug. I told you I would be back. Sillin returned Ash's grin, so it's time to take the world by storm. Ash's grin grew. You know it, but before we go I challenge you 3 to a battle, to a 3-on-3 battle. All 3 of you at once versus 3 of my Pokemon. Sillin quickly discussed this with his brothers. After a few minutes the 3 brothers nodded. We accept. The battle between Sillin, Chili, and Cress versus Ash will begin. Trainers call out you Pokemon. The 3 brothers grin and threw out their signature Pokemon. Simisage time to cool Ash off. Simisage time to heat things up. Simisage time to spice this battle up. Ash grinned, so they evolved, this should be interesting. Ash then released his Pokemon. These guys have been dying for a rematch. Samurott, Emboar, and Pikachu, I choose you. Pikachu hopped at Ash's shoulder and onto the field and glared at Simipour, wanting to redeem itself for its loss years ago. Emboar and Samurott stared down Simisage and Simisear. Battle began. Ash looked at Pikachu and Emboar and nodded. He wanted to face Sillin alone, so he had to deal with Chili and Cress quickly. Pikachu used Thunderbolt on Simipour, then charge in with Volt Tackle, then jump on Emboar's shoulder. Emboar, after Pikachu is on your shoulder, hit Simisear with Fire Pledge, then use Earthquake. Samurott, just sit there and be ready for my command. Pikachu nailed Thunderbolt, sending Simipour to its knees. Then Pikachu charged up Volt Tackle and hit Simipour right in the chest, knocking it out. Pikachu then hopped onto Emboar's shoulder as it punched the ground, sending columns of fire straight at Simisear. Right as the Fire Pledge hit Simisear, Emboar lifted its foot and slammed it into the ground, causing a massive earthquake that shook the whole city. All this happened under 7 seconds. Ash then faced Sillin. Time to see how much you've improved. Emboar and Pikachu hang back, let Samurott handle this. Samurott used Hydro Cannon. The massive ball of water formed extremely quickly, much faster than normal. Hydro Cannon hit Simisage, sending him skidding back. Simisage counter with Solar Beam. The powerful grass-type move hit Samurott in the chest. Well, Ash, looks like I've won. Ash just grinned. I'm not the sure Sillin. Sillin gasped, standing looking nor worse for where was Samurott. He looked unfazed. Ash faked a yawn. Samurott finished this with Ice Beam. Samurott, an impressive Ice Beam hitting Simisage in the chest. Now finished with Razor Shell. Samurott charged in with Razor Shell and slashed Simisage across the chest. Simisage fell to the ground, knocked out. All the gym leaders' Pokemon are unable to battle. Ash is the winner. Ash looked at the 3 shocked gym leaders. Sillin, I am very impressed. Most grass types cannot take one of Samurott's Hydro Cannons, let alone an Ice Beam. Very well done indeed. Sillin thanked Ash for his praise. Ash then shook all the gym leaders' hands. So Sillin ready. Ash turned towards Ash. Actually, we have to get my girlfriend before we go. Ash paled as he heard those words. There was only one person who could be Sillin's girlfriend. Ash simply face palmed. Oh, Arceus, no, not her. Sillin turned towards Ash and grinned. Hey babe, we're leaving. Ash is ready to start traveling again. Remember I said I would go with him. Ash heard someone approach from around the corner. Of course I remember. Oh, hello Ash. Ash simply sighed and rubbed his temples. Hello Burgundy, great to see you again. It killed Ash inside to say those words. Truth be told, Ash found Burgundy far more annoying than Iris most of the time. Hopefully she had changed. So you're ready to go. Sillin and Burgundy both held hands and nodded. Just dandy, let's go. Ash says, voice dripping with sarcasm. Burgundy was slightly offended. Ash hadn't even asked how she and Sillin got together, so she decided to ask. Ash, aren't you curious as to why me and Sillin got together? Ash looked back and simply said, no. Ash felt Sillin's eyes burning through the back of his head as he glared at him. Ash then sighed. I knew you two would get together eventually. L. Burgundy, you put up the tough girl act, but underneath you're all love and mush. I always saw you blushing and admiring Sillin whenever you were around him. I knew it was just a matter of time before something happened between you two. Ash then looked them both in the eyes, and I couldn't be happier for the both of you. You both make a very cute couple. With that, the group hopped on one of Ash's Pokemon and flew for New Island. After arriving on New Island and assuring Iris nothing had happened with Burgundy, the group packed their things and headed for the nearest port to board a boat bound for Hoenn. After the 3-day trip, our heroes arrive in Hoenn and are on their way to Petalburg City for Ash's first Hoenn gym battle. As they approach the gym, Ash spots someone on a nearby battlefield, and his eyes fill with rage. May spots who he is looking at and she whispers in his ear, please go easy on him. Ash nods, but hides a massive grin. Ash walks towards the person training on the battlefield. Once he is a few feet behind the person, he shouts, Max Maple, I challenge you to a battle. The day had started out like any other for Max Maple. He woke up, did some exercises, and made breakfast for him and his Pokemon. Max had not changed much since he traveled with Ash. He was slightly taller, about 5'3" now, and he didn't need his glasses anymore. His hair was still a green mess, and his voice was slightly deeper. But as Max released his Pokemon to train that morning, he had no idea the humiliation he was about to be put through. Max was on a training field near his dad's gym training his Pokemon. He was impressed with his Pokemon. They were all fairly strong. Max's favorite Pokemon was his Gallade. However, this Gallade was the same Ralts he saved when he traveled with Ash. He had kept his promise and went to find Ralts. When Max found Ralts, he was surrounded by poachers, but Max managed to beat them back with his Mightyena. Well, after intense training, and a Dawnstone, Ralts had evolved into Gallade. Gallade had won most of Max's gym battle, because most gym leaders hadn't seen a Gallade before, so they had no idea how the battle won. Max's other Pokemon were fairly strong as well. There was his loyal Sceptile, who was his starter Pokemon. Mightyena, who he had found as Puccina, was injured in the forest and he took it and raised it until he evolved. Mightyena had many scars around its body from the many fights it had been in before Max found it. The rest of Max's Pokemon, Hariyama, Magneton, and Vigoroth had all been simple captures, where Max battled them and caught them. Well, Max training all of his Pokemon and minding his own business, when he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Then he heard it, a voice that was so familiar to him. It was definitely older and more mature, but he remembered it all the same. It could only be the one person he betrayed 3 years ago, Ash. Max suddenly spun around to see Ash giving him a glare so deadly that Max felt as if his soul was being torn from his body. He then noticed the people following Ash and recognized most of them. But the one who surprised him the most was his own sister, May. He had no idea that May was traveling with Ash again. This infuriated Max. May, what are you doing with this loser? Dawn, Iris, Sillin, and Annabelle, I'm disappointed in all of you two. May and the rest of the group took great offense in what Max had said. Max, how dare you call Ash a loser? He has done more in the 3 years that he's been gone than you have in your entire career as a trainer. Max simply scoffed at what May had said. Yeah, right, I could destroy you in battle, Ash, so I accept your challenge. Ash simply smirked. Bad move, Maxie boy, you're going down. Before Ash reached the field, May grabbed his shoulder and said to him, forget what I said earlier, and destroy him and teach him a lesson. She then gave Ash a kiss for good luck. Max saw the whole thing and he simply laughed. Ha, you're actually dating this loser. Fine, I'll just have to show you how weak he is. Ash pulled away from the kiss and grinned at Max. May isn't the only one who is my girlfriend. Max raised a confused eyebrow at Ash. Oh, Dawn, Iris, and Annabelle are my girlfriends too, Ash said as if it were nothing. Max's mouth was open so wide you could see his tonsils. How does Ash Ketchum, a boy who never paid attention to girls, have 4 girlfriends? Max simply shook this thought from his head. He would show all of them how weak Ash was. Sillin refereed this match. Sillin simply grinned and walked to his position as official. Max, how does a 6-on-1 battle sound? 1 of my Pokemon versus 6 of yours. Max's eyes widened as he heard this. Why is Ash so confident? Whatever, he has no chance. The unofficial battle between Max Maple and Ash Ketchum will begin. Trainers call out your Pokemon. Max grinned and pulled out a Pokeball. Time to prove how weak you are. Gallade, I choose you. Max threw the ball and Gallade appeared on the field in a flash of white. Ash simply glared at the Pokemon. So that's the Ralts who you saved all those years ago. What a shame, I really like that little guy, but I guess I will have to destroy him like the rest of your Pokemon. Annabelle, who had been watching the scene with interest, turned towards Dawn and whispered, "Why is Ash acting like this? He has never been this intense before." Dawn turned towards Annabelle in surprise. "You mean Ash hasn't told you yet?" Most of Ash's friends, except us of course, ganged up on him and told him to quit his dreams of being a Pokemon master. Annabelle's normally calm lavender eyes flashed with an intense anger. Those bastards, how dare they try and make Ash quit on his dreams. Annabelle then turned towards Ash and shouted, "Ash, annihilate him." Ash simply grinned at Annabelle's words. I guess someone told her what happened. "Well, Max, it looks like you have little support in this battle. So it's time for you to realize your mistake in doubting my abilities." Ash then pulled a Pokeball out from around his neck. "I promised this Pokemon I would let him have the honor of fighting against the first of you traitors. Okay, Mewtwo, I choose you." Ash then threw the ball onto the field and Mewtwo appeared in an explosion of white. Mewtwo simply eyed Max up and down and sighed. "Really, the first traitor you run into is this weak little runt. It looks like I won't even have to battle the way he is shaking in fear." Max was truly shaking now. He had no idea who this Pokemon was and it looked angry and extremely powerful. Mewtwo simply glared at Max and delayed as it floated back towards Ash. His Pokemon also looks weak. Ash simply smirked and nodded. "I was thinking the same thing. Well, let's get this battle started." Delayed versus Mewtwo. Battle began. Everyone prepared to watch Max get annihilated by Ash. Ash looked Mewtwo into eyes and said, "Do you even need my help?" Mewtwo nodded his head and turned back towards his opponent. Ash then walked back towards his girls to observe the battle. Max grinned as he watched Ash walk off the field. "So scared you can't even command your Pokemon." Ash looked Max dead in the eyes and replied, "No, Mewtwo wanted to battle you personally, without my assistance." This caused Max to turn towards Mewtwo in fear. How strong is this Pokemon? Before Max could even think another thought, Mewtwo had used teleport and disappeared. Mewtwo then appeared behind Delayed and used a point-blank Psystrike, sending Delayed flying into several trees. Max was in awe at Mewtwo's power. He then recalled Delayed, who had cuts and bruises all over his body, and called out his next Pokemon. "Mightyena, I choose you." Max's fearsome-looking Mightyena appeared, and it tried its best to intimidate Mewtwo, but the genetic Pokemon looked unfazed by Mightyena's attempts to frighten him. Mewtwo simply laughed at the Pokemon in front of him. "So the little puppy thinks he's scary, huh? I will show you true fear. When I'm done with you, you won't be able to move for a week." Mightyena's eyes grew in fear at the Pokemon's words. Mightyena versus Mewtwo. Battle began. This time, instead of teleporting, Mewtwo simply shot towards Mightyena at extreme speeds. When Mewtwo was inches away from Mightyena, he shot up and dove back down towards Mightyena. Mewtwo then shot an aura sphere right into Mightyena's back, smashing it into the ground, creating a massive crater in the battlefield. By now, a crowd had started to watch the mysterious Pokemon battle the young trainer. Max then looked at Ash and hung his head in shame. "I forfeit." Ash flashed a devilish smile at Max, and raised a hand to his ear. "What was that, Max? I can't quite hear you." Max looked at Ash this time with tear flowing from his eyes. "I forfeit." Ash grinned at Max's outburst. "Oh, that's what I thought you said. Now maybe next time you'll think twice about abandoning you friends." Then Max did something no one was expecting. He turned towards Ash and looked him in the eyes, tears still flowing down his face, and said, "I'm sorry, Ash." Ash stood there stunned. Max had apologized to him. He had no idea what to do. Ash wanted nothing more than to destroy Max, but something inside him told him to stop and give the kid a chance. So Ash then focused his aura and gazed at Max with electric blue eyes. He looked at the aura surrounding Max and he could see that Max was being sincere. He truly was sorry. Ash then walked up to Max. Max cringed in fear of what Ash would do to him, but instead of yelling at him or slapping him, Max felt Ash put his hand on his shoulder. "Max, I accept your apology." Max looked up at Ash as a fresh batch of tears started flowing. "Well, what?" Ash smiled down at Max. "I said I accept your apology." Max couldn't hold back anymore. He hugged Ash. Ash was a little apprehensive at first, but he eventually returned the hug. After Max calmed down, he looked up at Ash again. "I was worried you would hate me forever, Ash." Ash smiled at Max. "I would have, but I felt that you were truly sorry for your actions. Plus, I'm with your sister now, so I better get used to you." Max then turned towards May. "Suit are together." May walked over and hung off Ash's arm. "Yep, we're together now, so get used to it." Max smiled at his sister. "Well, I have to get going to my next gym battle. I will see you guys soon, maybe even at the Evergrande conference." As Max started to walk down the road, he heard Ash call out to him, and what he said made Max shiver in fear. "Max, if you ever think about betraying me again, I will not forgive you next time." Max just nodded his head, reminding himself to never piss Ash off again. A few hours later, our gang arrived at the Petalburg gym. "You guys ready for my first gym battle?" Everyone nodded. Even Burgundy was excited to watch Ash battle. Ash walks into the gym and spot Norman training with his Pokemon. "Hey, Norman." At hearing his name, Norman looks around to see someone he hadn't seen in years. "Oh my Arceus, Ash, is that you?" Ash grinned at Norman. "Of course it's me, Norman, and I'm here for a gym battle." Norman smiled at Ash. Same old Ash. Norman looked at the rest of Ash's friends and spotted his daughter among them. "May, it's so good to see you. Where have you been all this time?" May walked up to Ash and gave him a quick kiss. "Well, I'm kinda with Ash." Norman's smile grew even more. "Well, I couldn't think of a better man for my little girl." Ash and May both blushed at Norman's word. "Well, Norman, how about that gym battle?" Norman frowned at Ash. "I'm sorry, Ash, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. The battlefield is being rebuilt after my last battle. But you guys are free to stay here while you're in the city." Ash frowned at the prospect of having to wait for his gym battle, but it was nothing he could do. Thanks, Norman, it would be nice to sleep inside for a change. As our group was getting ready for bed, May decides to give Ash a reward for his battle against Max. "Hey, Ash, come up to my room. There's something I want to show you." Ash got up and walked upstairs to May's room. He didn't notice the grins on the rest of his girls' faces. As Ash walked into the room and closed the door, May immediately jumped Ash and started to kiss him. Ash was surprised, but quickly started kissing back. Eventually, the two made their way to the bed with May straddling Ash. After a few minutes, Ash broke the kiss and said, "May, what's gotten into you?" May looked at Ash with eyes full of lust. She then bit her lip. "Ash, I need you, please." Ash was surprised. He didn't want to rush things with any of his girls, so he had to ask, "May, are you sure?" May smiled at Ash. Even now, he still thought about how she felt. "Of course, Ash, I have been waiting for this for a long time." Lemon ahead, you have been warned. Not needing any further encouragement, Ash captured May's lips in a deep and passionate kiss. He then snaked his tongue into May's mouth. They both started to explore each other's mouths with their tongues. Subconsciously, May started to grind against Ash's thigh. They broke the kiss and Ash started to kiss and suck in May's neck as she started to remove Ash's clothes. May moaned as Ash started to suck on her earlobe. Ash then started to pull May's clothes off. He slowly pulled off her shirt and shorts. He then reached to unclasp her bra. However, before he did this, he looked at May for approval. May nodded and Ash unclasped her bra. As her bra fell, Ash stared at May's rather large breast. May was feeling started to self-conscious. Ash was simply staring at her. May blushed as she tried to hide her breasts. "May, you don't need to hide yourself. You're beautiful." May calmed down and lowered her arms. Ash then took one of May's breasts into her mouth. May moaned as Ash started to suck on her nipple. "Oh, Ash, that feels so good, don't stop." Ash then moved to May's other breast, causing her to moan even more. May then started to pull Ash's boxers down. When she got his boxers off, May gasped. Ash was huge. From a rough guess, May had to guess around 8 inches. Now it was Ash's turn to blush. May was just staring at his thing. May noticed Ash's face and decided to rectify her mistake. She started slowly stroke Ash, causing him to hiss in pleasure. May then got on lowered herself and started to flick her tongue on the tip of Ash's penis. Ash couldn't stop himself from moaning when May took his cock into her mouth. May started to bob her head up and down. With her other hand, she was stoking the part of Ash's dick she couldn't reach with her mouth. Ash almost lost it when May started to fondle his balls. After a few minutes of heavenly pleasure, Ash reached his breaking point. "May, I'm gonna come." May simply sped up her work, and Ash exploded into her mouth. May simply smiled as she swallowed up all of Ash's sperm. Ash then looked at May. "Now time for me to return the favor." Ash then started to slowly pull down May's panties. When they were down, Ash stared at May's womanhood. Ash then lowered himself and gave May's pussy a curious lick. This caused May to let out a small moan. Gathering up his courage, he stuck his whole tongue into May's folds. May arched her back in pleasure as she let out another moan. Knowing he was doing the right thing, Ash inserted a few fingers into May. This almost caused May to scream in pleasure, but she bit her lip to keep the scream in. Ash then noticed May's clit. He then started to suck on it as her continued to push his fingers in and out of her. May was trying and failing to hold off her orgasm. After a few more minutes, May exploded in Ash's face. Ash licked his face and fingers savoring May's taste. Ash then got on top of May and positioned his cock at her entrance. Are you sure you're ready? May simply smiled and kissed Ash. I've always been ready for you, Ash. With that, Ash slowly pushed himself inside of May. If Ash thought having May suck his dick was good, this was out of this world. After a few inches, Ash reached May's barrier. He gave her one last look. She nodded, and Ash kissed May and pushed himself fully inside her. May let out a scream into the kiss. After a few moments, the pain subsided and May nodded at Ash. Ash then started to slowly piston in and out of May. May was grabbing the bed sheets, as the pain was replaced with pure pleasure. Ash looked down at May and could see the pleasure on her face. Ash decided to test the waters, so he picked up his pace. When Ash picked up the speed of his thrusting, May couldn't help but moan, oh shit. Ash, don't stop, go faster, harder. Not needing further encouragement, Ash started to thrust into May faster and harder. At this point, May was a moaning wreck muttering obscenities in Ash's name. Ash knew he wasn't going to last much longer. May, are you protected? May simply nodded. Ash gave a few more hard thrusts before he exploded inside May, causing her to go over the edge into her own orgasm. Ash pulled out of May and watched as their juices poured out of May. Wow, Ash, that was amazing. Ash looked at May and gave her a chaste kiss. I was thinking the same thing. I love you, May. May cuddled up to Ash in the bed. I love you too, Ash. As May and Ash were cuddling in the bed, someone knocked at the door. May, is everything okay in there? Ash and May both turned towards each other. Oh shit, that's May's mom. May quickly threw some clothes on, opened the door to see her mom with a concerned look on her face. Ash jumped out of the bed and hid. May looked at her mom and smiled. Everything is fine, Mom. Caroline breathed a breath of relief. Okay, dear, I just thought I heard something. Good night. May continued to smile at her mother. Okay, Mom, good night. As Caroline left, Ash appeared from his hiding spot and wiped sweat off his brow. Phew, that was close. We gotta try to be a little quieter next time. May turned around and looked at Ash with lust-filled eyes. Then why don't we practice? May then pushed Ash onto the bed for the fun to start again. Lemon end. As Ash and May walked downstairs, they received all-knowing looks from the rest of the girls. May was eventually dragged off by the rest of the girls to gossip about how good Ash was. Ash simply sweat dropped as he watched May be dragged away. Ash then spotted Sylvan and Burgundy walking out of their room. So did you two sleep well? Sylvan and Burgundy both blushed. Before Burgundy spoke up, we would have that we had the room right underneath yours. Ash's eyes widened and he scratched the back of his head. So you guys heard that last night. Clean and Burgundy both nodded, causing Ash to blush in embarrassment. Sorry guys, but I can't promise it won't happen again. Sylvan and Burgundy shared a look inside before they went and started to make breakfast. A few hours after breakfast, Ash and Norman were facing each other on opposite sides of the battlefield. The official gym battle between Norman Maple and Ash Ketchum has begun. Trainers, reveal your first Pokemon. Ash grinned at Norman. Well, Norman, it's time to show you just how strong I've gotten. Sylveon, I choose you. Ash threw the ball and Sylveon appeared in a brilliant flash of white. Norman was surprised he had never seen this Pokemon before, and its pale eyes seemed to staring right in his soul. Norman shook that thought from his mind and called out his first Pokemon. Slickoth, show him your strength. Slickoth appeared on the field and let out a tired yawn. Slickoth versus Sylveon. Battle begin. Ash decided to make the first move. Sylveon start things off with dazzling gleam. Sylveon jumped into the air and released a blinding pink light which slammed into Slickoth. Slickoth took the attack, but looked no worse for wear. Slickoth, now you use Ice Beam. Slickoth gathered up its energy and released a large-looking Ice Beam. Sylveon did an backflip and dodged the attack. Sylveon now used Moonblast. Sylveon then ran towards Slickoth and formed a massive pink ball of fairy energy. When Sylveon was a few feet away, it launched the attack, sending Slickoth flying back. Slickoth slammed into the wall with swirls in its eyes, denting the newly rebuilt wall. Slickoth can no longer continue. Sylveon wins. Norman looked at Ash slightly upset. Damn it, Ash, I just had that wall repaired. Ash looked at Norman and scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Norman. Norman just sighed and returned his Pokemon. Okay, Vigoroth, you're up. Vigoroth exploded onto the field and started pounding its chest, trying to show its dominance. Vigoroth versus Sylveon. Battle begin. Sylveon cringed slightly at Vigoroth's menacing demeanor. Sylveon, stay focused, you can win this. Hearing Ash's words, Sylveon courage and determination returned. Vigoroth used Bulk Up. Vigoroth started to flex its muscles, raising its attack and defense. Sylveon quick. While it's using Bulk Up, used Draining Kiss. Sylveon ran towards Vigoroth, and right as Sylveon was about to kiss Vigoroth and steal some of his energy, he finished his Bulk Up. Grab it. Vigoroth reached out and grabbed Sylveon and threw it into the air. Now use Thunder, and when Sylveon lands, use Earthquake. Vigoroth gathered up the electrical energy in the air and sent a massive thunder attack at a helpless Sylveon. Sylveon was hit with the attack and fell to ground panting. Then it was hit with an Earthquake, knocking it out. Ash simply sighed. That was a good strategy by Norman. Great job, Sylveon, you deserve a good rest. Ash then looked at Norman with eyes burning with determination. Talonflame, I choose you. Talonflame burst into the air, showering the field with embers. Again, Norman was shocked another Pokemon he didn't know. Vigoroth versus Talonflame. Battle begin. Talonflame started to circle the battlefield. Talonflame used Flamethrower. Talonflame opened his beak and began to spew a string, searing flames, hitting Vigoroth and burning him in the process. Vigoroth roared in pain as it was burned. Norman grinned. Now he had Ash. Vigoroth used Facade. Ash's eyes widened. Shit. Vigoroth was surrounded in a glowing aura as it slammed into Talonflame, who took massive damage from the supercharged move. Talonflame landed on field with a loud crash, but when Vigoroth landed, it was hit by the burn too. As Vigoroth fell to his knees, Talonflame was just getting up from the Facade. Talonflame won't last another attack, and Vigoroth can't take another attack either. Got to end this now. Ash looked at Talonflame with a sad look. Sorry, Talonflame, you're gonna have to take one for the team. Use Brave Bird. Talonflame simply nodded, understanding what it had to do. Talonflame launched into the air and surrounded itself with blue flames. It then crashed into Vigoroth with amazing speed. Norman had no time to react. When the dust settled, both Pokemon were unconscious. Vigoroth and Talonflame were both unable to battle. Trainers, call out you last Pokemon. Ash reached for his last Pokemon. Lucario, I choose you. Lucario landed onto the field, took a battle pose, and focused his aura ready for battle. Norman grabbed his last ball. Slacking, I need your strength. A massive Pokemon appeared on the field on its side, looking rather bored. Slacking versus Lucario. Battle begin. Slacking start things with hammer arm. Slacking lazily got up and ran lumber towards Lucario with a glowing arm. Lucario easily dodged the slow attack. Lucario used Aura Sphere. Lucario focused its aura into its palm. Then it launched a massive Aura Sphere, hitting Slacking right in the chest. Slacking fell over, shaking the entire gym. Now while it's down, used close combat. Lucario threw punches and kicks into Slacking into a down Slacking. Slacking used rest. Slacking fell asleep and regained its health. Hurry while it's asleep, used Force Palm. Lucario ran towards Slacking, but before he got to close, Slacking awoke from its slumber. Damn, that was fast. How did he do that? Norman had to act quickly. Slacking smashed Lucario with Break. Slacking's arm glowed blue before it smashed Lucario into the ground. Now use Focus Blast. Slacking then gathered a large blue ball of energy and threw it at Lucario, sending it into the wall. Lucario fell to the ground bruised and cut. Come on, Lucario, you have to get up. I believe in you. When he heard this, Lucario's eyes shot open. Master, please try the measuring again. Ash was worried if this didn't work, Lucario could be seriously hurt. Alright Lucario, let's give it a try. Ash then pressed the stone in the mega ring, but instead of nothing happening the stone glowed. Lucario was then surrounded in a massive pink ball of energy, and when it died down Lucario looked different. The new Lucario practically dripped power. He had more spikes on his feet and paws. His colors were different with red on his feet and paws. The fur on his chest had grown, and the appendages on the back of his head grew longer. Master, I feel so much more powerful. Ash grinned. It had finally worked. Norman couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lucario evolved past its final form, and it looked extremely strong. Okay Lucario, let's end this. Show Norman your new strength. Use close combat. Norman was very afraid. He had no idea what power this new Lucario possessed. Slacking used hammer arm. Slacking stood ready for Lucario to attack. As Slacking swung to hit Lucario, Lucario ducked under the attack and unleashed close combat. Slacking was simply destroyed by the flurry of punches and kicks from Lucario, and to finish it off Lucario grabbed Slacking's leg and spun him around, throwing him into the wall, knocked out. Everyone in the gym was stunned at Lucario's power, especially Ash. Slacking is unable to battle. Lucario wins. Ash was in awe at Lucario's power. Holy shit. Professor Sycamore said Pokemon would become more powerful through Mega Evolution, but that was insane. Ash couldn't hold it in anymore. He ran towards Lucario and hugged him. You did it, you Mega Evolved. And oh my Arceus, you have so much power when you Mega Evolved, it's unreal. Lucario simply grunted at his master's praise, even though he was feeling like a total badass. Norman simply sighed. He would have to have the gym repaired again. Well Ash, that was an amazing battle. Here is your badge. Ash pushed the badge away. Norman, I already have this badge. I won't need it again. Norman scratched the back of his head. How did I forget? Ash already beat me. Ash simply shook Norman's hand. That was great Norman, you almost had me near the end there, but we must be going. I have more gyms to conquer. Norman smiled as Ash and his friends left to continue their adventure. A few hours later everyone was sleeping around a dying campfire, except for Ash. Ash was sitting on a nearby beach watching the ocean. He was going over his battle with Norman, and trying to figure out why he almost lost. But what happened with Max kept nagging at his mind. He was willing to forgive Max, because he was young back when he betrayed Ash. He would have been easy to influence, so Ash couldn't truly blame him for his action. The rest of his friends, however, would feel all his wrath. Deciding to go get some rest, Ash started to walk back towards the camp, but something a Pokemon splashing in the water caught his attention. As he looked towards the waves, he saw the Pokemon jumping towards the shore. When it was close enough for Ash to get a good look at it, Ash gasped. The Pokemon jumped out of the water and landed in Ash's arms. He couldn't help but shed a few tears. Manaphy, what are you doing here? Ash was trying his best, and failing, to hold back tears as he looked at Manaphy cradled in his arms. After a minute Ash couldn't take it anymore. He pulled Manaphy into a hug. Manaphy, however, didn't like this as it was being crushed against Ash's chest, so it blasted Ash with a water gun right in his face. Ash flew back, but instead of being upset he looked at smiling Manaphy and burst out laughing. After calming down Ash looked at Manaphy and asked again, Manaphy, I love seeing you again, but why are you here? Manaphy looked at Ash with happy eyes and slowly started to stutter out something. Miss, Mama, and Papa. Again Ash was almost in tears as the little Pokemon called him Papa, and the only person that Mama could be was May. Then Ash got a great idea. It was May's birthday tomorrow. He was gonna get her some little gift, but a much better idea popped into his head. He pulled out a Pokeball and whispered his plan into Manaphy's ear. May awoke the next morning happy as could be, because today was her 20th birthday. As she awoke and started to get ready, everyone wished May a happy birthday, everyone except Ash. May walked up to Ash, who had his back to her, and asked, Ash, do you know what today is? Ash turned to face May with a confused look on his face. Why? What is so important about today? May's face instantly turned from sad to enraged. She walked up to Ash ready to hit him, but before she could hit him Ash burst out laughing. May stopped and looked at Ash as if he had gone crazy. What the hell is so funny, Ash? Ash smiled and said, you honestly thought I would have forgotten your birthday. May's turned to one of happiness and she wrapped Ash in hug. So, what did you get me? When he heard this Ash's smile grew tenfold. He gave May a kiss and said, close your eyes and hold out your hands. May did as she was told, then she felt Ash put something into her hands. Okay, open your eyes. May opened them and saw a Pokeball in her hands. May looked at Ash with a mixture of excitement and confusion. Okay, promise me you won't cry. When May heard this it piqued her interest, so she decided to see what Pokemon Ash caught her. May then took the ball and threw it in the air. As the white flash disappeared, May almost fainted at the sight of what came out. Manaphy appeared before May, and everyone, but Ash gasped in shock. As soon as it saw May, Manaphy jumped into May's arm and nuzzled into her chest. May couldn't do as Ash said, and she burst into tears holding Manaphy tightly into her chest. After an emotional few minutes May turned to Ash and crushed him with a massive bear hug. How did you find Manaphy, and how did you catch it? Ash just chuckled at May. Manaphy came to me, and it wanted to be with us, so I caught it to give to you as a present. May gave Ash a deep and passionate kiss. When they broke for air, May nuzzled Ash's chest and said, this is the best gift anyone has ever given me. Thank you, Ash. I love you. Ash kissed the top of May's head. I do anything to see my girls happy, and I love you too. All of Ash's girls all had the same thought. He really does love us. Altamari, Johto region. Bianca sat in her room staring at a half-finished portrait. She hadn't changed much since Ash was in Altamari. She still wore the same outfit. She was slightly taller, and many of her features had filled out, giving her nice curves. She just stood looking at the portrait. She couldn't find the inspiration to finish the painting. As she stood tapping her foot trying to make inspiration strike her, she felt an invisible gust blow past her. Bianca smiled as she knew what had caused the sudden gust of wind. She turned to see Latias appear behind her with a depressed expression on her face. Seeing this, Bianca became worried. Latias, what's wrong? Latias pointed her nose at a picture of Ash on the wall. Bianca looked at Latias with sympathy in her eyes. You miss, don't you? Latias quickly shook her head yes.
Bianca smiled at the legendary Pokemon. She could tell that Latias was missing Ash terribly. Latias was about to leave, but Bianca stopped her. Latias, wait. If you miss him so much, then go to him. I know Lorenzo will understand. We will be fine without him. Latias looked skeptically at Bianca. Latias, I can't just stand here and watch you suffer. Latias gave Bianca a huge smile and pulled her into a hug and flew around the room with her. When she let Bianca down, Latias gave Bianca one last look and flew out the window to find Ash. As she watched Latias leave, Bianca was suddenly struck with inspiration. She knew exactly how she was gonna finish her painting. Back in Hoenn. After having a small party to celebrate May's birthday, we see our group heading down the path to Ash's next gym. So Ash, where are we going next? Salon asked with Burgundy resting her head on his shoulder. Well Salon, I thought we could kinda jump around Hoenn, we aren't in any rush. So I figured we could go to Rivalries Town. After my battle we can relax in the hot springs. Everyone in the group quickly agreed at the prospect of a relaxing spa visit. On the path to Rivalries Town the group stopped next to small lake to have lunch and relax. Ash was sitting with Dawn and May leaning against his shoulders with Annabelle in between his legs. Right as Ash was about to nod off, his aura sensed someone approaching. Ever since Ash had received Lucario, his aura abilities had grown exponentially. He could now sense people approaching by their aura. Ash turned to see who was approaching, and when he saw who it was, he instantly became annoyed and let out a long sigh. May and Dawn looked at Ash. "What is wrong, Ash?" Ash just twitched his head in the new arrival's direction. When May saw who it was, she got the same annoyed expression as Ash. It was none other than her old rival Drew. May almost gagged when she thought about him. Drew was simply enjoying his time off from being a coordinator. He hadn't changed much since he last saw Ash. He still had his long green hair and he was still pretty short, but he was still arrogant as ever. Drew was taking a relaxing walk when he spotted a nearby lake and decided to enjoy its scenery. But as Drew approached the lake, he spotted a group of people eating lunch by it. He didn't recognize most of them, but he did recognize Ash and May. Wait, what is May doing? Drew was enraged as he saw May leaning her head against Ash's shoulder. Drew needed to know what was going on, so he decided to find out. By now everyone had noticed Drew and turned to watch him approach. When he stood before the group, he did his usual hair flip and gave May his undivided attention. Hello Drew," Ash said, trying to get Drew's attention. But Drew just stayed focused solely on May. "Hello May, it has been a while, hasn't it?" Drew finished by pulling a rose out of Arceus knows where and offered it to May. "Yes, it has been a while, Drew. And I was hoping it would be longer." May pushed the rose away. "I'm sorry, but I can't accept that." Drew looked heartbroken. "But why not?" May turned and hugged Ash's arm. "Because I'm with Ash." Drew's eyes widened upon hearing this. "So she is with him." Drew then turned to Ash and glared at him. Ash simply glared back and thought, "Hands off, she's mine." Drew pulled out a Pokeball and pointed at Ash. "You, me battle now." Ash just laughed and everyone else chuckled at Drew's proclamation. "What the hell is so funny?" May was the one to answer Drew. "I hate to break it to you, but Ash would absolutely crush you." Drew scoffed at this remark. "I'd like to see him try." This pissed Ash off. If someone doubted his skills, then he would make sure they saw how powerful he was. "Fine Drew, I accept your challenge. One-on-one sound good to you?" Ash simply shrugged and grinned in response. This bastard is so fucking cocky and gonna destroy him. Drew though, as he grinned back. The unofficial battle between Drew and Ash will commence. Burgundy yelled, deciding to fill in for Salon. "Roseraid, crush this smartass." Drew threw Roseraid's ball and the beautiful Pokemon emerged and did a graceful bow before it glared at Ash. Ash just smirked. He had the perfect Pokemon in mind. He just had it transferred over from Professor Juniper's lab. "Okay Drew, you want to use a beautiful Pokemon, then I got one too." Ash then took the ball and threw it onto the field. What came out made Ash's two coordinators squeal in excitement at seeing the Pokemon battle. Drew simply gawked at the mesmerizing Pokemon in front of him. Ash simply smirked at Drew. "You like her? I saved her from a couple poachers a few years ago." In front of Ash was a beautiful and elegant shiny melodic. The sea snake's colors shined and seemed to glow. The Pokemon did an elegant twirl and faced its opponent. Burgundy was enchanted by the Pokemon's beauty, but she snapped out of it and started the battle. Roseraid versus Melodic begin. Drew was snapped out of his stupor and decided to get the attack in. Roseraid start with Magical Leaf. Roseraid's petals glowed as it shot a torrent of glowing leaves at Melodic. Melodic dodge and use Blizzard. With amazing speed, Melodic slid to the left and dodged the attack. Melodic then opened its mouth and spewed a massive blizzard that hit Roseraid, causing it to skid back, taking massive damage. Roseraid get up and use Solar Beam. Roseraid struggled to its feet and started to gather the energy for Solar Beam. Ash just shook his head. "How dumb are you, Drew?" Ash looked at Melodic and gave it one last command. While it's charging, use Twister. Melodic starting swirling its tail, creating a massive twister. The attack flew towards Roseraid and sent it flying into a tree, knocked out. Roseraid is unable to continue. Melodic wins. Everyone started cheering for Ash. Drew started shaking with rage. He then reached for the rest of his Pokeballs. Ash saw what Drew planned to do. "Drew, think about what you're about to do." Drew didn't listen, and to the girl's horror, Drew released the rest of his Pokemon. "Attack Ash." All of the Pokémon hesitated, before they each charged up an attack. Ash simply sighed and pulled out another Pokeball and released what was inside. When Drew's Pokémon saw what came out, they all stopped their attack. In front of them was the massive Lugia. Drew was terrified as he saw the legendary Pokémon's angry face looking right at him. Okay Drew, either return your Pokémon and leave me and my girls alone, especially May. Or I have Lugia here, send your asses flying off into the horizon. Drew gulped and contemplated his option. He wanted to hurt Ash, but he didn't feel like dying. So, did the only reasonable thing a stubborn asshole would do. Don't just stand there, attack. Ash just rolled his eyes and looked at Lugia. You know what to do. Lugia just turned back towards the Pokémon and charged up a massive Aeroblast and launched it at Drew and his Pokémon. When the attack hit, it sent Drew and his Pokémon flying off like Team Rocket. Ash just turned towards his friends with a bored expression. Come, let's go, that was such a waste of time. With that, everyone packed up and continued towards Laveridge Town. After another day of walking, everyone arrived into the small town. Okay guys, let's get to my gym battle, then we can go the hot springs. Everyone cheered hearing this. Flannery was sitting in the lobby of the gym waiting for challengers, bored out of her mind. Ever since Ash had helped her turn her gym around, it had become a very formidable gym in the region and she rarely lost. Even though she was a successful gym leader, Flannery was still depressed. The simple reason was that she missed Ash. She never got to properly thank him for turning her life around and helping her reach her true potential. She had tried to find him, but none of Ash's friends knew or cared where he was. So Flannery returned to the gym nearly in tears, because she couldn't see Ash. But as the doors to the gym, Flannery was shocked to see who stepped in. Before her stood the man she had spent years waiting for, Ash. She wanted to run up and kiss him, but she wanted to express her feeling to him in a more private place. Flannery couldn't help but notice the girls around Ash and feel a twang of jealousy. When Ash saw Flannery, he was surprised at her beauty.
She wasn't a girl anymore. She was a mature, beautiful woman.
Her hair was slightly longer and her breasts had grown quite a lot. Ash had a hard time taking his eyes off them. Shaking the thoughts from his, Ash greeted Flannery with an extended hand. Hello, Flannery. Long time no see. Flannery shook Ash's hand. Too long if you ask me. This statement confused Ash, but he just let it slide. So Ash, who are all these girls with you? Ash nervously as he scratched the back of his head. Well, you remember May, right? Then there is Dawn from Sinnoh, Iris from Unova, and Annabelle from Kanto. And they are all my girlfriend. They all share me and it has worked out really well so far. Flannery's eyes widened in shock at this revelation, but a thought struck her. Wait, if there's 4 of them, then maybe there's room for 1 more? This sparked new hope in Flannery. Maybe she could be with Ash after all. Well, Ash, as nice as it to see you, I must ask why you are here. Ash simply grinned. Flannery, I challenge you to a gym battle, Ash suddenly exclaimed. This surprised Flannery, but Ash, you already have this badge. Ash just continued to grin. Well, I'm gonna compete in the Hoenn League, so I'm re-challenging the gyms to prepare. Flannery was shocked at Ash's determination and will to improve himself. Okay Ash, you're one. With that, Flannery lead everyone to the battlefield. This will be an official 2-on-2 battle between Flannery and Ash. Trainers, reveal your first Pokémon. Flannery wasted no time and called out her first Pokémon. Magcargo, let's burn him up. Magcargo burst onto the field, and the fire snail spread flames throughout the field. Well, he might not be my strongest, but he needs the experience. Ash then revealed his Pokémon, and Charizard came out and let out a mighty roar. Iris was surprised. I thought Ash would save Charizard for last. Flannery was in awe of the mighty Pokémon before her. Magcargo vs Charizard, battle begin. Charizard start off with Dark Pulse. Everyone was shocked Charizard can't use Dark Pulse. But there it was, Charizard let loose a chain of concentrated Dark Energy that slammed into Magcargo. Magcargo recover and use Rock Slide. Magcargo yelled its name as it spawned a massive amount of rocks and threw them at Charizard. But when the attack hit, instead of falling to the ground in immense pain, Charizard simply cringed as it landed and started to glow white. To everyone but Ash's surprise, Charizard started to shrink, and when it was finished, Charizard was replaced with Zorua. All the girls let out a series of ohs as they now understood what happened. Guess we're found out, Zora. Keep up the pressure and use night days. A pulse of darkness shot out of Zorua and connected with the Pokemon, causing it to cry out in pain. Magcargo, keep going and use flamethrower. Magcargo started to spew large burning flames shot towards Zorua. Zorua dodge and finish with bite. Zorua jumped and dodged the flames, then its fangs glowed white before they elongated and it sunk its teeth into Magcargo's soft neck. After the attack connected, Magcargo fell to the ground with swirls in its eyes. Magcargo is unable to continue, Zorua. But as the official was about to call the match, Zorua started to glow. Ash was ecstatic, his little Zorua was finally going to evolve after all its training. After the light died down, Zoroark stood and roared in dominance as it reviled in its new power. Zoroark wins. All the girls marveled at the massive change in appearance and power that Zoroark received after it evolved. Flannery sighed and called out her next Pokemon. Chandelure, let's heat things up. Ash was surprised to see a Unova Pokemon in Flannery's possession, but he was ready for it. Take a good rest, Zoroark, you did amazing. I'm so proud you evolved. Ash looked at Flannery and called out his second Pokemon. You saw him once, but this is the real one. Charizard, I choose. This time the real Charizard appeared and somehow was even more intimidating than Zorua's imitation. Chandelure versus Charizard, battle begin. Ash grinned at Flannery. Okay Flannery, time to show you Charizard's true power. Ash then pulled down his sleeve to reveal his Megaring. Flannery was confused when she saw the strange device. But before she could ask what the thing was, Ash pressed his finger to it and it started to glow. Charizard was then surrounded in an intense pink light, and when it died down, the most terrifying thing Flannery had ever stood before her. Charizard was now mainly black with a blue stomach and jaw. Its wings had become black and blue as well. And to top it off, Charizard had blue flames seeping from its mouth. Flannery, say hello to Mega Charizard X. Flannery almost pissed herself when Charizard let out a mighty roar that shook the entire gym. Oh, and Flannery Mega Charizard X is part dragon type. Iris squealed when she heard this, but Flannery paled. Nothing she could do would really hurt this monster. Charizard, start this and end this with Dragon Tail. Charizard let out a deafening roar, then its tail glowed blue before it slammed Chandler into the ground, creating a massive crater. Chandelure was knocked out in one hit. Chandelure is unable to battle, Charizard wins. Flannery couldn't speak. She had been annihilated by Ash, but she expecting this. Ash walked up to Flannery and shook her hand. Great battle Flannery, that Chandelure surprised me. Flannery just smiled at Ash. She wanted to tell him her feelings, but the situation wasn't right. Well Flannery, we are going to the hot springs. See you later.
Flannery got an idea when she heard that. The hot springs, perfect.
Ash was sitting away from everyone else. He wanted to be alone and relax in the hot springs. But right before he could really relax, Ash sensed someone entering the water with him. He sighed, girls please leave me alone, I just want to relax. Ash was surprised to hear the voice that replied, Ah Ash, you don't want to spend time with me? Ash opened his eyes and was surprised to Flannery in a revealing two-piece bikini putting on her best puppy face. Ash had a hard time focusing on Flannery as he was busy looking at her barely covered breasts. Flannery, what are you doing here? Flannery put on a very seductive look and moved closer to Ash. Well, I never got to thank you for helping me get my life back on track. Ash was surprised. He was just doing what was right. No need to worry, Flan. Ash was cut off as Flannery pounced on him and started kissing him furiously. Lemon warning. Flannery broke the kiss and started to pull Ash's trunks down. Whoa Flannery, slow down. Flannery just gave him another seductive look. No way Ash, I've been waiting years for this opportunity and I'm not wasting time. With that, Flannery pulled out Ash's manhood and started to stroke him. Ash couldn't hold back a moan as Flannery continued to pump up and down. Then Flannery moved onto Ash's lap. Ash, I don't want to waste time, let's skip to the main course. Ash just grinned and pulled Flannery's bikini bottoms aside, revealing he soaked, not from the water, womanhood. Ash quickly inserted the head of his shaft inside her.
Flannery moaned as she was slowly filled with Ash's shaft.
But then he hit the barrier. Ash looked at Flannery. She kissed him. Yes Ash, you are my first and my only. Ash looked into Flannery's eyes and could tell she wasn't lying. Not needing any further encouragement, Ash pushed fully into Flannery. When Ash broke her hymen, Flannery yelped in pain, but Ash kissed her and it seemed to ease the sharp pain. After a few moments, Flannery started to grind against Ash, starting to feel pleasure now. Feeling Flannery grind against him, Ash started to slowly thrust into her. This caused Flannery to start letting out small moans of pleasure. As Ash picked up his pace, he couldn't resist anymore and he pulled the top of Flannery's bikini off, revealing her large creamy breasts. Ash instantly latched his mouth to one, while his other hand massaged the other breast. This caused Flannery to moan and nearly pass out from the sheer shockwave of pleasure. Then Ash did it, he hit her G-spot. This caused Flannery to explode around him in the biggest orgasm she had ever experienced. Feeling Flannery explode around him, Ash knew he was close. "Flannery, you protected?" Flanny quickly nodded and Ash increased his pace, and a few thrusts later he released inside the fiery redhead. Flannery rested her forehead against Ash's, panting, "Ash, I love you." Ash couldn't hold back a grin as he kissed Flannery. "I love you too." After a few minutes of cuddling, Ash decided it was time to make an announcement to the other. "Well, Flannery, let's go tell everyone that we are together." Flannery nodded and together they walked hand in hand back towards the others. When Ash made the announcement that Flannery was now a part of his growing group, everyone smiled. They had a feeling this was coming. "So Flannery, you want come with us?" Flannery hugged Ash's arm. "Of course, Ash. Let me just go tell my grandpa to get a replacement for me." After Flannery returned, the group set out to the next gym. But the group hadn't walked more than an hour before they fell into a pit trap, and a familiar balloon hovered above everyone. "Not gonna do the Team Rocket theme, you've heard it enough." Everyone in the group groaned in annoyance at the Rocket's repetitious antics. "Well, is that how you grade old friends?" Jesse said with angry tone. Everyone seemed confused by this statement. What Jesse means is that you guys have nothing to worry about. We officially gave up on Team Rocket. We were underappreciated, and we realized when we actually had regular jobs we were making triple what we made from Team Rocket, and people respected us for our hard work. James said, giving Ash a smile. Ash couldn't help but agree with everything the Rockets were saying. "So Twerp, you have nothing to fear from us anymore. In fact, we will be cheering you on as you complete your quest. And don't worry, we gave your friends a piece of our minds. Hopefully one day we can meet again, but as friends, Ash." Meowth finished by saying Ash's name instead of his usual Twerp. Ash couldn't help but smile at the people who had tormented him for years. He could tell they were sincere and meant every word of it. "Well, it's great to hear that, you guys, and good luck out there, I believe in you guys." When they heard that, the Rockets couldn't help but start to cry. "Ash, chasing after you and Pikachu have been the best years of our life. So do us one last request," Jesse said with a tear-stained face. Ash looked at the ex-Rockets and smiled. "Sure guys, what do you need?" All the Rockets shared a look and nodded. Then James spoke up. "Will you do the honor of sending us on our last blast-off? Nothing would better end our career as Rockets than to receive one final blast-off from our dear Pikachu." Ash just grinned at the request. "Well buddy, you heard them use Thunderbolt." Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and launched a slightly underpowered Thunderbolt, sending the Rockets on their final blast-off. "Hopefully meet up with you again some days soon," Ash shouted as the Rockets flew off into the distance, screaming, "Team Rocket is blasting off for the last time." With a blink they were gone, and for once Ash was sad to see them go. "Well, today has been fantastic. First Zoro evolves, I found new love in you, Flannery, and we made amends with Team Rocket. Can this day get any better?" Everyone couldn't help but agree. But suddenly Ash started to float on the air. "Ash, what the hell is happening?" Dawn shouted, getting worried. "I don't know, something is lifting me up." Suddenly something materialized behind Ash, and his day got even better. He turned around and hugged the Pokemon's neck, and shouted her name, "Latias, it's really you." As Ash turned around and gazed into Latias' golden eyes, he couldn't help the slew of good memories that flooded his mind. He remembered all the good times Latias and him had while he was in Altomari. When he finally got over the shock of Latias being there, Ash still had a hard time believing what was right in front of his eyes. "Latias, are you really here?" Ash says as he gently caresses Latias' nose. Latias simply nodded and nuzzled her face in Ash's chest. After a few moments the realization finally hit him. "Latias, it is you. You really are here." Ash couldn't contain his excitement as he hugged the legendary's neck. Ash felt tears of happiness start to flow down his face as Latias cooed into his ear. All while this was going on, the rest of the group was watching with a mix of confusion and worry. Dawn was the first one to speak up. Ash, are you all right up there? What is going on? Hearing the worry in Dawn's voice, Ash turned and smiled at Dawn. Latias, please put me down. I will introduce you to everyone. Latias nodded and gently placed Ash back onto the ground. Ash, who is this Pokemon, and how do you know it? Iris said as she gazed at the Pokemon. Come on Iris, you want to be a Dragon Master, but you don't recognize a legendary dragon Pokemon right in front of you. When she heard this, Iris' eyes widened. This Pokemon was a dragon type, and a legendary no less. Well, everyone, meet my good friend Latias. She is from Altomari, it's a city on the water near Johto. I helped Latias deal with a couple problems in the city. Everyone nodded in understanding. It was just like Ash to go off to new places, helping legendary Pokemon, and saving the world. Suddenly a thought hit Dawn. Wait Ash, Latias looks like the Pokemon Tobias used against you. What was it? Latios. When she heard the name Tobias, Latias' face darkened. This didn't go unnoticed by Ash. What's wrong Latias? Do you know who Tobias is? Latias nodded at Ash. Suddenly Ash and Latias were enveloped in a brilliant white light before they completely disappeared. Ash, where did he go? Annabelle shouted with a voice filled with worry. Hall of Origins. As the light died down, Ash found himself in a giant white room. He looked ahead and noticed steps that lead up to a giant golden throne, but what shocked Ash was who was sitting on the throne. It was none other than the god Pokemon itself, Arceus. Why hello Chosen One, welcome to my domain, Arceus said as he gestured for Ash and Latias to come closer. Wow, this is such an honor Arceus, but why am I here? Ash couldn't keep his eyes off the majestic Pokemon towering over him. What, I can't have you over to visit, you did save my life and restore order to the universe after all. For that Chosen One I am eternally grateful. Ash scratched the back off his head in embarrassment. It was nothing really Arceus, I'm used to saving the world by now. I've done it enough times already. Arceus chuckled at his Chosen One's response. And I'm so proud of that Ash. You have far exceeded my expectations, and I know I made the right choice in making you my Chosen One. But I did not call you here for idle chit-chat. I have called you today to tell you that I wish to assist on your journey to become the best. Especially in your quest to defeat Tobias. Ash was stunned. The creator Pokemon wanted to help him achieve his goals. I don't mean to be rude, or reject your offer Arceus, but how can you help me? Arceus smiled at his Chosen One. Ash, that is a very good question. How do I intend to help you? Well, one way I plan to help you is right next to you. Ash glanced at Latias, who was smiling. You mean Latias will be my Pokemon? Yes Ash, and she will not be the last legend to join you on your quest. Many of my children will join you on your journey. Latias is the first of many. Eventually even I might join you as part of your team. We will all help you reach your goal. But heed my warning Ash, you are not to abuse our power. You are to only use us when you think we are needed. Ash nodded in understanding. Don't worry Arceus, I'm not like Tobias, I won't use their power for my own selfish gains.
I will treat all of your children with the utmost respect.
I will treat them like family. Arceus was surprised by his Chosen's words. I truly did make the right choice when I chose you.
Well Ash, these are for you. Arceus brought us several red spheres that look like Pokeballs.
Arceus, these are cool and all, but what are they? My Chosen One, those are known as Cherish Balls. You will use them to capture any of my legendary children that wish to join you. Why don't you try it out on Latias, after all she will be joining you. Ash gazed at the Cherish Balls. They looked so beautiful, they truly were things meant to capture legends. Okay Latias, are you ready? Latias nodded and Ash tapped her head with the ball and she was sucked inside. The ball fell into Ash's hand and pinged instantly. Ash then quickly released Latias, he then pulled the legendary dragon into a hug. Latias, it's so good to have you back and a part of my team no less. Latias blushed at Ash's kind words. Latias, what's wrong, are you sick or something? Ash said, gesturing to Latias' red cheeks. Arceus' face faltered at Ash's comment. Even with all these girls following, you still don't understand a woman's emotions. Ash, Latias is blushing, she has a crush on you. Ash looked wide-eyed at Latias. Wait, you have a crush on me? Ashes gasped in realization. You were the one that kissed me on the docks, not Bianca. Latias simply blushed even more and nodded her head. Well, Latias, I'm sorry, but nothing can happen between us. But you heard what I told Arceus. You are a part of my family now, so I will do anything for you. The same goes for all my friends and Pokemon. Latias was a little saddened hearing this, but she understood nothing could happen between her and Ash a long time ago. She figured it was better to be Ash's side as his Pokemon than to not be near him at all. Arceus smiled at the moment the two of them shared.
Well, it's time you two got back to your journey. Goodbye, my chosen one.
Remember that I will always be here for you, so if you ever need, know that I will be watching. Ash and Latias were then immersed in a bright white light. Thank you, Arceus, I can't thank you enough for all the support you have shown me. Ash finished by bowing to the creator Pokemon. Oh Ash, one more thing before you go, you should expect to encounter 2 more of my legendary children very soon, and they have came a very long way to find you. With those final words, Ash and Latias vanished in a flash of white back to their own dimension. Back in Hoenn. Ash, where did he go? Annabelle said, getting worried. She barely finished what she was saying before Ash and Latias reappeared right in front of them. Wow, that was quick. Where did you go, Ash? Annabelle said, getting over her worry. Ash blinked several times, getting his bearings back. What, I was gone for like a half hour. Everyone looked at Ash as if he were crazy. Ash, you were gone like 2 seconds. Iris said in confusion. Well, it doesn't matter. Arceus wanted to talk to me in the Hall of Origins. Ash said, much to everyone's shock. He wanted to tell me that he is supporting me and that many of his legendary children will be joining me on our journey. He even said we should be expecting 2 more very soon. No one seemed too surprised by this. Ash has befriended so many legends, it would only be a matter of time before some of them wanted to join them. Okay, Latias, time to get going. Ash then pulls out the Cherish Ball and is prepared to return Latias. But Flannery is surprised by the interesting new Pokeball in Ash's hand. Oh Ash, what is that Pokeball? It looks so cool. Flannery says, barely containing her excitement. Flannery, this is a Cherish Ball. Arceus gave me a couple of them to capture any of his legends that want to join me. Ash then returns Latias to her ball. Wait Ash, you already caught Latias? Maze says, somewhat confused. Yeah, I caught her back in the Hall of Origins. She was the first Pokemon to be caught in a Cherish Ball, and I have a feeling she won't be the last. So guys, let's get going, we should be in Mauville City pretty soon. With that, everyone continued on their road to Ash's next gym battle. They had no idea that 2 little invisible legends were giggling as they followed close behind. Mauville City Pokemon Center. Our group is resting before Ash's gym battle against Watson in the morning. Everyone except Ash and Dawn, who are in the lobby talking and laughing. But someone walks into the center and makes Ash stops mid-sentence while talking to Dawn. Ash followed the man with his eyes full of anger. Dawn had no idea who the mystery man was. Ash, are you alright? Who is that man? Dawn, stay here, I need to talk this guy. Ash turned and gave a devilish smile. Ash walked up behind the man who was trying to flirt with an uninterested Nurse Joy. Once he was behind the man Ash, he tapped him on the shoulder, getting his attention. Why, hello there, Damien. Do you remember me? Damien looked Ash up and down several times before his shot open in realization. You're that little shit who took Charmander after I released him. I oughta kick your ass, you know. Damien emphasized his point by pocking Ash in the chest. I have a better idea, Damien. Let's have a battle. 113 sound good to you? Ash flashed an evil grin at Damien. You got yourself a battle, you little punk. I'm gonna mop the floor with you. With that, Damien marched out back to the Batfields.
Come on, Dawn. I need you to referee this match.
Plus, it should be fun to watch me wipe the floor with this jackass. Dawn couldn't help but giggle. She loved watching Ash destroy his opponents. Battlefield behind the Pokemon Center. The unofficial battle between Ash and Damien will begin. Trainers, call out your Pokemon. Dawn said, excited to watch Ash battle. Damien wasted no time. Nidoking put this punk in his place. The large purple Pokemon appeared on the field and tried to intimidate Ash. Ash just gave a fake yawn. You call that intimidation? I'll show you true intimidation. Charizard, time to come out and play. Charizard appeared on the field and gave a deafening roar that sent shockwaves throughout the battlefield. When Charizard saw Damien, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glint. Charizard vs. Nidoking. Battle begin. Dawn yelled, full of energy. Charizard, let's show him how strong you truly are. Ash then pulled down his sleeve and pressed the stone on his Mega Ring. Charizard was then enveloped in a bright pink light. When the light died down, Damien was shacking in fear at what he saw. Charizard was somehow even more frightening in his new form, but Damien managed to keep his composure in front of the menacing Pokémon. Damien meet Mega Charizard X Charizard, let's end this quick use earthquake. Charizard flashed Damien a devilish grin before he lifted his foot and slammed it into the ground, instantly knocking Nidoking to the ground, and making Damien fall flat on his face. Nidoking is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Dawn felt herself getting turned on watching Ash dominate Damien. She felt she was starting to get a little wet down below, but she stifled a moan and continued to ref the match. Damien got back up and returned Nidoking. Fearow, show him you strength. Fearow appeared and glared at Charizard until Charizard returned a glare so terrifying Fearow almost fainted from fear. Charizard vs. Fearow. Battle began. Dawn could barely contain her excitement as she continued to watch the battle. She was having a hard time controlling her hormones. She started to rub her thighs together in anticipation. Still, with the weak attempts to scare us, Charizard put Fearow out of his misery. Use overheat. Charizard roared before it started to spew a massive stream of white flames. Fearow was hit and fell to ground, burnt to a crisp. Fearow is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Dawn could barely contain her excitement as the battle continued. Damien was pissed. He was supposed to mopping the floor with this little punk. Blastoise, show this little shit your strength. Blastoise appeared and pointed its large cannons at Charizard. Again Ash faked a yawn. Charizard finished this with seismic toss.
Charizard gave Blastoise a grin that made the large Pokémon shake in fear.
Charizard then launched behind Blastoise and grabbed him by the shell. He then lifted the massive Pokémon in the air. At the appropriate height, Charizard descended towards the earth in a fast spin. Right before he hit the ground, Charizard released Blastoise. Blastoise smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Charizard then put his foot on top of Blastoise's chest in victory. Blastoise is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Since all of Damien's Pokémon have been defeated, Ash wins. Dawn almost wanted to rip Ash's clothes off right then and there, but she contained herself. That would happen in due time. You better be ready, Ash, because as soon as this guy is gone, I'm gonna tear you apart. Charizard, how about we teach Damien a lesson? Charizard flashed a grin at Ash. Okay, Charizard, use Mega Punch. Charizard reared its fist back and punched Damien in the chest, sending him flying off into the night sky. But not before Damien dropped his 3 Pokeballs. Ash looked at them and decided to send them over to Professor Juniper. She could find them some good trainers. Come on, Dawn, let's head back inside. But Dawn just stared at him with eyes full of lust. Dawn, is everything all right? Dawn suddenly tackled Ash and captured his lips in a passionate kiss. Ash was surprised, but he quickly got into the kiss, using his tongue to wrestle with Dawn's. After a few minutes, the two broke apart, panting. Wow, Dawn, that was unexpected. What has gotten into you? Ash gave Dawn a dirty smirk. Please, Ash, I need you. Watching you absolutely destroy Damien was such a turn on. Dawn then started to rub her wet crotch against Ash's leg. Ash grinned, seeing the lust and need in her eyes. How could he deny her what she wants? Ash then picks Dawn up and carries her toward his room. The next day, everyone was ready for Ash's next gym battle. As they left the center, Dawn was hanging off Ash's arm, and everyone had a good idea why. Flannery and May both gave Dawn a dirty smile. They would have a lot to talk about later. Dawn only blushed deep red at the girl's looks. No one noticed the 2 small legends following close behind, one fluttering around full of energy while the other was humming a beautiful melody. Ah, there it is, the Marvel gym. Ash said as the gym came into view. Man, it has been a long time since I've been here. I wonder how Watson has been doing. He's been doing great, Ash. Ever since you helped him out, his gym has really bounced back, and has become a very tough and formidable gym. Flannery spoke up. Last time I saw him was at a gym leader conference a few months back. He may be older, but he is as energetic as ever. That's great. I wouldn't want Watson any other way. Well, let's not keep him waiting, guys, let's head inside. With that, everyone started to head inside, but as Ash was about to walk through the doors, he heard something. What is it, Ash? Salon said, noticing Ash suddenly stopping. Ow, it's nothing, Salon, I just could have sworn I heard singing, but I must have been hearing things. Ash shrugged and walked into the gym, leaving the two little legends sweating as they hid behind a tree. As Ash and his friends walked into the gym, and Ash was reminded of what happened last time he was here. Pikachu, be careful around everything in here. You remember what happened last time we were here? Ash said to Pikachu, who was resting on his head. Pikachu. With that, Pikachu went and laid down in Ash's backpack. Alright, everyone, watch your step and let's get moving. Everyone started to carefully walk forward, but Burgundy accidentally stepped on a pressure plate on the floor. Aw shit, everyone hang on. Ash shouted as they fell through the floor onto a small roller coaster. May and Ash were prepared for this, but the rest on the group wasn't. As the roller coaster took off everyone, but May and Ash flew off, leaving them to walk the rest of the way. After an agonizing 10-minute walk, the rest of the group found May and Ash shaking and clutching onto the coaster's guardrails for dear life. Ah, I see we have some challengers. A voice yelled from behind the group. Ash quickly spun around and looked into the energetic eyes of Marvel City's gym leader. Hadn't changed too much since Ash last saw him. He still wore his leather jacket with the lightning symbol on the shoulder, his bright yellow pants, and he still had his white hair and beard. The only thing that was different was that now he walked with a cane. Oh my, such a large group of... Watson never finished his sentence as he finally got a good look at the people in front of him. Ash, it's you. It's so great to see you. Watson yelled, walking over to the group. Ash held out his hand for Watson to take. It's great to see you too, Watson, it's been too long. But Watson pushed Ash's hand away and pulled him into a tight hug. My boy, you have no idea how good it is to see you after so long. You helped me turn my gym around, and I can't thank you enough for that. As Watson was saying this, he was tearing up a little. Like I said, Watson, it's great to see you too, and don't mention it, I will always help my friends. Ash said, releasing Watson from the hug. So Watson, the gym looks as good as ever, but what happened? Why do you need a cane now? Ash pointed to Watson's cane. Oh, this thing, that's a funny story. I was playing with Manectric one day, and when we were playing he tackled me and kinda busted my hip, so I gotta use this cane for support. Watson said, laughing and scratching the back of his head. Everyone laughed at Watson's story. He was so energetic and happy that it was contagious. So Ash, what brings you to my humble little gym? Watson says after everyone has calmed down. Well, Watson, I'm taking on all my old leagues, and I'm going Trough Hoenn right now. So Watson, I challenge you to a gym battle. Ash says, pointing to Watson. My boy, how can I refuse? Challenge accepted. Let's head onto the battlefield. With that, everyone walked onto the field to watch what was sure to be an electric battle. The official 3-on-3 battle between Watson and Ash Ketchum will begin. Trainers, call out your first Pokemon. The official announced, gesturing to the trainers. Watson grinned at Ash. Don't expect a repeat of our last gym battle. Magnezone, time to spark some life into this battle. Magnezone materialized and floated in front of Watson, focusing its attention on Ash. I wouldn't want it to go down like last time, Watson. I want a real battle. Gliscor, I choose you. Gliscor appeared in front of Ash, balancing on its tail, grinning with its tongue hanging out. Magnezone versus Gliscor, battle begin. Ash wasted no time attacking. Gliscor fly up, then swoop in and use Fire Fang. Gliscor took off, then quickly swooped down with fire blazing in his mouth. Magnezone used Thunderbolt. Magnezone charged up the attack and blasted Gliscor when it was only a few feet away. But Gliscor kept coming, unfazed by the attack. Why didn't that do anything? As he was saying this, the Fire Fang struck Magnezone, sending it to the ground extremely injured, but ready to fight. I'll answer that for you, Watson. Gliscor may be a flying type, but he is also part ground type, so electric type moves won't affect him. When Ash said this, Gliscor landed back in front of him and grinned at Watson. Watson seemed almost unfazed by this revelation. Okay, try this on for size. Magnezone use Flash Cannon. Magnezone quickly fired the attack, hitting Gliscor, who had let his guard down. Gliscor, you gotta keep your guard up, remember all your training. Gliscor tried to quickly get up, but Watson was really putting on the pressure. Magnezone before he can get up use Magnet Bomb. Magenzone locked onto Gliscor and hit him with the attack just as he was getting onto his feet. Gliscor, are you okay? You gotta get up, I believe in you. Hearing the concern in his trainer's voice, Gliscor pushed himself up and prepared himself to continue the battle. Okay Gliscor, let's finish this up with Sky Uppercut. Gliscor used its tail and sprang itself into the air. It then swooped down with its right pincer glowing blue. Magnezone quickly used Flash Cannon. Magnezone charged up the attack and fired it, but this time Gliscor was ready and spun underneath the attack and punched Magnezone into the ceiling, denting it. Magnezone then fell back to the field with swirls in its eyes. Magnezone, it's unable to battle. Gliscor wins. Watson returned Magnezone, thanking it for its performance. Wasting no time, Watson called out his next Pokemon, Electrode. Get ready to light things up. Electrode appeared in front of Watson and gave Gliscor a toothy grin. Gliscor was panting heavily, having taken substantial damage in its battle against Magnezone. Electrode vs. Gliscor, battle begin. Watson was the first to attack this time. Electrode start things off with Gyro Ball. Electrode took on a metallic gleam, then started rapidly spinning towards Gliscor. Gliscor quickly up into the air, dodge it. Gliscor responded by springing up into the air, but Watson was prepared for this. Electrode stopped spinning and used Swift. Electrode quickly stopped spinning and fired a series of fast-moving star-shaped projectiles at Gliscor. Gliscor didn't have enough time to react and the attack hit him, sending him to the ground knocked out. Gliscor is unable to battle. Electrode wins. You did great, Gliscor. Now time for my next Pokemon. Serperior, I choose you. Serperior appeared in front of Ash and hissed at Electrode. Electrode vs. Serperior, battle begin. Ash wasted no time. Let's see if this works. Serperior use Attract. Serperior looked Electrode in the eye and winked at him, sending a volley of hearts right at it. Electrode was hit with the attack and fell head over heels in love with Serperior. Guess I was right. Serperior, keep up the pressure, use Leaf Blade. Serperior slithered up to Electrode and slashed him with glowing green tail, sending him flying into the wall. Now use Leaf Storm. Serperior grunted and launched a massive amount of razor-sharp leaves, hitting Electrode, but this attack also knocked Electrode out of its love-struck stupor. Knowing Electrode couldn't take another attack like that, Watson grinned and decided to use Elected's signature attack. Electrode used Self-Destruct. Ash's eyes widened as Electrode glowed white before it exploded in a blinding flash of light. When the light died down, Serperior and Electrode were both on the ground, knocked out, charred to a crisp. Electrode and Serperior are both unable to battle. Wow, you really have improved, Ash, but let's finish this battle. Manectric, show him your power. Manectric appeared and instantly recognized Ash, wagging his tail, looking happy to see him. Manectric, I know you're happy to see Ash. You can play with him later, but we are having a battle, so prepare yourself. Manectric understood and got into a stance ready to battle. Ash smiled when he saw Manectric, but he quickly recovered and got back into focus. Okay Watson, time to finish this with my oldest buddy. Pikachu, buddy, you're up. Pikachu hopped off Ash's shoulder and ran onto the field, cheeks sparking. Manectric vs. Pikachu, battle begin. Watson and Ash both called out their attacks at the same time. Manectric use Wild Charge. Pikachu use Volt Tackle.
Both electric types charged at each other, surrounded in electrical energy.
When they collided, an electrical storm was created, energizing the air surrounding them. Suddenly both of them fell to their knees as the knockback from their attacks hit them. Suddenly, as Manectric tried to stand, he was hit by Pikachu's static. Great job, Pikachu. Now while he is paralyzed, use Iron Tail. Pikachu used Quick Attack to speed up its attack, then he slammed his glowing tail into Manectric's chest, sending him flying into the wall. Okay Pikachu, finish this with Thunder. Pikachu gathered up a massive amount of electrical energy, then launched the powerful electrical attack at Manectric. When Manectric was hit with the attack, he roared out in pain before succumbing to his wounds and exhaustion, falling to the ground knocked out. Manectric is unable to continue, and since all of Watson's Pokemon are unable to battle, the winner is Ash. Ash walked up to an exhausted Pikachu and scooped him up in his arms. You did amazing, Pikachu, no, just rest up for now. He looked up and saw Watson extending an arm to him. That, Ash, was the best battle I've had in years. Ash reached out and shook Watson's hand.
Thanks Watson, that was an amazing battle.
Your Pokemon have really improved, Ash said, flashing a smile at Watson. Thanks Ash, that means a lot, and I'll be rooting for you at the Evergrande Conference. Watson says, letting go of Ash's hand. Well, I'll see you soon Watson, and thanks for the encouragement. With that, Ash and his friends left a very happy Watson behind. As Ash was running out the front doors of the gym, he tripped, but as he was falling he felt something grab his shirt and stop him from falling. When he looked behind him, he saw two little Pokemon struggling to hold him up. Meloetta, Victini, it's you guys. When they heard Ash yell out, Meloetta and Victini looked up at Ash and smiled, and with renewed strength they pulled him onto his feet. When he was on his, Ash looked at the two little legends and smiled. So you were the two that Arceus was talking about. The two legends nodded and started to float around Ash, extremely happy that they found him. You guys really want to come with? Both of them nodded and floated towards Ash. Well, welcome to the team, you two. Ash then pulled out two Cherish balls and tapped both of them on the head. As they were sucked inside, everyone caught up to Ash. Ash, what in the world are you running for, and why are you holding two Cherish balls? Dawn asked, slightly panting. Well, why don't I show you why I'm holding these Cherish balls? Ash then released Meloetta and Victini. Meloetta, Dawn, Iris, and Salon yelled as they were the only ones who had previously met Meloetta. Then Iris noticed the other Pokemon. And Victini too. Iris yelled, seeing the energetic Pokemon flying around. Salon turned around and was surprised to see the little Pokemon in his face, with looking as if he wanted something. Oh Victini, what is it, do you want something? Victini started nodding his head quickly. Suddenly an idea popped into Salon's head and he reached into his pack. I guess you wanted a couple of these. Salon then pulled out a little basket with some macarons in it. Seeing his beloved treats, Victini's eyes widened and he took a macaron in each hand and started to munch away. Well everyone, this is Meloetta and Victini. As you can probably guess, I helped them solve some problems while I was traveling in Unova. Everyone went up and greeted the small legends, and once everyone was acquainted, Ash decided it was time to get on the road again.
Okay everyone, we need to get going.
With that, the group started off for their next destination. Hall of Origins. Well, it looks like those two found Ash okay, but ready, chosen one, many more of my children will be joining your family very soon. With that, Arceus smiled and resumed watching over the rest of the Pokemon world. Fortress City Pokemon Center. Our group has just arrived at the Pokemon Center in Fortress City during a massive rainstorm. Everyone was in the back relaxing in the cafeteria eating dinner when May saw someone walk in. Her face showed instant annoyance at the person who just entered the room. She quickly started tugging on Ash's shirt. Ash, look who just walked in, May said with a sigh and in a very annoyed voice. Ash turned and looked at who she was talking about. His face instantly took on the same annoyed look and he face-palmed. Oh God, why this guy, why him? Ash said in a very downtrodden voice. Who is that, Ash, and why to look so annoyed? Dawn said as she finally noticed the person. His name is Harley, and he is probably the most annoying fucking person on the earth. Everyone tried to stop giggling at Ash's response. Finally Harley noticed the group and started running over, very excited. Oh, you who May darling, how are you? Harley looked almost exactly the same since the last time Ash saw him. He still had his long purple hair, his annoying high-pitched voice, and his ridiculous green cacturn outfit. Ash, is that a boy or girl? I can't even tell. Iris says, extremely confused. I know it's hard to believe, but he is a boy. Ash says, pinching the bridge of his nose. May darling, you look fabulous. How have you been, my dear? Harley says, sitting next to May. I'm fine, Harley, but can you please leave us alone? We're trying to eat here. May says, trying her best to get the annoying man to go away. But Harley wasn't going to back off so easily. Well, who do we have here? Oh, Ash, you look delicious as ever, and who might the rest of you be? Everyone's sweat dropped at Harley's word choice. That's Dawn, she is from Twinleaf Town in Sinnoh. That's Iris from the Village of Dragons in Unova. That's Flannery from Laveridge Town. That's Annabelle, she runs the Battle Tower in Kanto. That's Salon from Striaton City in Unova, and lastly that's Burgundy. Then Ash realized something, he didn't know where Burgundy was from. Burgundy, where do you come from? Burgundy huffed at Ash's rude question, Well, if you must know, I am also from Striaton City, same as Salon. When she finished, she sent an annoyed look at Ash. Well, May, it look like you have a lot of competition for Ash's affection. May just blushed and held onto Ash's arm. Actually, Harley, me and Ash are kinda together already. Hearing this, Harley's eyes widened, but then Dawn, Iris, Flannery, and Annabelle crowded around Ash. Oh, they're also with him too. When he heard this, Harley's jaw literally hit the floor. Ash Ketchum, the most dense person on Earth, has 5 girlfriends. What, how, when, and why? Am I even on Earth anymore? Getting over his shock, Harley plastered on a fake smile. Well, that's great for all of you, he said, trying his best to not show anger after Ash made him look like an idiot. Harley, if that's all, can you please leave us alone? May says, a little more forceful this time. This really upset Harley. Well, little Miss Prissy Pants, if you want me to leave, you'll have to battle me. If you win, I'll leave, but if you lose, I get to stay and annoy you all day. Determination burned in May's eyes. You have a deal, Harley. With that, May stormed off toward the battlefield, Pokeball in hand. May practically had smoke coming out her ears as she stormed onto the battlefield to finally shut Harley up for good. I hope you're ready for this, Harley. I'm gonna kick your ass up and down this battlefield, May said angrily. Oh, I'm so scared of you, little girl. Bring it on, show me how weak you really are, Harley arrogantly stated, looking rather bored. May had flames in her eyes as she looked at Salon, waiting for him to signal the battle to start. Salon audibly gulped under May's fiery gaze, but he steadied himself and announced the start of the battle. The unofficial 3-on-3 battle between May and Harley will begin. Trainers, reveal your first Pokemon. Salon then gestured for each person to begin. May wasted no time and calling out her most powerful Pokemon. Blaziken, take the stage and kick Harley's ass. Blaziken burst from its Pokeball and did several front flips before it gracefully landed and glared at Harley. Harley just grinned and tossed out his Pokemon. Octillery, show this lil hussy your strength. Octillery landed on the field and returned Blaziken's intense Galra. When he heard what Harley said, Ash was absolutely livid. How dare that little fucking prick call May a hussy? Ash then got an evil grin on his face and pulled the Pokeball around his neck out and released Mewtwo. Aw, Ash, it is nice to get out of that thing once in a while, but why did you let me out? Ash just kept the evil grin on his face. You see that guy over there in green? Well, he disrespected May and I figured you and I could teach him a lesson after May beats him. Mewtwo then sported the same evil grin Ash did. All this didn't go unnoticed and Iris decided to speak up. Ash, what are you planning? Iris said, curious of what Ash and Mewtwo had planned. Oh, don't worry, Mewtwo and I were just planning on teaching Harley a lesson on how to talk to women. Ash then flashed Iris an evil smile. Iris grinned and turned to whisper her own plan to the rest of the girls. But right as the battle was about to start, Ash remembered he had something to give May. He rummaged through his backpack for a few seconds and found exactly what he was looking for. May was just about to call out an attack when she saw Ash running towards her. Wait, don't start the battle just yet, Ash yelled, running up to May. Ash could see May was pissed that he had interrupted the battle and he noticed she was tapping her foot impatiently. What the hell, Ash, why did you stop the battle? May all but shouted at Ash. Well, my sweet, I thought I would give you something that would help you kick Harley's ass. May blushed at Ash's words, but she quickly calmed herself down. What do you have that could help me, Ash? Ash then opened his hands and revealed what he had brought May. When she saw what he brought her, May gasped and quickly grabbed the items from his hands. No way, Ash, you're giving me a Megaring? May shouted and hugged Ash. Well, Blaziken can Mega Evolve and I believe you two share a deep enough bond for it to work. So go try it out and pummel Harley into the ground. Ash then gave May a quick kiss and walked back to everyone else. May wasted no time and put the Megaring on her wrist and gave Blaziken the Megastone. Are you done talking with your boy toy, because I'm starting to get slightly irritated? Harley said, looking very annoyed. Oh, don't worry, Harley, we're done talking, so it's now time to show my true power. May then pressed her fingers to Megastone. Oh, Arceus, please work, don't embarrass me in front of everyone. For several tense seconds nothing happened, but then suddenly Blaziken was engulfed in a brilliant pink light. Once the light died down, Blaziken was dripping raw power. Blaziken was several inches taller. The talons on his hands were longer, and the feathers around his head and neck were longer and fuller. But his most striking feature was the flames around his wrist were now two long concentrated ribbons of flame that seemed to flow in the wind. Blaziken roared his name and took a fighting stance ready for the battle. May was delighted at Blaziken's new power. Harley, however, was extremely worried. Blaziken was intimidating and powerful enough normally, but this new Blaziken looked like it was ready to destroy everything in its path. Deciding she waited long enough, May decided to make the first move. Blaziken used Sky Uppercut. Blaziken was gone in a blink of the eye, punched Octillery straight into the air. After a few seconds, Octillery landed back on the ground with a sickening thump. Octillery tried to get back up, but it couldn't muster the strength needed. Blaziken put it out of its misery, used Blaze Kick. Blaziken's foot was engulfed in flames before it punted Octillery across the battlefield. Again Octillery landed with a thump with swirls in its eyes. Octillery is unable to battle. Blaziken wins. Just then Blaziken was surrounded by a bright red glow. What was that? May asked, worried for her Pokemon. Oh, that May is Mega Blaziken's ability speed boost. After every turn Blaziken gets faster. That glow was the ability activating, so Blaziken should be faster now. Ash said, informing everyone what happened. May went wide eyes when she heard this. What an amazing ability! Blaziken will just keep getting faster and faster. Sweet. Harley was no too pleased that Blaziken hurt his Octillery. Okay Missy, I was going easy on you, now you're in for it. Banette, come on out. Banette appeared and gave Blaziken a zippered grin. Banette vs Blaziken, battle begin. Banette use Will-O-Wisp. Banette surrounded itself with a ring of bright blue flames before launching them at Blaziken. Blaziken managed to dodge most of the flames, but one managed to catch him in the leg. When the flame hit Blaziken, roared in pain as it was hit with the burn. Blaziken pushed through the pain and used Overheat. Blaziken opened its mouth and spewed white-hot flames that hit Banette head-on. Banette stood in the middle of the flames, laughing an evil and menacing laugh. When the flames died down, Banette was hurt and burned, but it kept on laughing. Good. Banette now used Thunder. Blaziken screamed in pain as it felt the massive amount of electricity course through its body. Blaziken managed to catch itself on one knee, panting hard. Blaziken has enough steam for one more attack in him. May thought, okay Blaziken, finish this with Blast Burn. Blaziken grinned and launched the massive fire attack, hitting Banette, but not before Blaziken fell face first, knocked out from exhaustion. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Trainers, call out your next Pokemon. Harley was happy to rid of Blaziken, but he worried who was May gonna use next. Is she gonna use Glaceon, Delcatty, Venusaur, Beautifly, Snorlax, or Blastoise? Harley considered his options and released his favorite Pokemon. Cacturne, show May your power. Cacturne did a quick front flip and landed, giving May a disturbing grin. But May was about to surprise Harley with her next Pokemon. She pulled out the Pokeball and gave it a quick kiss. Come on out, sweetie. When the Pokemon appeared, Ash and everyone else in his group grinned, but Harley gasped. Manaphy, time to put Harley in his place. May gave Manaphy a warm smile before she turned back to Harley, sporting a wicked grin. She was enjoying his shocked expression. Wah, when, where, how the hell did you catch that? Harley shouted. Oh, I didn't catch it, Ash did, and he gave it me as a gift for my birthday. I was so happy to see Manaphy again. I hatched her from an egg so she sees me as her mama and Ash as he papa. May said as if it were nothing. I don't care whether it thinks you're its grandma, I'm gonna destroy you. Cacturne used Needle Arm. Cacturne's arm glowed bright white as it swung its arm to hit Manaphy. Manaphy quick used Acid Armor. Manaphy quickly glowed before dissolved into a puddle and dodged the attack. Now use Ice Beam. Manaphy reappeared behind Cacturne and hit its arms with Ice Beam, freezing them solid. Gah, now I can't use Cacturne's arm, that clever bitch. Harley shouted in his head. Cacturne used Pin Missile. Cacturne turned and started spewing glowing needles at Manaphy. Manaphy used Aqua Ring. Manaphy created a barrier of water around itself, shielding it from the Pin Missile. Now use Tail Glow, then use Ice Beam again. The balls at the end of Manaphy's antennae glowed for a second, raising its special attack. Then Manaphy launched another Ice Beam aimed for Cacturne's chest. Harley had other plans, however. Cacturne used Destiny Bond. Everyone gasped at the cheap shot, but it was too late. An ice beam cacturn knocking it out, but not before it took Manaphy with it. May rushed over and scooped up Manaphy in her arms. "You bastard Harley, that was such a cheap shot." May yelled as tears fell from her eyes. "Well, little girl, you play with fire, you're gonna get burned." Harley then started to walk of the field, but he suddenly found he couldn't move anymore. He was turned around and he saw Ash stalking toward him with murder in his eyes. "Oh shit, he is gonna kill me," Harley thought as he felt his final moments approaching. When Ash reached Harley, he didn't kill him, but he did give Harley one of the hardest hits he ever felt. When Ash's fist connected with Harley's jawline, everyone heard the cracking of bone and knew that his jaw was broken. Harley then fell to the ground clutching his broken jaw. Before Ash walked to comfort May, he spit on Harley. "Maybe that will teach you how to speak to women, especially one of my girls." Ash then walked over to May and led her into the Pokemon Center to heal her Pokemon. Harley tried to get up, but he felt someone put their foot on his chest, holding him down. He looked up to see Iris giving him an evil grin. Before he could utter an words, each of Ash's girls proceeded to kick Harley in most private area. Hell, even Burgundy gave him a good kick. Salon knew Harley deserved it, but he couldn't help but cringe at the assault on the man's genitals. He eventually couldn't watch anymore and walked back inside the center. Later that night, after alone time with May, Ash went for a walk around Fortree City, trying to clear his head and get his hatred of Harley off his mind. As Ash was walking, he heard something approaching him from behind. He turned quickly and caught the Pokemon that was following him off guard. When he saw the Pokemon, Ash gasped in surprise. "Jirachi, what are you doing here? I thought you were asleep." Jirachi gave Ash a tired smile. "Well, I missed you guys, so I wanted to join you." Ash was momentarily caught off guard by Jirachi speaking to him. "Well, Jirachi, I would love for you to come with me." Ash then pulled out a Cherish Ball and was about to capture Jirachi when an idea popped into his head. "Hey Jirachi, I have an idea." Ash then proceeded to tell Jirachi his plan. When he heard the plan Jirachi, he quickly agreed and tapped the Cherish Ball and got sucked inside. Petalburg City Pokemon Center.
Max was relaxing in Pokemon Center after he had just defeated his father and earned his 6th badge.
He was about to turn in for the night when Nurse Joy called for him. Max Maple, a package arrived for you," Nurse Joy said with her normal cheerful smile. "Huh, who is it from?" Max asked, slightly confused. "Well, I don't know, there is no return address." Max then took the small box and opened it. Inside was a note and a red Pokeball. Max decided to read the note first. "Hey Max, it's Ash, just thought I would send you a little gift. I found this little guy while I walking around Fortree City. Well, this guy really missed you, and he wanted to see you. Also Max, I wanted to apologize for the way I treated you when we first meet back up. I now know that you were just a little kid back then, scared of going against what everyone else was doing. So as a way to make up for what I did to you and you Pokemon, and to say that I truly forgive you, I sent this little guy to you. Sincerely, your friend Ash. P.S. I wasn't kidding when I said if you betray me again I won't forgive you next time. The same thing goes for the guy in the Pokeball. If he feels you're about to betray me again, he knows to leave you and come find me." Max gulped as he finished reading the letter, and he hesitantly reached for the Pokeball. He then released the Pokemon inside. When the Pokemon came out and Max saw its lazy smile, he started to cry tears of joy. "Jirachi, you're really here." Max then pulled the Pokemon into hug, which it happily returned. "Ash, I promise I will make this up to somehow," Max thought as he continued to hug Jirachi. But eventually Jirachi pushed Max off. "I take it you read Ash's letter," Jirachi said in a slightly upset tone. Max simply nodded his head as he looked ashamed of himself. "Well Max, I must say that I was extremely disappointed in you, but Ash convinced me that you were truly sorry and that he forgave you. So I will too." Max looked up to see Jirachi smiling at him, and again Max pulled Jirachi into a hug. "Oh thank you Jirachi, I missed you so much. I can't wait for us to battle together." With that, Max returned Jirachi and held the Pokeball close to his heart. "Ash, I can't begin to repay you for the kindness you have shown me, but somehow some way I will repay you for this," Max thought as he walked back to his room, happier than when he finally beat his father after 5 attempts. Back in Fortree City. "Why do you look so happy, Ash?" Dawn said as she noticed the large smile on Ash's face. Well, he did just win his battle against the Fortree City Gym. Flannery said. No, that's not it, May. Why don't you call Max? He should be at the Petalburg City Pokemon Center. Ash said, turning his smile towards May. Why should I call him? May asked, very confused. Just call him and you'll find out why I'm so happy. Ash said, gesturing for May to go call her brother. May got up and left to go call her brother. After a few minutes, everyone heard May squeal out in joy. She then ran back into the room and tackled Ash in a hug. Ash, you are the nicest person I've ever met, May said as she planted kisses on Ash's lips. What is going on?
Iris asked, extremely confused.
Well, I gave Max a very important present, Ash cryptically said. Damn it, Ash, enough with the secrets and surprises, just tell us what you gave Max. Everyone was surprised to see Annabelle was the one the outburst came from. Sorry, it's just your secrets and surprises can get a little annoying, Annabelle said, extremely embarrassed. After a little laughter at Annabelle's expense, Ash told everyone what he gave Max. Wow, Ash, that was overly generous of you. Especially after what he did to you, Burgundy said, joining the conversation. Well, I know Max never truly meant to betray me. He just got caught up with everyone else, and he was too scared to speak out. I wanted to show him that I forgive him and apologize for the way I treated him. All of Ash's girls gave Ash a big group hug. Ash, you're gonna make a great father someday, Dawn said as she started to daydream about their future. All the other girls nodded in agreement. And you'll all be great moms. Now let's get going, we have to get to my 5th gym battle. With that, everyone made their way to Ash's next gym battle. We find our group on their way to Ash's next gym battle, discussing Ash's possible strategy. So Ash, who are you gonna use in your next gym battle? Salon asked. Well, the next gym we're heading to is in Rustboro City, and the gym leader there is Roxanne. She uses rock-type Pokemon, so I don't know. Her Pokemon have probably gotten stronger, so I need to prepare for that, Ash answered. Will you use any of your legends? Dawn asked as she hugged Ash from behind. I think I might use one I haven't used yet. I probably won't use Victini, because he would have a tough time against rock types, so it's either Latias or Meloetta, Ash said, rubbing his chin, thinking. While in the middle of their conversation, Ash suddenly stopped walking. Ash, what's wrong? Iris said after she bumped into him. I don't know. Something is disturbing my aura. It feels like something nearby is in pain, Ash said, closing his eyes, trying to find the source of the disturbance. Over there, Ash said, pointing to the nearby forest. After a few minutes of walking a little deeper into the forest, Ash spots something he wished he hadn't. In the middle of a clearing was a Pokemon in a cage with several fresh wounds all over its body. When he saw this, Ash quickly bolted into action to help the injured Pokemon. Ash, what did you? Oh my goodness, Salon shouted, running up to the cage, throwing off his backpack to find healing supplies, while everyone else gasped, following closely behind. Pikachu, quick, use Iron Tail and bust open this cage, Ash said, looking to his buddy on his shoulder. Pika Pika, Pikachu shouted and broke the lock with a powerful Iron Tail. As the cage door swung open, Ash bolted into the cage to try and help the shaking Pokemon. When he finally got a good look at the Pokemon, he recognized it as a Munna. The little Pokemon was shaking in fear. When the Pokemon saw Ash approaching, it started to shake more violently and whine in fear.
Shush, it's okay, little guy, I'm Ash and I'm gonna help you,
Ash said soothingly as he slowly reached for the shaking Pokemon. Please don't let the bad men hurt me. Ash was startled when he heard the Pokemon shout in his mind. Hey, don't worry, I promise I won't let the bad men hurt you ever again. Please, what happened to you? Why are you like this? Ash said, lightly petting the Pokemon as Salon applied some medicine. My trainer came here from Unova a few weeks ago, and after I lost a gym battle he released me, saying I was too weak for him. I was so sad, and as I was wandering the forest looking for food, some poachers caught me. They said I was worth a lot of money since I was rare in this region. Munna started to cry as she remembered what happened a few days ago. Ash was literally shaking in anger. How can someone be so heartless and cruel? Ash said, his voice dripping with rage. Who was your old trainer, if you don't mind me asking? Munna looked at Ash for a second and sighed. I guess there's no harm in telling him, Munna thought as she looked Ash in the eyes, finding only worry and rage in them. My old trainer's name was Trip, Munna said. Ash's eyes twitched slightly as he heard this. Come again. I said his name was Trip, do you know him? Muna said, slightly worried by Ash's expression. That's what I thought you said. To answer your question, yes, I do know Trip. We were rivals when I was in Unova. Salon, please take Muna and start heading for the Pokemon Center. I'll catch up to you guys in a sec. Ash then handed Muna over to Salon as he walked deeper into the forest. When Ash thought he was far enough away from everyone, he immediately cocked his fist back and punched the nearest tree to try and quell his growing anger. Damn it, Trip, when I find you, you are going to regret ever being born. Ash shouted as he punched the tree again. Ash, what are you doing? Dawn yelled as she ran up to Ash, examining his bleeding hand. I just had to blow off some steam, Ash said as he winced when Dawn started to put bandages on his hand. What has you so upset, Ash? Iris said as she crouched next to Ash. You guys didn't hear what Muna said? Ash said, looking very confused. No, we only heard you talking. They both said. I guess Muna was only talking to me. Well, the reason I'm so mad is because I found out Trip released Muna after she lost a gym battle, and that's how she ended up getting caught in that cage. Ash's anger was returning as talked to the two girls. Both Dawn and Iris gasped, as they and Salon were the only ones who knew Trip. That heartless bastard, to think I thought he actually changed after you beat him. Iris said as she too shared Ash's anger. Man, I knew Trip was an arrogant ass, but that was just awful. Dawn said as she started to clench her fists. Well, when we find him, I'll make sure I give him a piece of my mind. Now let's get to the Pokemon Center. Ash then got up with Dawn and Iris' help and head for the Pokemon Center. But none of them noticed the Pokemon watching them from the shadows. He truly does care for all Pokemon. Maybe he is deserving of my power. As the Pokemon finished its thought, it seemed to simply melt into the shadows. Pokemon Center, en route to Rustboro City. Ash was sitting in the waiting room of the Pokemon Center watching TV as he waited to hear about Muna's condition. There was nothing really on, and Ash was about to get up and check on Muna when a special news bulletin appeared on the TV. What could this be? Ash said as his focus shifted back to the TV. As the bulletin finished, Ash muted the TV and started clenching the arms of the couch, straining the fabric. No, it can't be true. How did he do it? Flannery walked into the room and spotted Ash. Ash, what is wrong? Flannery walked up to Ash, but instead of talking, he simply pointed to the TV. When Flannery looked at the muted TV and read what the bulletin on the bottom of the screen said. New Johto Region Champion crowned. Tobias sweeps Lance in battle for title of champion. When she finished reading this, Flannery gasped. She had learned who Tobias was from Ash. How the hell did this happen? Ash said as he shook his head. Well, I guess this makes finding him easier. When I find you, I will beat you, Tobias. Ash then turned to Flannery as she gripped him in a hug. Don't worry, Ash, we all believe in you. We know you'll beat him, Flannery said as she gave Ash a kiss. Thanks, Flannery, I needed that. So did you want something? Oh, that. I came to tell you. You can go check on Muna now. When he heard this, Ash smiled widely and he quickly released Flannery from the hug and took off for the operating room. When Ash saw Muna, he was completely relieved. Muna looked good as new and was smiling as it was talking with Pikachu and Sylveon. Taking a deep breath, Ash walked into the room, and as soon as Muna saw Ash, her face lit up. Ash, it's you. Muna yelled as she floated over to Ash and cuddled into his chest. Hey Muna, you're looking a lot better and happier. Ash said, all traces of his bad mood evaporating. Well, thanks to you and Nurse Joy, I'm all better. Plus Pikachu and Sylveon are so funny, they're great. Muna sounded so happy that Ash's smile widened. It was nothing, Muna, I try to help anyone I can, especially Pokemon in trouble. Ash then started to gently pet Muna, earning a content sigh from her. Muna then got really nervous, worrying Ash slightly. Ash, I have something to ask you. Muna nervously said. Sure, Muna, you can ask me anything. Ash flashed Muna a big smile. Well, Ash, I was wondering, can I come with you? Ash was slightly caught off guard by this question and stumbled over his words, worrying Muna. If you don't want me to come, I understand. Muna sadly said as it started to float back to the bed. No, wait. When she heard Ash shout, Muna quickly whirled around. Of course I want you to come with me. I was just caught off guard by your question, that's all. Ash then pulled out a Pokeball to show he wasn't lying. Oh, thank you so much, Ash. Muna then used Psychic A tapped the Pokeball to her head. Ash caught the Pokeball and it pinged and shrunk in his hand. Don't worry Muna, I'll make you stronger, and when we meet up with Trip we'll show him how strong you truly are. Ash then sent Muna over to Professor Juniper's lab for her to get training from some of Ash's other Psychic-type Pokemon. Several hours later, Ash was sleeping in his bed cuddling up next to Dawn after a very enjoyable session. In his dreams Ash was beating Tobias and being crowned a Pokemon Master. But just as he was about to be handed his trophy, everything turned to black. Hey, what gives? I was having a good dream. Ash shouted, very annoyed. Suddenly Ash heard a voice speaking to him. Why hello Chosen One, I see you were enjoying yourself. The voice said, lightly chuckling. Okay, who are you and why did you stop my dream? Ash said, now curious about the mysterious voice. Why don't you wake up and find out I'm right in front of you? The voice said as Ash started to flutter his eyes open. When his eyes opened and he looked forward, he was momentarily scared shitless. Who wouldn't be? In front of him was the Darkness Pokemon Darkrai. The two just stared at each other for a moment before Darkrai started to get annoyed. Well, aren't you going to speak, Chosen One? Darkrai said as it floated slightly closer. This seemed to wake Ash up and he stuttered. Wah, what are you doing here, Darkrai? Wow, and I thought you were smart. Why do you think I'm here? I take it Father spoke to you already. Darkrai then sighed at Ash's momentary stupidity. Wah, wait, you mean you want to come with me? Ash said, completely surprised. Darkrai simply nodded and floated closer still. But wait, what about Cresselia? Aren't you two locked into like an eternal battle or something? Ash said, confused. Oh, don't worry about her, she should be here in a couple days, Darkrai said nonchalantly. Wow, both of the Lunar Duo want to join my team, that's fucking awesome. Ash shouted. But what Ash didn't know was that his shouting woke up Dawn. Ash, what the hell are you yelling for? It's like 3 in the morning. Holy shit, Dawn yelled as she rushed to cover herself as Darkrai and Ash both turned to look at her. Ash, what the hell is Darkrai doing in our room? Dawn shouted. Well, take a good guess, Dawn. Ash said as he tried to calm her down. Dawn though for a moment, then it clicked. You have to be shitting me, Ash, how many legends are you gonna catch? Well, keep it down, I'm going back to bed, we'll discuss this in the morning. Dawn then put her head back on the pillow. Well, okay Dawn. Oh, and Cresselia should be joining us soon too. Ash said as he turned back to Darkrai. When she heard this, Dawn shot back up and looked up at Ash. Wait, Cresselia too? Oh Ash, you have to let me use her in contests. Pretty please. Dawn started to give Ash the puppy dog eyes. Ah, I don't know, Dawn. Ash said as he rubbed the back of his head, unsure of what to do. Dawn then got a dirty look in her eyes. I bet there's something I can do to convince you, Dawn said as she started to trace circles on Ash's chest. Ash looked at Dawn and laughed. Okay fine, you can use her, but only on 2 conditions. 1, you can only use her if she is okay with it. And 2, only if you let May use her as well, because I know she'll be begging me to use her as well. Ash said with a grin. Dawn put her back on the pillow and turned away from Ash, pouted. HMPH, I guess that's alright. Now keep it down, I want to get some more sleep. Dawn then closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. Ash watched Dawn sleep for a minute before he turned around to see Darkrai giving him a questioning look. Oh, shut up, Ash said as Darkrai started to giggle slightly. Well, if you want to join me, the Cherish Balls are in the front pocket of my backpack. Ash then laid back down and shut his eyes. The last thing he heard before he drifted off to sleep was the sound of a Pokeball falling to ground, followed by a soft ping. When morning came, Ash woke up and stretched. As he got out of bed, he spotted Darkrai's Pokeball on the floor. Ash picked up the ball and smiled. He had to admit Darkrai was one of his favorite legends, it was just so cool. But as Ash was about to put the ball on his belt, he got an idea. He then walked over to Dawn and shook her awake. Wah, what do you want, Ash? Dawn then noticed Ash's devious smile, but she misinterpreted it and she blushed. Ash, we can't do that now, we'll wake everyone up. Ash was confused at first, but then he realized what she was implying and blushed himself. Dawn, I didn't want to have sex. I just had a great idea and I wanted to wake you up so you could watch the show. What do you have in mind? Dawn then saw Ash hold up Darkrai's Pokeball and she got a devious smile of her own. As Dawn arrived in the lobby she saw Ash talking to Darkrai in a quiet voice. When she arrived they were smiling and Darkrai vanished into the floor. Well Dawn, take a seat and enjoy the show. Ash then gestured for Dawn to sit next to him. Oklahoma 3, 2, 1. Now, as soon as he said that Dawn heard screams come from everyone else's room. Then everybody in the group came running into the lobby panting, trying to explain what they just saw. Ash tried to keep a straight face as everyone was rushing to explain the vivid nightmares they just had. But it was too much and Ash and Dawn suddenly burst out on laughter. What is so funny? May said, extremely confused. Okay, you can come out now, Ash said as Darkrai appeared out of the ground next to him, trying his best not to laugh. Damn it Ash, that was you. Once again everyone was stunned to see it was Annabelle that had said the outburst. Well Annabelle, I must say I'm starting to like this more confident side of you, Ash said as he gave Annabelle a quick wink. Annabelle couldn't help but blush as her heart fluttered at Ash's words. Ash, when did you get a Darkrai? Salon said excitedly as he started examining the dark type. Much to its surprise, it wasn't used to this much attention. Oh well, he showed up last night after Dawn and I. Ash didn't get to finish, because Dawn punched him in the arm. They don't need to know what we did last night, Dawn said as her face flushed red in embarrassment. Oh right. Well yeah, he showed up last night, wanted to join, and of course I said he could. Plus he said Cresselia should be with use very soon. Ash then turned to May, knowing what was coming next. As if on cue, May was hanging of Ash's arm, begging him to let her use Cresselia in her contest. Well May, you're lucky me and Dawn worked that out last night. You can use her as long as she wants to participate in contests, and if you share her with Dawn. She will still be my Pokemon, however. Much like Dawn, May didn't seem too pleased with this, but she shrugged. Well I guess that's okay as long as I get to use her. Well guys, let's get moving. Rustboro City is a half-day walk away, we should be there by dinner. As they were walking, Ash walked next to Annabelle and whispered, Annabelle, tonight when we get to Rustboro City you can show me that confident side of you again. Ash finished by giving Annabelle's ear a quick love bite, sending shivers down her spine. She just dumbly nodded and continued walking. 10 hours later, Rustboro Gym. Wow, we made great time. Now let's get this gym battle started. Ash then lead everyone inside the gym. Ash then spotted Roxanne talking to an assistant. Hey Roxanne, Ash shouted as he ran up to Roxanne. When Roxanne heard someone yelling for her, she turned around and saw someone running up to her. Hello, but who are you? Ash's smile faded for a sec, but he quickly regained it. Well, it has been a long time. Roxanne, it's me Ash. Roxanne then noticed Pikachu on Ash's shoulder and it all clicked. Oh my goodness Ash, I can't believe it's really you. You've gotten so much taller and much more handsome. And it's good to see you, to Pikachu. Roxanne then scratched behind Pikachu's ears, earning her a contented "chaw" from the little yellow mouse. Roxanne then spotted the large group of people that were behind Ash. Well Ash, I recognize May, but who are the rest of them? Ash then went through the introductions, and Roxanne was not too surprised that Ash had so many girls with him. She knew he was going to be a chick magnet. Hell, she almost fell for him. Well Roxanne, I'm here for a gym battle. Ash then pulled out a Pokeball ready to battle. Aren't you eager? I would love to have a battle. It's been kinda boring this year, not a lot of challenging trainers. Most of them use the generic water or grass types and it's gotten pretty boring. Plus Ash, I won't be using my standard Pokemon, I'll be using the Pokemon you beat last time. They want some payback. Ash just grinned and walked onto the battlefield. The official 2-on-2 battle between Roxanne and Ash will commence. Trainers, reveal your first Pokemon. Roxanne grinned and pulled out her first Pokemon. Let's see if you remember this guy. Golem, time to roll over the competition. Golem appeared on the field in a flash of white and stared Ash down, trying to remember where he saw him before. Then Golem spotted Pikachu and growled, remembering the battle they had all those years ago. Oh, I think Golem remembers you, Ash. Ash stared at the massive Pokemon glaring at Pikachu. That giant thing was the little Geodude I battled. Ash was stunned. Golem looked so much more powerful. I'm touched, you do remember him. Now bring out your Pokemon. Roxanne was surprised to Ash reach for a Pokeball. Wait, aren't you gonna use Pikachu? What are you crazy against that thing? Pikachu would be flattened. I'm not as stupid as I used to be, Roxanne. Now I usually don't do this, but she needs the experience. Meloetta, I choose you. Meloetta appeared and gracefully landed on the battlefield doing a pose. But when she saw Golem, she instantly got worried. Ash noticed this, however. Don't worry, Meloetta, I have a plan. This seemed to reassure Meloetta, and she turned around determined to show Ash how strong she really was. Golem vs. Meloetta, battle begin. Okay, Ash, you have the first move. Roxanne noticed Ash grin. Bad choice, Roxanne. Meloetta use Relic Song. Meloetta smiled, realizing Ash's plan. She then started signing a beautiful song and danced to the beat. Suddenly Meloetta transformed into its pirouette form, looking more psyched to battle. Roxanne looked at Golem. Doesn't look like that attack did too much damage. She then noticed Ash grinning again. Okay, Golem, use Rollout, but instead of attacking, Golem didn't move. Golem, what are you doing? She then noticed Ash giggling. Looks like Relic Song put Golem to sleep. Okay, Meloetta, use Close Combat. Meloetta shot forward and started using a flurry of kicks and punches that looked more like a dance than an attack. Then, to everyone's surprise, Meloetta grabbed Golem's foot and threw him into the wall, knocked out. Ash stood there stunned. Did Meloetta just throw Golem into the wall? Ash asked as he pointed to the large dent in the wall where Golem was. Everyone just nodded dumbly and stared at little Pokemon. Golem is unable to continue. Meloetta wins. The stunned official said, still not believing what he saw. I can't believe that little thing defeated Golem so easily. Roxanne said as she returned Golem. Okay, let's see how you deal with this. Probopass, come on out. Probopass appeared and looked surprised to see Ash. Ash cringed as the weird-looking Pokemon looked at him. Meloetta, can you keep going? Meloetta turned, panting slightly, and nodded. Probopass vs. Meloetta, battle begin. I won't make the same mistake. Probopass use Flash Cannon. Probopass gathered up the energy and fired at Meloetta, but Meloetta managed to gracefully dance around the attack. Again, Meloetta use Close Combat. Meloetta then started to punch and kick Probopass in the same way as Golem, but when Meloetta backed off, Probopass was battered and bruised but still conscious. Gotta love sturdy. Now Probopass use Earth Power. Probopass then gathered up its strength and hit Meloetta with spikes of earth that sprouted beneath her. After using 2 close combats, Meloetta's defense was significantly lowered and it was easily knocked out by the attack. Meloetta can no longer continue. Probopass wins. Ash returned Meloetta and smiled. You did amazing, Meloetta, and get some rest. Ash then pulled out another Pokeball. I wanted to try this out. I just got some new Megastones from Professor Sycamore. Roxanne was confused. She had never heard of Mega Evolution before. Okay, Sceptile, I choose you. Sceptile appeared in front of Ash, ready to battle. Okay, Sceptile, I just got some new Megastones from Professor Sycamore and I want to try them. Ash then gave Sceptile the Megastone and then he pressed the Megaring. Sceptile stood for a second, then was covered in a pink light. When it died down, Ash gasped at the new Sceptile. I looked so much more powerful. Sceptile basked in its new power. Ash grinned as he looked Sceptile over. He was now slightly taller, his tail was longer with a red tip, he had 2 more bulbs on his back, and he had several new bladed leaves along his arms and chest. Ash then scanned Sceptile real quick with his Pokédex. Wow, cool Sceptile, you're part Dragon type now, and you have the ability Lightning Rod. Ash was a little surprised at the new ability. Why Lightning Rod? You'd have to be pretty desperate to use electric type moves against grass types. Ash put the Pokédex down and prepared to battle. Probopass vs. Sceptile, battle begin. Okay, Sceptile, you only need one good attack. Use Leaf Storm. Sceptile roared its name before it launched the largest and most powerful Leaf Storm Ash had ever seen. The attack hit Probopass and sent it crashing through the wall and into another part of the gym. Everyone, even Sceptile, were stunned by the power behind the attack. Holy shit, Sceptile, that was utterly freaking amazing. Ash then ran up and hugged the massive Pokemon, complimenting him on his new power. Roxanne simply sighed as she walked up to Ash, extending her hand. Well, Ash, that was an impressive battle. That Mega Sceptile was truly something, that power was amazing. Ash just grinned and shook Roxanne's hand. Well, Roxanne, we gotta get going. I'll come back and visit sometime, bye. With that, Ash and everyone else left for Ash's next gym battle. Hall of Origins. Arceus had just finished watching Ash's battle against Roxanne and he couldn't help the sweat drop that formed when Sceptile hit Probopass with Leaf Storm.
I really need to be careful of how strong I make the Mega Evolutions from now on. Arceus, however, smiled. His chosen one was doing a fantastic job and he couldn't be more proud of him.
Rustboro City Pokemon Center 2 hours later. Ash stared at the box of new Megastones in front of him. He was going through the list of Pokemon that they affected and one caught his eye. Mega Swampert I wonder if I should send old Brocco a little present? Ash then turned to see Annabelle walking towards him in a skimpy pair of pajamas.
Well, Ash, aren't you coming to bed? Annabelle said in a lust-filled voice.
Ash got up and swooped Annabelle of her feet, carrying her to the bedroom, causing Annabelle to start giggling. I'll worry about what to do with those stones tomorrow. Right now Annabelle and I are gonna have some fun. Rustboro Pokemon Center. Annabelle was humming happily in the shower as she relived her amazing night with Ash.
Arceus, he was so good. He knew exactly what to do to get me going, and he could just keep going and going. It was beyond amazing. Annabelle thought as she started to rub her thighs together as a blush spread across her cheeks. Eventually Annabelle couldn't hold it anymore and she plunged a hand between her legs as she began to play with herself. But as she was doing this, Annabelle didn't notice the shower door open behind her. Why use your hand when you can have the real thing? Ash huskily said as he grabbed Annabelle's hand from behind. Annabelle whipped around and gasped, but was cut off when Ash smashed his lips against hers. After a minute the two separated and Annabelle looked at Ash with lust-filled eyes. Lemon start. Please, Ash, take me, Annabelle whispered in his ear. That's all Ash needed to hear. He then picked Annabelle up and pushed her back up against the wall of the shower. He wasted no time and pushed himself into Annabelle. Annabelle gasped at the sudden feeling of Ash inside her, and couldn't help but let a few moans escape from her mouth. Damn, Annabelle, you're just as tight as last night, Ash said between his thrusts. Ash, please just shut up and fuck me, Annabelle shouted. There's the confident and bossy side that I just love. So Ash just shut his trap and redoubled his efforts, slowly pushing Annabelle higher and higher up the wall. Annabelle's small breasts were slightly bouncing from Ash's powerful thrusts. Ash then took a nipple in his mouth and started to lightly bite and suck on it. This sudden jolt of pleasure made Annabelle let out a long and loud moan. Ash then let Annabelle down and quickly turned her around so her ass was facing him. He then quickly thrust himself back inside of Annabelle, getting back to his previous pace. Annabelle couldn't hold the moans that were escaping her lips at the pleasure that this new position was causing her to feel. After a few more minutes of intense pounding, Ash was reaching his limits. Annabelle, I'm about to come. Ash got out between grunts. Please, Ash, I'm so close, finish inside me, please. Annabelle moaned out. A few thrusts later, Ash's seed exploded inside Annabelle, sending her over the edge into her own orgasm. Ash then slowly pulled out, causing Annabelle to groan in displeasure. Lemon end. Well, I guess we should actually clean up now, Ash said as he scratched the back of his head. Annabelle only nodded and the two quickly actually started to get clean. A few minutes later, Ash walked out of the showers to see everyone standing grinning at him. How much of that did you guys hear? Ash nervously asked. Oh, about when Annabelle told you to quote, shut up and fuck her. From there we heard everything. May said, trying not to laugh at Ash's embarrassment. Ash just face-palmed in embarrassment, groaning as he walked back to his room. A minute after Ash went back to his room, Annabelle stepped out of the showers and saw everyone staring at her. What? Annabelle blushed at everyone's knowing stares. She didn't get an answer as she was dragged by the rest of Ash's girls to discuss what happened. A few hours later, our group is on their way to find a ride to Dewford Island for Ash's next battle. There are no boats around. How are we gonna get to Dewford Island now? Iris groaned as they continued to search for a ride. Suddenly Ash snapped his fingers. I know where we can go. Ash then took off with everyone else trying to keep up behind him. Oh, how could I forget about him? May said as she saw where they were heading. What are you talking about, May? Dawn asked as she caught up with May. You'll find out in a sec, Dawn, May said as she walked up to Ash. Hello, Mr. Briny, are you here? Ash said as he knocked on the man's door. Suddenly the door swung open to reveal Mr. Briny standing in front of Ash. He looked exactly the same, but now he had a cane to help him walk. Who the hell is calling me? Oh my, Ash, is that you? Mr. Briny then looked the grinning Ash up and down. He then noticed May standing by Ash. And May too. Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Briny then gave both of them a quick hug. Hey Mr. Briny, how have you been? Where is Pico? Ash then tried to look behind Briny to spot Pico. Oh, I've been terrific, Ash. And well, there's Pico now, he was out for a quick flight. Briny said, waving to Peko. Ash and May turned just in time to see a Polyper slam into them. Oh wow, Pico, you evolved, how cool. Ash said as he got up and petted Pico. Yeah, evolved a year ago as he defended the boat from the back of Sharpedo. It was quite the battle, my boy. So Ash, what can I do for you? Briny then turned to Ash, who was praising Pico for fighting off the Sharpedo. Wow, that's amazing, Pico. Well, Mr. Briny, me, Ovid, and my friends need a ride to Dewford Island. I'm challenging the gyms in Horn again, and that's our next stop. Ash then handed Pico to May, who started to talk to the Pokemon. Well, my boy, I would be more than happy to give you a lift. Everyone hop in and we'll be on our way. With that, everyone peeled into Briny's new caliper-shaped boat and they were off. After an uneventful few hours, the boat was a half hour off the coast of Dewford Island. Ash and May were standing on the bow of the ship watching the clouds fly by. Then he spotted a flock of Altaria and Swablu that almost blended in with the clouds. Wow, look at those Swablu and Altaria, you almost can't notice them. Ash said, pointing out the Pokemon to May. Suddenly one of the Altaria broke from the rest of the flock and started flying towards the boat. Eventually, after circling the boat for a minute, it landed in front of Ash and May. The Pokemon was eyeing Ash and May up and down. Suddenly Altaria's eyes widened and it started to nuzzle into May's chest. Well, that's weird, you don't see Pokemon do that to strangers very often. Wait, May, do you think that is the Swablu we helped when it couldn't fly? Ash then turned to May, who looked like she was thinking about something. Are you the Swablu that we helped? May looked at Altaria as it nodded its head. May just brought Altaria's head into her chest as she started to stroke its cloud-like feathers. Do you want to come with me, Altaria? Altaria looked up at May with wide eyes before it enthusiastically its head yes. May took out a Pokeball and tapped Altaria on the head. Well, May, looks like you have a new friend. I know all the flying types at Professor Juniper's lab will love to play with Altaria. Ash then pulled May into a loving hug. Okay, everyone, we're here, yelled Briny as the boat pulled to a stop next to the docks. Well, thanks for the ride, Briny, Ash said as everyone made their way off the boat. Anytime, my boy. With that, Briny turned around and headed for home. Pewter City Gym. Brock was just getting home after a long day of studying. Ever since Ash left, Brock has devoted almost all of his time to becoming a Pokemon doctor. But as Brock arrived at the gym's front door, he was surprised to see a package for him addressed from home. He took the package inside and opened it, finding a note, bracelet with a stone in it, and another stone. Brock decided to read the letter first. Hey Brocco, I just got a bunch of new Mega Evolution stones, and one of them caught my eye and made me think of you. Just put on that bracelet, give the stone to Swampert and press the stone in the bracelet. Don't think I'm doing this because I like you. I'm doing this because when we finally meet after all this time I want you to actually be a challenge. So I advise you to train, and train hard. Your old friend Ash. When Brock finished reading the letter he started to shake from fear. He then looked at the stone and bracelet and decided to see if they work. So Brock then went out back and tossed Swampert's Pokeball onto the large backyard. Okay Swampert, I want to try something, take this. Brock then handed Swampert the stone then placed the bracelet on his wrist. He then pressed the stone and Swampert was surrounded in a pink light. When the light died down Brock stared in awe at Swampert's new appearance. Wow, it looks like Swampert has been on steroids for Arceus' sake. After examining the new Swampert, Brock decided he had to do something. Well Swampert, I guess it's time to start training. Dewford Island. Ash was walking out of the Pokemon Center with a smug look on his face. Ash, what did you do? Flannery asked as she noticed his look. Oh, I just sent Brock a little present, Ash said as he continued walking towards the gym. What did you send him? Dawn asked, joining the conversation. Oh, I sent him a Megaring and a Megastone so Swampert could Mega Evolve. Ash said, turning around to face everyone. Why would you that, Ash? May said, very confused. Well, I wanted Brock to actually pose a challenge when I face him. Ash then turned around and continued walking towards the gym. After a few more minutes of walking, our group was standing outside the Dewford gym. Ah, the Dewford gym, this brings back memories, Ash said, closing his eyes. He reminisced. Oh, memories of you losing your first battle here. May teased behind Ash. Suddenly Ash spun around and stuck his tongue out at May before walking into the gym. As Ash walked into the gym he quickly spotted Brawly training with his Pokemon. Hey Brawly, it's me. Ash ran up to Brawly trying to get his attention. Ah, who are? Hey Ash, it's you. I'd recognize the hat and Pikachu anywhere. Brawly offered his hand for Ash to shake. Ash happily accepted and introduced everyone else to Brawly. Well Ash, as sweet as it was for you to drop by, there must be a reason for you to come here. You're right on that one Brawly, I'm here to challenge you to a gym battle. You see I'm re-challenging all my old leagues. Brawly shook his head chuckling. That sounds just like you Ash. Well how could I refuse, you're on. With that Brawly lead everyone to the battlefield. The official 2-on-2 battle between Brawly and Ash shall begin. Trainers reveal your first Pokemon. Brawly brought a Pokeball and grinned at Ash. Remember when this guy was just a little shrimp? Machamp, I need your strength. Brawly threw the ball and a giant 4-armed Machamp appeared in front of him. Wow, Machamp really grew up since we last saw him. Well Staraptor, I choose you. Ash threw his ball and Staraptor appeared circling around the battlefield waiting for its command. Machamp versus Staraptor. Battle begin. Okay, Staraptor started with Brave Bird. Staraptor then shot towards Machamp surrounded by blue flames. Catch it. Everyone gasped as Machamp used all 4 of its arms and grabbed Staraptor inches before the attack made contact. However, Machamp winced as the flames surrounding Staraptor burned his hands. I figured something like this might happen, so I taught Staraptor a new move. Staraptor used echoed voice. Staraptor grinned before it opened its beak and unleashed a deafening screech right in Machamp's face, causing its grip on Staraptor to loosen slightly. Now Staraptor, just like against Gastrodon, used close combat to break free. Staraptor then started to claw, kick, and peck Machamp until it released him. Wow, that was a good strategy, Ash. Now Machamp used Smackdown. Machamp then clapped its hands together and several large rocks came crashing down on top of Staraptor, sending it crashing to the ground. Come Staraptor, you can do it, I believe in you. Staraptor with intense struggle managed to get to its feet and back into the air. Gotta finish this now. Staraptor, we gotta finish this now, use aerial ace. In the blink of an eye Staraptor was flying towards Machamp at an incredible speed. Machamp used dynamic punch. Machamp reared its fist back and tried to punch Staraptor, but Staraptor dodged the attack at the last second and crashed into Machamp. As the smoke died down, Machamp was on its back with swirls in its eyes, while Staraptor was heavily panting. Machamp can no longer continue. Staraptor wins. Brawly returned Machamp whispering praise to his Pokemon. Now my best Pokemon. Hariyama, come on out. Brawly threw his ball and Hariyama appeared taking a battle stance. Wait Brawly, I forfeit Staraptor, there's no way he can continue going. Brawly nodded and Ash returned Staraptor and brought out his next Pokemon. Okay, I haven't used this guy very much, especially since he just started training Luna. But I figured he would like the chance to battle. Alakazam, I choose you. Ash threw his ball and Alakazam appeared analyzing the situation. Hariyama versus Alakazam. Battle begin. Wasting no time, Ash pulled down his sleeve revealing his Megaring. He quickly pressed it and Alakazam was engulfed in pink light. When it died down, Alakazam was now floating in a meditating position. Alakazam now sported a red gem on his head with a long flowing beard and 5 spoons in front of him. Okay, Mega Alakazam used Psychic. Alakazam only grunted before it picked Hariyama up with its massive psychic powers and threw him into the floor multiple times. After about 5 times, Hariyama reached out its hands and stopped itself from being slammed into the ground. Then with massive willpower it stood up and broke free from Alakazam's Psychic. Very impressive breaking free of Alakazam's Psychic. Now used Dazzling Gleam. Alakazam then lifted its spoons and produced a blinding pink light that hit Hariyama, sending it skidding back. Now finish it with Focus Blast. Before it had a chance to block or dodge, Alakazam formed a sphere of pure energy and shot it at Hariyama. The attack hit Hariyama full force, sending Hariyama to the ground with swirls in its eyes. Hariyama is unable to continue, since all Brawly's Pokemon are unable to battle. Ash wins. Brawly was stunned he didn't even land a single hit on Alakazam. Don't be too upset, Brawly. Alakazam has never been hit by an attack before. This made everyone's eyes shoot open. Oh yeah, not one attack has ever hit Alakazam, and I intend to keep it that way. Ash then walked up to Brawly and shook his hand before leaving and heading back to the Pokemon Center. Dewford Pokemon Center the next morning. Ash was eating breakfast when suddenly Sylvan burst into the cafeteria. Ash, you need to get outside now, there are 3 legendary Pokemon looking for you. Ash bolted up and ran outside. When he was outside the center, Ash gasped at the Pokemon in front of him. Azelf, Mesprit, Uxie. Azelf, Mesprit, Uxie, it's you guys. Ash could barely contain his excitement as he saw the 3 Pokemon that helped him save Sinnoh. Hello Ash, it's great to see you again, Azelf said floating up to Ash. Dawn, Mesprit yelled and enveloped Dawn in a hug. Mesprit, it's so good to see you again, Dawn said, returning Mesprit's hug. Then Dawn and Ash noticed Uxie looking around as if he were searching for something. Ash, Dawn, where is Brock? Uxie asked, floating over to the both of them. Ash sighed and looked at Uxie. Oh well Uxie, this is what happened. Ash then proceeded to tell Uxie of Brock's betrayal. Uxie kept quiet during the explanation and it slightly worried Ash and Dawn. I see, I guess I was wrong to trust Brock then. Uxie then turned to face towards Sylvan. I don't know what it is, but you remind me of Brock, you have very similar auras. What is your name? Oh, my name is Sylvan, I'm a Pokemon connoisseur from Streatham City in Unova. I'm also one of Streatham City's gym leaders, Sylvan said with a bow. Is he also a good cook? Uxie asked, turning towards Ash. Oh, you bet he is. I would say he's even better than Brock, Ash said, flashing Uxie a smile. This surprised Uxie. Even though he wasn't with Brock very long, he did manage to taste his cooking and it was fantastic. I see, Sylvan, I have a request to ask of you. Sure, anything for you, Uxie, Sylvan said, surprised. I wish to travel with you as your Pokemon. You remind of Brock in so many ways, and since I know I can no longer trust him, I'm hoping you might be the one to replace that broken trust. Everyone was silent for a moment before Sylvan spoke up. I would be honored to try and mend that broken trust. Sylvan then pulled out a Pokeball. Sylin Wade used this instead. Dawn won for you as well. Ash then reached in his bag and handed Sylin and Dawn a cherished ball. Thank you very much, Ash. Sylin then tapped Yuxi on the head and he was sucked inside the ball. Burgundy then walked up to Sylin and gave him a kiss and congratulated him. Ash, I understand Sylin, but why one for me? Dawn asked confused. Ash simply pointed and before Dawn could fully turn around, Mesprit had tapped the ball and was sucked inside in a flash of red. Dawn simply stared at the ball wide-eyed. Wow, I caught Mesprit. I caught Mesprit. Dawn then started to dance around holding the cherished ball to her chest. Thank you, Ash. Dawn then gave Ash a quick hug and kiss. Okay, Azul, you're up. Ash then tossed the ball up in the air and Azul floated up to it and tapped it, getting sucked inside. The ball pinged on its way down and Ash caught it, smiling. Well guys, that sure was interesting, but before we head to Moss Deep City I want to do one quick thing. Sylin, Dawn please release Mesprit and Yuxi. Okay, they both said and released the two Pokemon. Now gather around close. Now May when I say so press this button. Ash then released Azul and handed May his X-Transceiver then ran over to Sylin and Dawn. Sure Ash, whenever you're ready. May then stood in front of Sylin, Ash, and Dawn. Okay now May. Then May pressed the button and a flash went off. Ash, what did you do? Iris asked, getting an idea of what he was doing. Oh, I was just gonna send old Brocco one last quick gift. Ash then took back his X-Transceiver and pressed a few buttons. On done. Brock should be getting that anytime soon. Well Ash, you ready to get going? Flannery asked walking up behind him. Yup, let me go get Brinny and we'll be off to Moss Deep. Ash then walked off and found Brinny in a local bar talking with a few people and laughing. Hey Brinny, you ready to go? Ash said putting his hand on Brinny's shoulder. Huh, what oh sure Ash, let's get going, I was just talking about some of my adventures at sea. Brinny then said goodbye to everyone at the table and left without paying his tab. Hey Brinny, why the hell are you giggling? Ash asked as they walked onto the docks towards the ship. Oh, you'll see in a sec, boy. As if on cue the owner of the bar ran out and started yelling obscenities and chasing after them. What did you do, old man? Burgundy asked as everyone hurried onto the boat. Oh, I didn't pay my tab, Brinny said as they took off. How much was it? Ash asked. Oh, it was just 600. Brinny nearly whispered the last part. $600. What the hell, man? Ash yelled. Hey, an old man has got the ladies' attention somehow, Brinny said laughing as he sped the boat up and they took off towards Moss Deep City. 5 hours later, Moss Deep City. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Moss Deep City. Brinny then docked the boat and everyone got off. Well, let's get a room at the Pokemon Center and in the morning we can go to my gym battle. Ash then led everyone towards the center, but before he walked in the front doors his X-Transceiver vibrated. Looks like sent a reply for the picture I sent. Ash then grinned as he read the message. You bastard, when I see you and Sylin you were both going to get it. You better train and train hard, because when I see you Ash you are gonna regret ever sending that picture. Ash just kept up his grin as he typed his response. Fine Brock challenge accepted, you better be ready for me, and you better put up a decent fight. Ash pushed send and turned his X-Transceiver off. Okay everyone get some rest, I have an early gym battle in the morning. Everyone nodded and got to their rooms. The next morning, our group was standing outside the Moss Deep gym. I'm ready you guys, let's head inside. With that everyone walked inside the gym. When Ash walked into the gym he immediately spotted Tate and Liza talking to each other. Hey Tate, Liza, how are you guys? Oh why it's Ash. We are doing great, how are you Ash? Tate asked. Ash noticed that Tate was significantly taller now, and he had his hair down instead of in a bun. Liza was taller, but a lot shorter than Tate. Her hair was in a ponytail now instead of a bun. I'm doing fine you guys, but I'm not here for to catch up, I'm here to challenge you guys to a gym battle. Ash proclaimed. Hey, we figured as much. So everyone please follow me to the battlefield, let's get this match started. Liza then led everyone to the battlefield. When they reached the battlefield Sylin spotted several Baltoy floating around the field. Excuse me Tate, why are there Baltoy floating around the field? Oh you'll see Ash, you ready? Tate asked turning to face Ash. I'm always ready Tate, so start this off. When he heard this Tate nodded and gave a signal to the Baltoy. Suddenly the battlefield was turned into a zero-gravity environment, and everyone but Ash, Tate, and Liza was slightly floating. Everyone was startled by this except May who was expecting this from the last time she was here. Wow, this is awesome, Iris exclaimed as she started to float around. The official 2-on-2 battle between Ash the Challenger and Tate and Liza will begin. Trainers reveal your Pokemon. Tate and Liza both nodded and released their Pokemon. Lunatone, come on out. Solrock, I need you. Both Liza and Tate's Pokemon appeared floating in front of them ready to battle. Ash had a wicked grin on his face and he silently released his two Pokemon. In front of Tate and Liza floated two menacing Pokemon. One was a Gengar sporting a massive grin as it eyed his opponents. The other was the pitch-black Pokemon Darkrai itself glaring at its opposition. The official was taken surprise by the Pokemon in front of him, but he regained his composure and started the match. Lunatone and Solrock versus Gengar and Darkrai. Battle began. Ash wasted no time and pulled down his sleeve revealing his Megaring. He then pressed the stone and Gengar was surrounded by pink light. When the light dissipated Gengar was much larger. His legs were replaced by two large arms which he balanced on. He also had an extra eye in the middle of his head. Gengar used Shadow Ball and Darkrai used Dark Pulse. Both Pokemon charged the attacks and launched them at their targets. Lunatone managed to dodge the Shadow Ball, but Solrock was unable to dodge the fast-moving Dark Pulse and was sent flying back several feet. When Solrock composed itself Darkrai was already in its face. Now Darkrai finished it with Focus Blast. Darkrai charged the attack and hit Solrock point blank sending it crashing into the ground knocked out. Darkrai back off let Gengar finish Lunatone. Darkrai seemed a little upset at this but begrudgingly backed off. Lunatone used Ice Beam. Lunatone launched the attack at Gengar, but the attack was rushed and only clipped Gengar hitting one of his arms. Gengar used Lick. Gengar vanished for a moment, but reappeared behind Lunatone grinning like a madman. When Lunatone turned to face Gengar it got a nice long lick across the face. The attack didn't do much damage, but it did paralyze Lunatone. Nice job, it got paralyzed. Now Gengar finished this with Shadow Punch. Gengar used its unfrozen arm and launched a ghostly punch from underneath Lunatone that sent it crashing into the ceiling. When Lunatone fell from the ceiling it had swirls in its eyes. Lunatone and Solrock are unable to battle. Ash is the winner. Tate and Liza returned their Pokemon and turned off the zero gravity. Well Ash, I thought you were good before, but now you just simply destroyed us. Liza said extending your hand. I knew if I used speed and threw off your teamwork I could easily take out one of your Pokemon. Ash said shaking both their hands. Well your strategy worked. Your Pokemon were so quick it really threw off our teamwork, so well done indeed. Thanks for the battle guys, but we gotta get going, only one more gym to go before I can re-enter the Hoenn League. With that Ash and everyone else waved goodbye to Tate and Liza and left for Sootopolis City. So Ash, how are we gonna get to Sootopolis City? Dawn asked. There's no easy way to get there so we are gonna have to fly there. Don't worry it's not too far away, only about a 2-hour flight by Pokemon. Ash then released several of his flying types. Okay everyone pick one and we'll be off. With that everyone picked a Pokemon and they flew off towards Sootopolis. 30 minutes away from Sootopolis. Ash was leading the group of flying Pokemon towards Sootopolis City. Guys, we should be there in like 30 minutes. Everyone looked relieved. It may not have been a long flight but it sure was a taxing one. Ash turned to look forward when something caught his eye. Looking off into the distance Ash saw a very large shadow flying among the clouds. I wonder what that could be. Suddenly the shadow got closer and became more defined. Ash's eyes widened as he started to realize what was creating the shadow. No, it can't be. Suddenly the clouds next to Ash burst open and from them flew the legendary Rayquaza. Everyone was terrified as the massive Pokemon started flying next to Ash. Why hello Chosen One, it has been a very long time, Rayquaza said in a rather soothing voice. Huh, what are you doing here, Rayquaza? Ash said, still very terrified. This Pokemon could easily destroy him in a second if he pissed it off. Well, I'm here to join you, of course. You have undoubtedly caught a few of my fellow legends already, so I wish to join you on your quest. Ash was absolutely stunned by this. Wait, if you are joining me, does that mean Groudon and Kyogre are gonna join me as well? Not yet, Chosen One. You may be trusted with the power of many of us legends, but Arceus doesn't think you're ready to have control over the Pokemon that control the ocean and the land. The same goes for Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. All of them wish to join you, but you just aren't ready for that type of power just yet. Ash could barely form a coherent sentence. Some of the world's most powerful legends wish to join him. Don't worry, Rayquaza, I will grow strong enough to be able to control their power. So Ash, will you allow me to join you? Of course, how could I refuse? When we land, I will capture you. Ash turned to see everyone staring at him with mouths wide open. He simply grinned and shrugged his shoulders, turning back to Rayquaza. Sorry about them, they're just a little surprised a Pokemon with your power wants to join me. Of course I want to join you, Ash. All us legends do. You have proven yourself more than capable to control us, and we know you would never abuse our power. The only legends you may have a problem with are Thundurus, Landorus, and Tornadus. They are a rowdy bunch. You may have to beat them in a battle to prove your strength to them. Ash nodded as his mind was racing from the new information he had just learned. Sutopolis Pokemon Center 30 minutes later. Ash and everyone landed in front of the Pokemon Center with Rayquaza landing shortly after. But a Pokemon as large as Rayquaza doesn't go unnoticed, and soon a small crowd had gathered around Rayquaza. So you ready? Ash asked. Rayquaza nodded and Ash tapped his head with a cherished ball. Everyone in the crowd gasped as the massive Pokemon was captured without a fight. When Ash looked at the people staring at him with bewilderment, one face stuck out. It was the face of the Sutopolis gym leader. Hey Juan, how are you doing? Ash asked as if nothing had happened. Wah, how? How did you just catch Rayquaza without a fight? Juan managed to say with his mouth agape. Well, I've helped numerous legendary Pokemon throughout my travels, and many legends are grateful for my help, so they wish to join me and have me as their trainer. Some of the other legends have observed my actions and have deemed me worthy to wield their power, as they know I will not abuse their immense power. However, there are a few legends I'm not yet ready to wield as their power is too immense, but when I'm stronger I will have them join my team. Ash explained. Juan had a look of bewilderment on his face. What legends can't you control yet, Ash? It's not that I can't control them, it's just I'm not mature enough to be able to wield that type of power. And to answer your question on which Pokemon, an example would Hoenn's own Groudon and Kyogre. They both wish to assist me, but their power is just too immense for me to wield at this point. Ash noticed Juan's look and started to chuckle lightly. Ash, is there any legend who doesn't want to join you? Juan asked, still in shock. Well, yes and no. Thundurus, Landorus, and Tornadus want to join me, but I must defeat them in battle to prove I'm worthy to capture them. Hell, even Arceus himself said that one day he may eventually join my team. Ash noticed everyone go wide-eyed at this. Oh, did I forget to mention that? Wait, Ash, did you just say that Arceus one day may be your Pokemon? May asked, shocked to her core. Well, yes, I'm the chosen one after all. Arceus himself said that when I'm ready he will join me as my Pokemon. I need to sit down. Juan said, sitting down, letting the information he just learned process in his head. Well, don't get too comfy, Juan, because I challenge you to a gym battle. Ash exclaimed, pointing to Juan. Juan looked up and saw the fire in Ash's eyes and a smile spread across his face. You're on, Ash, but for the love of Arceus, please don't use that monster you just caught against me. Juan visibly paled as he imagined having to battle Rayquaza. Suddenly the cherished ball Ash used for Rayquaza burst open and the massive Pokemon appeared snarling at Juan. What did you call me, you little runt? Rayquaza roared as he glared at Juan. When he heard Rayquaza's words, Juan started visibly shaking. Oh, I didn't say anything. Juan screamed, covering his face with his hands. That's what I thought. If I ever even think you're bad-mouthing me, I'll make you wish you were never born. With that, Rayquaza returned to his ball, leaving Juan a shaking mess. Ash just stood scratching the back of his head nervously. Well, that was interesting. Juan the first believe we have a gym battle. Juan just nervously nodded and led the group towards the gym. Sutopolis Gym. The official 5-on-5 battle between Juan and the challenger Ash will begin. Trainers, reveal your first Pokemon. Juan took 2 Pokeballs from his belt and the Pokemon inside them. Walrein, Seeking, come on out. Both aquatic Pokemon materialized on the in-the-water battlefield. And you want to use the same Pokemon as last time? Okay, I'm game 1. Pikachu, Glalie, I choose you. Pikachu hopped off Ash's shoulder and landed on one of the floating platforms. Ash threw Glalie's Pokeball and the Pokemon appeared floating next to Pikachu. Seeking and Walrein versus Pikachu and Glalie. Battle begin. Seeking dived in the water. Walrein aimed for Pikachu and used Ice Ball. Seeking dove into the water and awaited commands, while Walrein formed a small ball of ice and launched it at Pikachu. Since it was the first Ice Ball, it was small and underpowered. Pikachu easily dodged the attack by jumping out of the way. Juan, did you forget Glalie is an ice type and Pikachu is an electric type? Ash said to a confused Juan. Why does that matter, Ash? Juan asked, confused at his statement. Oh, just this. Pikachu used Thunder on the water. Glalie, when Thunder is overused, Ice Beam on the water to freeze it. Pikachu jumped off the platform he was on and launched a massive Thunder attack hitting the water. The electricity coursed through the water, hitting the waiting Seeking. Just as Seeking was about to resurface, Glalie fired his Ice Beam and froze the half of the water battlefield solid, effectively freezing Seeking in the ice. Juan was stunned by the move. What a brilliant strategy. He changed the battlefield to his favor and he knocked one of my Pokemon. Amazing. Juan then reached for another Pokeball. He'd have to thaw out Seeking later. Whiscash, come on out. The large catfish-like Pokemon appeared in the water next to Walrein, ready to battle. Pikachu, take a break. Swallow, I choose you. Pikachu thanked his trainer, because the Thunder attack it just used really drained its energy. Swallow appeared and instantly recognized Whiscash from their previous battle. Walrein used Ice Ball on Swallow. Whiscash used Scald on Glalie. Walrein charged another Ice Ball. This one was larger and moved slightly slower, while Whiscash sprayed a stream of steaming water at Glalie. Swallow managed to easily dodge the Ice Ball. Glalie wasn't as lucky and the boiling water hit him as he tried to dodge. The attack didn't do too much damage, but Glalie was hit with a nasty burn. Damn, I was really hoping Glalie wouldn't get burned, but I guess luck actually wasn't on my side there. Ash sighed as he watched Glalie yell in pain as he was hit by the burn. Swallow used Air/Walrein. Glalie fight through the pain and used Blizzard Whiscash. Swallow flew into the air and with a flap of its wings launched a powerful flying type move at Walrein, while Glalie opened its move and spewed a massive blizzard at Whiscash. Walrein was far too slow to dodge the attack, so it braced itself and took it head on. Whiscash tried to dodge the blizzard, but was hit as it tried to dive under a platform, freezing the back part of its body, immobilizing it. Shit, Whiscash can't move anymore. This isn't good. Juan looked at his immobilized Pokemon inside. Whiscash used Hyper Beam on Glalie. Walrein Ice Ball on Swallow again. Whiscash with great effort faced Glalie and fired, and Walrein created an even larger Ice Ball that was getting harder to dodge. Swallow used Aerial Ace to dodge, then used Steel Wing on Walrein. Glalie used Euro Ball to deflect the attack and used Ice Beam on Whiscash. Swallow zoomed past the Ice Ball and its wings started to glow right before it crashed into Walrein, knocking into the water. Glalie started to glow as it spun at an extremely fast rate, neutralizing the Hyper Beam. Then Glalie stopped spinning and hit the unmoving Whiscash with a powerful Ice Beam, knocking it out. Juan returned Whiscash before he threw out his next Pokemon. Lovest, come on out. The small Pokemon looked unfazed as it faced its intimidating opponents. Oh, I've been waiting for this, Glalie returned. This guy has been waiting for this rematch for a very long time. Sceptile, I choose you. Sceptile appeared on the platform in front of Ash, then it spotted Lovest. Sceptile's whole demeanor changed when it saw the small heart-shaped Pokemon. He looked as if he was ready to kill the tiny Pokemon. Gee, Sceptile still hasn't gotten over that lose. Ash then noticed Sceptile pointing towards Ash's wrist. Are you serious? You're that pissed you want to use that? Sceptile eagerly nodded. Ash just sighed and pushed the stone on his measuring. Wah, what is happening to his Sceptile? Juan watched in surprise and fear as he watched the Sceptile in front of his change into an entirely different Pokemon. I'm so screwed. Juan then noticed that now Luvdisc was shaking under the glare that Sceptile was giving it. Swallow finish of Walrein with aerial ace, and let Sceptile fight Luvdisc one-on-one. Swallow nodded and took it at Walrein with incredible speed. Walrein quick use Ice Ball again. Walrein started to create the now massive ball of ice. Walrein just barely launched the attack before Swallow was within attacking range, but to everyone's amazement instead of dodging Swallow went headlong through the massive ball of ice and Swallow crashed through the ice ball and collided with Walrein creating a mini explosion. When the smoke died down both Pokemon were knocked. Everyone watching the battle had the same thought. Holy shit, that was awesome. Ash returned Swallow with a massive smile on his face. Swallow that was by far one of the most badass things I've ever seen. Good job. Ash could swear he felt Swallow give him a cheeky grin from inside the ball. Okay Sceptile, we're gonna try this again, and this time don't underestimate your opponent. Ash then took a seat to watch the battle. This confused Juan. Ash, what are you doing? Oh, Sceptile is gonna try battling without my command. We've tried it a few times, and it works fairly well when Sceptile isn't trying to be a show-off, that is. Ash then gave Sceptile a smirk. Oh, okay then, whatever you say, Juan said, still confused. Sceptile grinned as it waited for Luvdisc to make the first move. Luvdisc started IFF with Aqua Jet. Luvdisc surrounded itself in water before it took off towards Sceptile like a bullet. Sceptile, however, made no attempt to dodge the attack, he simply stood his ground. When Luvdisc was only a few feet away, Sceptile reached out and caught the speeding Pokemon as if it were nothing. Sceptile then gave Luvdisc an evil grin as he thought of ways to get revenge. Sceptile, remember what I said, don't underestimate your opponent and damn it, no showing off. Ash said, giving Sceptile a look that said he was serious. Sceptile nodded and returned to the task at hand. He decided to start it strong. Sceptile threw Luvdisc into the air and hit it onto the frozen section of the field with a powerful leaf blade. As Luvdisc lay flopping on its side, Sceptile kept up his assault, hitting Luvdisc with a powerful slam attack, destroying most of the frozen water. As Luvdisc regained its composure in the water, Sceptile launched its last attack. Sceptile gathered energy in its mouth and launched a powerful energy ball, hitting Luvdisc and sending across the battlefield, landing unconscious next to Juan. Great job, Sceptile, you stayed calm and didn't underestimate your opponent. Plus you didn't show off too much. Ash returned Sceptile and waited for Juan to continue. Thank Arceus he put that Sceptile away, that thing was scary. Juan then reached for his last Pokemon. Melodic showed them their beauty. Melodic appeared and everyone gazed in wonder at the majestic Pokemon. Wow, what a beautiful Pokemon, but I think mine is still more beautiful. Ash commented. What, you believe your Melodic is more beautiful than mine? Juan all but yelled. If I get the chance I'll bring her with me next time and we can compare both their beauty. Ash looked and noticed the daydreaming faces of May and Dawn as they imagined using Ash's Melodic in their contest, but Ash had told them his Melodic was off limits for contests. Fine, next time we meet we will compare them. Now Ash, bring out your next Pokemon. Juan said, refocusing on the battle. Okay Juan, let's go. This guy hasn't battled in a while so I know he'll be itching for a fight. Crawdont, I choose you. The massive lobster-like Pokemon landed on the platform, but immediately tackled Ash. Crawdont may have been big and menacing, but he still kept his playful side. When Crawdont was done crushing Ash, he returned to his platform ready to battle. Melodic versus Crawdont. Battle begin. Melodic used Twister. Melodic started rotating its tail, creating a mini tornado which started to lift up Crawdont. Just what I thought he would do. Ash then smirked and nodded at Crawdont who stopped flailing inside the Twister. Crawdont used Protect, then on your way down use Crabhammer. When Crawdont erected the protective barrier it immediately started to descend. A few feet above Melodic, Crawdont charged up a Crabhammer and brought it down on Melodic's head. Melodic was momentarily stunned by the attack, but quickly recovered. Melodic used Hail, then used Safeguard. Melodic unleashed a scream towards the sky and Hail started to pelt both Pokemon. Then Melodic's body started to glow gold as Safeguard took effect. He's trying to stall me out. Smart move. Ash thought as he tried to quickly come up with a strategy. You want to try and stall me out, Juan? Well, I can play the same game. Crawdont used Toxic. Crawdont opened its claws and spewed a toxic brown sludge that coated Melodic, poisoning it. Damn it, he figured me out so fast. Juan thought in a panic as he watched Melodic pant and heave as it was pelted with hail and hit with the effects of the poison. Crawdont finished this up with Sludge Wave. Crawdont again opened its claws, but this time a large amount of the same brown sludge was launched, forming a wave of the toxic material. Melodic cut through it with Hydro Pump. Melodic launched for the attack, but it was severely weakened because of Melodic's current condition. The Hydro Pump managed to pierce the Sludge Wave. Toxic Wave simply rolled over the weakened attack and hit Melodic. When the attack hit Melodic was momentarily lost in the sea of sludge, but after a few moments Melodic was spotted on the ground unconscious. Melodic is unable to battle, since all of the leader's Pokemon are unable to continue, the winner is Ash. A smile crossed Ash's face as he returned Crawdont and walked over to Juan. That was an intense battle, Ash. Juan said, shaking Ash's hand. You bet, Juan. Besides Norman, your gym was the most challenging. Ash smiled as he released Juan's hand. Well, from you that is a great compliment. I'll be rooting for you in the Evergrande Conference, Ash. Juan then waved to Ash as he started towards the Pokemon Center to heal his Pokemon. Thanks, Juan, that means a lot. I'll try to drop by and visit soon. Ash then turned to face his group. Well guys, it's time to take on the Evergrande Conference. Let's go. With that, Ash bolted out of the gym with everyone else on his heels. 1 month later, Evergrande Conference. You ready, Ash? Dawn said, coming up behind Ash as he got ready for the opening ceremonies. Oh, I'm beyond ready, Dawn. I'm ready to take this tournament by storm. Ash says, full of passion and excitement. Well, we all believe in you, Ash. Dawn then hugs Ash. Just then the door opens and the rest of Ash's girls walk in. Hey girls, what are you doing here? Well, we're here to wish you luck. Iris says, running up to Ash. Suddenly Ash is pulled into a group hug with all his girls. Thanks, girls. It's because of you I've made it this far. I love you all. Ash then puts on his cap and lets Pikachu on his shoulder before leaving for the ceremony. Fireworks exploded in the air, and music blared as Wallace, the Hoenn champion, gave his speech. After his short, but inspiring speech, the first round matches were announced. Ash watched all the trainers were matched. Then suddenly his picture appeared and a smirk spread across his face as he noticed who he was facing. Oh Trick, we meet in the first round again, but this time I won't just beat you, I'll utterly destroy you. Ash thought as he clutched Luna's Pokeball. Pallet Town. Delia Ketchum was on her couch watching the Hoenn Evergrande Conference. Ever since Ash had disappeared she couldn't bring herself to watch League Tournament anymore, because they reminded her of her son. She knew her son was out there somewhere in the world, but she hadn't seen or heard from in almost 4 years. But out of nowhere she got a letter mailed from Hoenn asking her to watch the Evergrande Conference that year. She didn't want to watch it, but she had a feeling that she would finally get to see her son if she watched. Ash, please be there, I haven't seen you in so long. Delia said as she watched the first few matches, but not seeing Ash. She was about to give up and stop watching when suddenly the last match of the day was announced. It's really him, my little boy. Delia let a few tears escape her eyes as she watched her son walk to his side of the field ready to face his opponent. Evergrande Conference. So back from the boonies I see. Trick called out as he watched Ash tightly grasping his Pokeball. Ash growled before he responded. I'm not just gonna beat you, Trick. I'm gonna make you regret your past actions. I have a promise to fulfill. Trick raised an eyebrow at Ash's comment. Fine, whatever you say, Ketchum. Things won't play out like last time. The official one-on-one battle between Trip of Movement Town and Ash of Palette will begin. Trainers reveal your Pokemon. You ready to taste defeat? Catch him. Superior time to end this. Trip threw his ball and his starter Pokemon appeared ready to battle. Ash rolled his eyes. Seriously, Trip, do you use any other Pokemon? You use Superior so much it's ridiculous. Oh well, fine. Musharna time to get revenge. Ash threw his ball and the drowsing Pokemon Musharna appeared floating. Musharna let out a low growl as it spotted Trip. Flashback. Ash was in the locker room waiting for his battle to start. He pulled out a moonstone that he had been saving for Luna. Ash then released the Pokemon as it looked around slightly confused as to why it was let out. Ash, what did it? Well, Luna, it's finally happened. We're going up against Trip. Luna's eyes filled with a fiery anger as she heard her old trainer's name. Then her head suddenly dropped. Ash, do you really think I'm ready to face him? You're more than ready, Luna. You've been training non-stop with my other psychic types. Hell, even Sabrina helped you train you. Luna perked up at Ash's words, but it didn't last long and her head dropped again. I don't know, Ash. I'm just not feeling very confident. Well, Luna, I have something that might help you with that. Ash then showed Luna the moonstone. Luna's eyes went wide when she saw the stone. Is that what I think it is? You bet. It's a moonstone. This should help with your confidence. Luna smiled and let Ash touch her with the stone. Suddenly Luna was surrounded in a bright white light. When the light died down, Luna was replaced by Musharna. Wow, Ash, I feel so much more powerful. See, what did I tell you? Now let's get out there and show Trip just how wrong he was to let you go. Just then the official came in and called Ash to the field. Well, Musharna, let's do this. Back in the present. Trip was confused at the revenge part, but then he saw it. That was the Luna he had released a few months ago. So you found that reject, did you? Well then, this should be an easy fight. Oh, we'll see about that, Trip. I'll let you have the first move. Trip growled at Ash's words. Superior, use Leer. Superior grinned and launched a red ghostly version of its eyes at Musharna. Musharna disappeared, then used Dazzling Gleam. As Leer was about to hit, Musharna simply vanished. Suddenly Musharna appeared behind Superior and hit Superior with a powerful Dazzling Gleam, sending Superior flying. Whoa, what the hell just happened? Trip asked awestruck. Well, Musharna has been training almost non-stop with my Alakazam and other powerful psychic types. Let me just tell you, my Alakazam has never once been hit by an attack. Normal Musharna aren't very fast, but thanks to its training, Musharna is even faster than your Superior. That's what can happen if you care for a Pokemon and give it proper training. Trip was enraged at this revelation. Superior get up and use Frenzy Plant. Superior reared up and slammed its body onto the ground, sending up a flurry of massive plants straight towards Musharna. Disappear again, and use a Psychic and Rock Tomb combo. As the plants neared, Musharna again seemed to vanish. I got you this time. Superior turned around and used Leaf Blade. Superior spun around ready to attack, but to Trip, surprise, Musharna appeared. Then he looked up and saw Musharna floating above Superior. Look out above you, Superior. But it was too late. Superior was lifted up into the air by Musharna's Psychic. Musharna spun Superior around and looked him right in the face, giving him an angry glare. This is for being a dick when I was Trip's Pokemon. Suddenly Musharna slammed Superior into the ground, creating a crater. Then Musharna materialized several rocks and encased Superior in the rock tomb. Now Musharna finished this with Giga Impact. Musharna nodded and flew towards the rock tomb surrounded by powerful energy. Then Musharna crashed into the rock tomb with the full power behind the Giga Impact, creating a massive explosion, sending rock and debris everywhere. When the dust settled, Musharna was floating over and knocked out Superior at the bottom of the crater. Superior can no longer continue. The victor is Ash of Pallet Town. Trip sunk to his knees and hung his head as he watched Ash be declared the victor. Seeing this, Ash walked over and stuck his hand out for Trip to take. Now Trip, you can either take my hand and we can put this all behind us and move on. I might even forgive you for your betrayal. Or you can sit here and sulk over your loss and past mistakes. Trip looked up at Ash with hate-filled eyes. He then suddenly swatted Ash's hand away and stormed off the field, leaving his inert Superior in the crater. To think I actually respected you after our last battle. Ash shook his head and looked towards the injured Pokemon. Ash walked over to Superior and knelt down by its head. The Pokemon looked up at him with fear in its eyes. Trip has been mistreating you, hasn't he? Ash said, clenching his fists. Superior slowly nodded his head. Ash then stood up and took off after Trip. Outer Stadium. Trip was heading to his room to pack and leave. He was fuming after his battle with Ash. Trip was just exiting the stadium when he heard someone running behind him. Trip, you son of a bitch. Ash then ran up to Trip and grabbed him by his collar. What the fuck is wrong with you? First you abandon a Pokemon in the woods, then you leave your injured starter Pokemon in a fucking crater. Now I find out you've been mistreating the same Pokemon. Ash seeing red as he yelled in Trip's face. Trip started to laugh. Why do care, catch them? They're my Pokemon. I can do anything I want with them. With that, Ash snapped and punched Trip right in the face, breaking his nose. Then he gave Trip a good kick to the stomach as he held his nose in pain. They aren't you property. They are you friends, your family. Ash then released Mewtwo. Take this trash to the hospital, and make sure he never hurts any Pokemon again. Mewtwo grinned and nodded, but right before they left, Ash stopped them. Wait, one more thing. Ash then reached onto Trip's belt and took Superior's Pokeball and smashed it on the ground. You don't deserve an amazing Pokemon like him. Ash then walked back into the stadium, hearing a scream in the distance. Back in the stadium. Ash returned to the crater and found Superior still lying in it. He walked up to the Pokemon with a smile on his face. Well, Superior, I've got good news. Trip will never hurt you again. Superior smiled as he heard this and tears of joy fell from his eyes. Ash then held up a Pokeball. Superior, you have a choice to make. I can heal you up and let you go into the wild. Or you can be my Pokemon. I will treat you like family and make you even stronger than you already are. Plus, I bet my Superior would love to have you around. Ash gave Superior a wink as a blush spread across its face. Oh, do you have a crush on my Superior? Superior his its face behind its tail. I'll take that as a yes then. Ash said with a smile on his face. After a few minutes, Superior made up its mind. Superior wrapped its tail around Ash's arm, guided the Pokeball to his body. When the ball hit, Superior was sucked inside with a flash of red. The ball shook twice before it pinged. When this happened, the crowd erupted in cheers. Ash looked towards the screen and saw that his meeting with Trip was being broadcasted on the screens. Suddenly, an officer, Jenny, walked up to Ash. He expected cuffs, so he stuck his arms out ready to be arrested. But he was surprised when Jenny started chuckling. Oh, don't worry, Ash, you aren't in trouble. In fact, Trip is the one who is in trouble. When we find him, he is getting his trainer's license revoked. We were gonna arrest him for what he did, but we feel what you did to him was worse than jail time. Good job, kid. Jenny then patted Ash's shoulder before walking off, leaving Ash to bask in the crowd's cheers. 3 days later. The next few days had been rather uneventful. Ash had swept his battles against no-name trainers, but now he was in the finals. He was sitting in the lobby of the Pokemon Center waiting for his opponent to be announced. Suddenly, the screen in front of him started to broadcast the matchup for the finals. As his opponent appeared on the screen, Ash couldn't help but grin. Well, Max, I hope you're ready for our rematch. Next day, main battlefield. Max stood lightly shaking as he watched Ash step into his trainer box. Oh, Arceus, Ash, please have mercy on me. Max thought as Ash grinned at him. I hope you're ready, Max, because I've wanted a real match against you for a while now. Ash said, looking at the shaking Max. I'm ready, Ash, but please for Pokemon's sake don't use the Pokemon you used last time we battled. Max said as he remembered their last battle, shivering at the thought. Oh, you mean this guy? Ash said as he pulled out Mewtwo's ball from around his neck. Yes, Arceus, please don't use him. My Pokemon were in the Pokemon Center healing for almost 2 weeks. Ash got a regretful look as he heard that. I'm sorry about that, Max. I promise I won't use Mewtwo, or any of my other legends. Max stopped shaking when he heard this, but then he got a shocked look on his face. Wait, did you say other legends? Max shouted looking at Ash who was grinning. Be a good boy, and I might let you meet a few. Max lights lit up at the prospect of meeting more legends. The official 6-on-6 battle between Max of Petalburg City and Ash of Pallet Town will begin. Trainers reveal your first Pokemon. Ash grinned as unclipped a ball from his belt. Scrafty, I choose you. Ash threw his ball and the hoodlum Pokemon appeared and immediately started to leer at Max. Iris deadpanned when she saw this. Scrafty still hasn't grown up, has he? She couldn't help but smile as she reminisced all the crazy things the Pokemon had done when it was a Scraggy. Max got nervous as the Pokemon got in his face and started to leer at him. After a call from Ash, Scrafty backed off and Max released his Pokemon. Hariyama, come on out. Max threw his ball and the large Pokemon appeared and took a fighting stance. All good choice, Max. Most of your other Pokemon would have been at a disadvantage against Scrafty, but you made a smart choice. But enough praise. Scrafty start with Zen Headbutt. Scrafty lowered its head, launched towards Hariyama with psychic energy surrounding its head. Hariyama hands up and block it. Hariyama raised its massive hands and blocked the attack, but it winced in pain as the psychic energy shot through its body. Now use Force Palm. Hariyama raised its arm and powerfully thrust it towards Scrafty. Scrafty used defense. Scrafty understood and raised its rubbery skin, absorbing most of the damage, but Scrafty cringed at the shock wave that coursed through his body. Now Scrafty sand attack, then high jump kick into low sweep. Scrafty started the combo by throwing sand into Hariyama's eyes, causing the Pokemon to yell as it tried to clean its eyes. Then Scrafty jumped into the air and launched a powerful high jump kick right into Hariyama's gut, sending the large Pokemon skidding back. Then to finish it, kicked Hariyama in its right shin, slowing the Pokemon's movements. Hariyama, can you keep going? Max watched as his Pokemon struggled to stand after the intense combo attack it just endured. But Hariyama rose to its feet and nodded towards Max. Okay, Hariyama, use Earthquake. Hariyama slammed its hands into the ground, shaking the whole stadium with the Earthquake. Scrafty, get up and use Focus Blast. Scrafty rose to its feet and launched the attack, but instead of hitting it, veered it to the side. Ah, Scrafty, I thought you had been practicing that. Ash shouted, but as he watched the Focus Blast curve back around and hit Hariyama square in the back, sending it into the ground. Oh, that's what you were working on. Well, finish this with Head Smash. Scrafty jumped in the air and came crashing down head first into Hariyama. Scrafty rose on top of and knocked out Hariyama, clenching his head as the recoil hit him. Hariyama is unable to continue. Scrafty wins. Max returned Hariyama, thanking him for a good battle, and took out his next Pokemon. Mighty Enna, come out. Mighty Enna appeared in a flash of red and growled at Scrafty. Scrafty started off with Bulk Up. Scrafty started flexing, raising its attack in defense. Mighty Enna used Shadow Ball. Mighty Enna launched the attack at Scrafty just as he finished with Bulk Up. Scrafty tried to use his stretchy skin to block, but he was too late and the attack hit him in the chest, sending flying back. Scrafty, get up and use Power Up Punch. Scrafty struggled to his feet and ran towards Mighty Enna. Mighty Enna used Crunch. Mighty Enna bit into Scrafty's leg with its powerful jaws, but was punched into the ground by Scrafty's Power Up Punch. With Scrafty's attack raised again, Ash decided to end this battle. Scrafty ended this with High Jump Kick. Scrafty once again jumped into the air and launched towards Mighty Enna with a leg glowing with energy. Mighty Enna used Hyper Beam. Mighty Enna opened its mouth and launched the attack at the approaching Scrafty. Scrafty defense. Scrafty heard Ash's cry and pulled down its hood and lifted up its stretchy skin. Hyper Beam hit and Scrafty was slightly pushed back, but with his skin deflecting the attack, Scrafty started to push through the Hyper Beam. After an intense struggle, Scrafty pushed through and then slammed into Mighty Enna. Mighty Enna fell to the ground knocked out, while Scrafty stood over him panting heavily with wounds all over his body. Mighty Enna is unable to continue. Scrafty wins. Max was about to throw out his next Pokemon when Ash spoke up. Wait, I forfeit Scrafty. He can't possibly fight another battle. The ref nodded and Ash returned Scrafty. Okay, here's my next Pokemon. Sceptile, come on out. Max's Sceptile appeared ready to battle. Now for my next Pokemon. Max, time for you to see Sceptile's true power. Sceptile, I choose you. Ash's Sceptile appeared and eyed up Max's Sceptile. Ash then pulled down his sleeve and pushed the stone on his Mega Ring. Sceptile was surrounded in pink light. When it died down, Mega Sceptile stood ready to battle. What is that thing? Max shouted in amazement. This Max is Mega Sceptile, and he is gonna show you how strong a Sceptile truly can be. Now Sceptile used X Scissor. Ash's Sceptile shot towards Max's at a lightning quick speed with the leaf blades on its arms crossed and glowing, forming an X. Dodge it, Max yelled to his Sceptile. But when Max's Sceptile tried to jump and dodge, but Ash's quickly adjusted and jumped after Max's Sceptile. When Ash's Sceptile caught up to Max's, he slashed him across the chest with the powerful X Scissor, sending him falling to the ground. Now as its falling, used Slam. Mega Sceptile spun around and slammed its massive tail into Max's Sceptile, sending it crashing into the ground, kicking up dust and smoke. Sceptile, get up, Max yelled in desperation. His eyes lit up when he saw Sceptile getting up out of the crater with numerous cuts and bruises. Great Sceptile now used agility into Aerial Ace. Max's Sceptile started moving around the field at an incredible pace, increasing its already insane speed. Then Sceptile picked up speed and jumped into air, seeming to fly, and came flying towards Mega Sceptile. Swatted away with Pound. Mega Sceptile waited till the last second and spun around quickly, swatting Max's Sceptile into the far wall. Finish this with Dragon Claw. Mega Sceptile flew towards the hole in the wall where Max's Sceptile was. Just as it emerged from the hole, Max's Sceptile was quickly slammed into another one by the force of the Dragon Claw. When Mega Sceptile stepped back, the official clearly saw that Max's Sceptile was knocked out. Max's Sceptile was unable to battle. Ash's Sceptile wins. Max returned Sceptile and grabbed his next Pokeball. Magnezone, let's go. Max's newly evolved Magnezone appeared ready to battle, but to Max's surprise, Ash returned Sceptile. Great job, Sceptile. Garchomp, I choose you. Ash threw his ball and the fearsome dragon, ground type, appeared and grinned at his opponent. What the hell is that thing? Max shouted in his head as he stared at the monstrous Pokemon in front of him. A Magnezone start with Zap Cannon. Hearing this, Ash raised an eyebrow as Magnezone charged the attack and fired it at Garchomp. But to Max's surprise, Garchomp made no move to get out of the way. When the attack hit, Garchomp stood defiantly and didn't even flinch as the electricity coursed through him.
What? It didn't even flinch when the attack hit. Max shouted as he watched Garchomp flash him an evil toothy grin. Oh, I guess you didn't know Garchomp is a dragon ground type. Ash said as he saw Max's eyes widen in horror. My turn, Garchomp, use Fire Blast. Garchomp opened its massive mouth and spewed a massive ball of fire that crashed into Magnezone, causing the Pokemon to screech in pain as the intense flames nearly melted its metal body. Magnezone used Gyro Ball. Magnezone started rapidly spinning as he flew towards Garchomp, putting out the flames in the process. Garchomp bite. Garchomp opened its mouth once again, but this time it caught the spinning Magnezone in its powerful jaws. Everyone in the stadium dropped their jaw in complete and utter shock as Magnezone was held helplessly in between Garchomp's jaws. You gotta be kidding me. Dawn said in the stands as she face-palmed, reliving the memory of Gibble catching Shuckle in its jaws in the same fashion. And I think I know what's coming next. Garchomp used Draco Meteor. Garchomp raised its head and launched Magnezone into the air surrounded by a Draco Meteor. When the meteor exploded, Magnezone started falling towards the ground in serious pain. Garchomp now used Brick Break. Garchomp flew up to Magnezone and slammed its Brick Break-powered claws on top of Magnezone, sending it speeding towards the ground even faster. Magnezone used Electric Terrain. Magnezone opened its eyes, and right before it hit the field, the ground was charged with electricity. This caused Magnezone to stop falling inches from the ground and caused it to start floating in place. That was a very smart strategy. I'll have to remember that. Ash thought as he watched Magnezone wince as it floated, while Garchomp looked as if he had barely broke a sweat. Garchomp finished this with Dragon Rush. Garchomp surrounded itself with Draconic Energy before flying towards Magnezone. Magnezone used Flash Cannon. Magnezone fired the attack with the last of its energy. Max prayed he could at least land a hit against fearsome dragon type. Spin! Ash shouted, and Garchomp started to gracefully spin around the Flash Cannon. The display was beautiful as the blue energy of the Dragon Rush wrapped around the bright white Flash Cannon. Then Garchomp hit, causing a small explosion that sent debris flying across the field. When the dust settled, Garchomp was very lightly panting, while Magnezone was on the ground knocked out. Magnezone can no longer continue. Garchomp wins. Max was starting to have serious doubts. He only had 2 Pokemon left while Ash had 5. He returned Magnezone and grasped his next Pokeball. Slacking, show him your strength. The stadium lightly shook as the massive Pokemon landed on the field. But this Slacking looked different from others. This one didn't look tired and bored, this one looked energetic and ready to battle. Wow, that is one impressive Slacking, Max. Ash genuinely said, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to take it down. Garchomp used Dig. Garchomp quickly dove into the ground. No good, Ash. Slacking used Earthquake. Slacking pounded both its fists into the ground, making it shake. Suddenly Garchomp burst out of the ground, surprised to have been kicked out of the ground. Garchomp snapped out of it and used Flamethrower. Garchomp opened its mouth and a smaller stream of flames came out. Slacking blocked it. Slacking held up its massive arms and blocked the oncoming flames. It winced as the hair on its arms was burned, but it stood its ground. Impressive, Max. Now Garchomp used Giga Impact. Garchomp flew towards Slacking, surrounded by energy. Slacking, you used Giga Impact too. Slacking took off towards Garchomp, surrounded by the same energy. Both Pokemon collided, neither giving an inch. Both attacks pushed against each other, but neither managed to beat each other out. Again, they both shouted and both Pokemon slammed into each other again, and again neither gave an inch. The battle turned into a battle of will and endurance. This happened several more times. Both Pokemon were a sweating mess after using one of their most powerful attack over and over again. Again, Garchomp looked at Ash in confusion. Don't worry, Garchomp, I've got a plan this time. Garchomp nodded, trusting completely in its trainer's judgment. Again both Pokemon flew towards each other. Garchomp this time spin. Garchomp did as he was told and started spinning. When they collided, it looked like the outcome would be the same as every other time, but as it dragged on, sparks started to fly as the added friction from the spinning was adding more power to Garchomp's attack. But it still wasn't enough, and even tough Garchomp's attack was more powerful. It still didn't push through Slacking's attack. Both Pokemon stood panting before they both grinned and nodded at each other, and almost in unison they both fell over, knocked out. Both Pokemon are unable to continue. Okay, so Gallade is next. Ash though, as he gripped his last Pokemon. But he stopped when he saw Max smiling at him. This has been my toughest battle ever, Ash, and I expected no less. But for this special occasion I'll let this guy battle. Max threw his ball, and to everyone's surprise Jirachi appeared in front of Max. When Jirachi saw Ash he quickly flew over to him. So Jirachi, has he been treating you right? Jirachi nodded and Ash smiled. Ash then pulled Jirachi into a quick hug, earning a WWS from the crowd. When he released Jirachi, it floated back over to Max's side. Ash looked at his Pokeball and quickly swapped it with another one. Infernape, I choose you. Infernape appeared in front of Ash, pounding its chest to show its dominance. Infernape barely even flinched in the presence of the legendary Pokémon. Infernape start off with Mach Punch. Infernape flew towards Jirachi with a glowing fist. Jirachi used Doom Desire. Jirachi briefly glowed before, but nothing seemed to happen. Then Jirachi was hit square in the chest by Mach Punch, sending it flying back several feet. Now Infernape used a Flamethrower and Flame Wheel combo. Infernape started Flame Wheel, but the attack doubled in size due to the power-up from Flamethrower. Jirachi used Psychic. Jirachi's eye glowed blue, and the Flame Wheel was stopped in its tracks. But Jirachi started to struggle to hold Infernape, and he started to falter, and Flame Wheel started to inch closer. Eventually Jirachi couldn't hold it any longer and released the Psychic, which caused Flame Wheel to be sent surging forward, hitting Jirachi into the stadium's wall. Not bad, Max, but this has to end. Infernape use. Ash never finished as Infernape was hit out of nowhere by a sudden attack. Ash was confused at first, but then it clicked. Damn it, he planned that Doom Desire from the beginning. Jirachi used Swift then Zen Headbutt. Jirachi launched a volley of star-shaped projectiles at Infernape. The attack hit Infernape, who was still recovering from the Doom Desire. Then Jirachi launched itself at Infernape head surrounded by psychic energy. Infernape dodge and roll, then use Flare Blitz. Just as Zen Headbutt was about to hit, Infernape rolled out of the way and quickly jumped to his feet. Infernape then surrounded itself in blue flames and launched itself at Jirachi. The attack hit and Infernape slammed Jirachi into the ground. When the dust settled, both Pokémon were on the ground. The official was just about to declare both Pokémon unable to battle, but Infernape struggled to his feet and on shaky legs stood tall over his opponent. Jirachi is unable to continue, and since all of Max's Pokémon can no longer continue, the winner is Ash. Instead of jumping for joy, Ash simply smiled and walked over to Infernape. The Pokémon collapsed in Ash's arms, so he returned it, thanking it for its amazing battle. Ash then walked up to Max, who was on the verge of tears. Max held out his hand for Ash to shake, but instead Ash pulled Max into a hug, which surprised the boy. "Don't cry, Max, that was an amazing battle, you really pushed me there." Max smiled up at Ash. "Thanks, Ash, that means a lot coming from you. Kick the Elite Four's ass and beat the champion." Ash smiled at Max and shook his hand. "Get ready, Wallace, I'm coming for you next," Ash thought as he left to prepare for the Elite Four. 2 weeks later. Ash was nervous. Standing on the other side of the field was Hoenn's champion Wallace. This was the first time Ash has actually faced off against a champion, and the pressure was starting to get to him. Sure, he was nervous against the Elite Four, but they were nothing compared to this. The only Elite Four member who truly gave him any trouble was Drake, and Ash knew he would struggle against him. The other Elite Four members were kinda pushovers, to be honest. Ash defeated Sydney, the Elite Four's Dark-type user, with only Primeape and Scrafty. Phoebe was defeated easily as well. Ash only used Gengar and one of his new Pokémon Mismagius, which he caught as a Misdreavus while wandering around the hotel he was staying at one night. Glacia put up the weakest effort. Ash beat her with only Charizard. Then there was Drake. Ash knew Drake was gonna be tough, but he didn't know he would put up that much of a fight. Drake managed to take out 3 of Ash's Pokémon, Glalie, Pidgeot, and surprisingly Garchomp. But it was a mega-evolved Sceptile that managed to clutch the win for Ash. The Pokémon used its superior speed and power to defeat the last of Drake's Pokémon and secure Ash's victory. Up in the stands, Ash's friends were ready to cheer him on to the bitter end. Ash looked in the stands and spotted all his friends cheering for him, and he let a smile cross his face as he felt his nervousness melt away. And even though he couldn't see her, Ash knew that his mother was watching him and cheering him on. With his friends backing him, Ash faced Wallace with a smile and prepared to battle. Champions Box. The rest of the region's champions were chatting and waiting for the battle to start. But 2 of the champions in particular were more excited than the rest. Cynthia and Hilda, Unova's new champion, were more focused on watching than the conversation between Lance and Tobias. My Ash, you have really grown, haven't you, and you're so handsome too," Cynthia thought as she stared at Ash, daydreaming. "Wow, that's the same kid who bumped into me all those years ago, and damn did he got hot." Hilda couldn't help the blush that spread across her face as she drooled over the dirty images spreading through her mind. "Hey, are you two listening to us?" Lance shouted, trying to get the other champion's attention. Huh, what? Cynthia and Hilda both responded. I asked if either of you knew where the Kalos champion was. Lance asked, gesturing towards the empty spot reserved for the Kalos champion. Oh well, the Kalos champion is the field down there preparing to battle. Cynthia said, pointing towards Ash. What? You're telling me Ash is Kalos champion? Tobias yelled in complete shock. Yeah, he entered the Kalos League under a fake name and beat Diantha, the previous champion. It was an amazing battle, you had to see it. Cynthia said, remembering the intense battle. So Ash is trying to win all the leagues. That means if he wins this one he will be gunning for you next, Cynthia. Lance said, giving Cynthia a smirk. Cynthia visibly paled as she heard this. She knew that Ash was the only trainer who even stood a chance of beating her. None of the other champions even stood a chance against her. Shit, I forgot about that. Ash is the only trainer I know who could possibly beat me. Cynthia thought as she returned her attention to the battle. So Ash, you went and became a champion. I guess that means after you beat Cynthia you'll be coming for me next, and then we can finally have that battle after all. Hilda thought as she returned to her daydreaming. As the other champions turned to watch the battle, Tobias was in deep thought. That means he will be coming for me last, so I still have time to train and prepare for him. Tobias grinned as he imagined himself crushing Ash's dreams once again. Back on the battlefield. The official championship battle between Champion Wallace and Ash Ketchum will begin. Trainers, reveal your first Pokemon. Well, Ash, it's fantastic to see you again, but we can catch up later, it's time to battle. Ludicolo, come on out. Wallace threw his ball and Ludicolo appeared on one of the floating platforms, dancing and swaying to its own beat. It's great to see you, to Wallace, but you're right, we can catch up later, and I bet Dawn and May would love to talk with you. Snorlax, I choose you. Snorlax appeared in a flash of red on a platform, causing it to sink slightly. Oh my, what a massive Pokemon. Wallace thought as he saw Snorlax tower over Ludicolo. Snorlax, use Ice Beam. Snorlax fired the powerful move at the still dancing Ludicolo. Ludicolo used Cheater Dance. Ludicolo quickly started to sway back and forth in a strange dance, effectively dodging the Ice Beam and confusing Snorlax at the same time. Ash watched as Snorlax started copy Ludicolo's movements in confusion. Snorlax, you gotta snap out of it and use Wild Charge. Snorlax shook its head and snapped out of its confusion. Then Snorlax gathered up electrical energy and shot towards Ludicolo. Wow, for a big guy he can move quite fast. Wallace thought as Snorlax took off towards Ludicolo. Ludicolo used Double Team. Ludicolo quickly made several copies and spread them throughout the other platforms. Snorlax, stop and switch to Thunder. Snorlax stopped and redirected the electrical energy and launched a massive thunder attack, hitting every Ludicolo on the field. Amazing, he stopped Wild Charge and switched to Thunder on the spot, incredible. Wallace thought as he watched in astonishment as the powerful electric attack struck all the Ludicolo copies, including the original. Ludicolo screamed as the electricity coursed through its body. Snorlax, now use Blizzard. Snorlax opened its mouth and spewed a massive blizzard at Ludicolo. Ludicolo tired to dodge, but it was still recovering from the thunder attack and couldn't move quick enough. When Ludicolo was hit with the attack, he was frozen solid. Ludicolo is unable to battle. Snorlax wins. Champion Wallace, reveal your next Pokemon. Wallace returned Ludicolo and thanked it for its effort. Tentacruel, I need your assistance. The large jellyfish Pokemon appeared floating in the water. Tentacruel used Toxic. Tentacruel sprayed a purple mist covering Snorlax, poisoning him badly. Snorlax hit the water with Thunderbolt. Snorlax pushed through the pain as the poison hit him, and launched a Thunderbolt. The electricity spread throughout the water, hitting Tentacruel, causing it writhe in pain. Tentacruel surface and use Venoshock. When Tentacruel surfaced, it shot a glob of green goo, hitting Snorlax and causing him yell, and the pain from the poison was increased. Snorlax, please, one more attack, use Facade. Snorlax tackled Tentacruel, surrounded by energy, knocking the large jellyfish out. But as Snorlax stood again, he was hit by the poison and finally succumbed to it, falling over unconscious. Very impressive, he taught Snorlax Facade, because he knew people would try to stall him out. Wallace couldn't help the smile that crossed his face as he returned Tentacruel. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Trainers, reveal your next Pokemon. Amazing job Snorlax, get a good rest. Serperior, I choose you. Ash threw the ball and Serperior appeared coiled and ready to battle. Serperior, I know this is your first battle with me, but I've seen what you can do. I know you're strong and can take on any of Wallace's Pokémon. Serperior smiled at Ash's words. That was something he would have never heard from Trip. Oh, is that the Serperior you saved from the ungrateful trainer? Wallace asked as he eyed the Pokémon. Yes it is, and even though I haven't had him long I know he can do this. Ash said, giving Serperior a smile. That's very kind of you, Ash. Well, time for my next Pokémon. Whiscash, time to battle. The Whiskers Pokémon appeared and started to swim around the water field. Serperior start off with Sunny Day into Leer. Serperior glowed briefly and the started glowing brighter and much more intense. Then Serperior shot a pair of ghostly red eyes at Whiscash. Whiscash grimaced as its defense was lowered. Whiscash surface and use Rock Slide. Whiscash surfaced and launched several large rocks at Serperior. Serperior used Coil to dodge. Hearing this, Serperior coiled itself low to the platform and dodged the attack and raised its attack, defense, and accuracy. Now use Solar Beam. Since Sunny Day was still in effect, Solar Beam charged extremely fast. When the attack hit, Whiscash was launched out of the water, knocked out. With the combination of Leer and Coil, Whiscash took massive damage from the attack. Whiscash is unable to continue. Serperior wins. Good job, Whiscash. I must say you're doing extremely well, Ash. Wailord, take the stage. The float whale Pokémon appeared and took up most of the water battlefield. What the hell? That thing is huge, Ash thought as he saw the massive whale float in the water. Wailord start with bounce. To everyone's shock, Wailord launched out of the water and into the air over Serperior. Holy fuck, how the hell did it do that? Ash couldn't fathom how a Pokémon as large as Wailord managed to jump into the air like that. Serperior, get the hell out of there. Serperior quickly jumped between platforms to avoid the falling Wailord. When the Pokémon came crashing down, it caused a literal tsunami, sending huge waves crashing throughout the field. Serperior used Leaf Storm to cut through that wave. At first Serperior was frozen in fear as the massive wave came barreling towards it. But hearing Ash's words, Serperior snapped out of its stupor and launched the massive Leaf Storm. The attack struggled at first to break through the wave, but eventually it broke through and hit Wailord. Wailord used Hail. When Wailord recovered from the Leaf Storm, it raised its head and Hailstorm surrounded the battlefield. Both Pokémon started to get pelted by the hail. Serperior finished this with Giga Drain. Serperior hit Wailord with several tendrils that leached the energy out of Wailord. This caused Wailord to yelp in pain as the last of its energy was sapped out and it fell unconscious. This also helped Serperior regain some of the energy that it lost from its previous battles. Wailord is unable to continue. Serperior wins. Good job, Wailord. That was an amazing performance. Gyarados, time for a comeback. The atrocious Pokémon appeared in a flash, causing Serperior to recoil slightly from its frightening appearance. Serperior, get a hold of yourself and use Leaf Tornado. Serperior waved its tail and spun a small tornado of leaves at Gyarados. Gyarados dive and then use Flamethrower. Gyarados dove under the water to dodge, then quickly resurfaced and hit Serperior with a powerful Flamethrower. Serperior screamed as it was consumed by the flames. Now cool him off with Aqua Tail. Gyarados swung its tail and hit Serperior, putting out the flames, but sending it flying. Serperior landed on a platform and struggled to raise its head. Serperior, get up, I know you can. Get up and prove Trip wrong, show the world how strong you truly are. Hearing this, Serperior's eyes shot up open, and with a roar of determination Serperior rose back up with a fire burning in its eyes. Great job. Now show them your power and use Frenzy Plant. Again Serperior roared and slammed its body into the ground, causing a literal forest to sprout out of the ground. Gyarados, quick use Fire Blast. Gyarados spewed a massive blast of fire towards the incoming rush of vegetation. But instead of stopping the attack like Wallace hoped, the attack simply burned right through the attack and headed towards Serperior. When Gyarados was hit by the Frenzy Plant, Serperior was hit by the Fire Blast. Both powerful attacks hit their mark and both Pokémon were sent to the ground, knocked out. Both Pokémon are unable to continue. Well, Ash, here we are. This is my last Pokémon. Melodic, time to dazzle. The tender Pokemon appeared in the water gracefully ready to battle. Ash looked towards the champion's box as a grin spread across his face. Tobias, I know you're watching up there, this one is for you. Ash then threw his ball, and the whole stadium gasped as they saw what came out. Champion's box. All of the champions were dead quiet as they saw Ash's last Pokemon appear on the field. No, this can't be. How does he have one too? Tobias couldn't stop the worry that spread across his face as he gazed down at the Pokemon. Back on the field. You have a Darkrai. Wallace couldn't help but audibly gulp as he saw the Pokemon. Oh yes I do. Now enough talk, time to battle. Darkrai used Thunderbolt Dark Pulse combo. Darkrai grunted and launched a massive Thunderbolt, but what shocked everyone was when the Thunderbolt was suddenly surrounded by the black chains of Dark Pulse. Melodic try to. Wallace never finished as the attack hit Melodic at an incredible speed and sent the Pokemon flying into the wall, knocked out. Everyone was silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. Ash noticed all his friends stand and cheer the loudest. Wallace returned Melodic and looked at the ball. One hit, that's all it took. Ash, you truly have become something amazing. Wallace smiled as he turned to face Ash. Well Ash, that was fantastic. May I be the first to congratulate Hoenn's new champion. Champion's box. All the champions had the same thought run through their head as they saw Ash shake Wallace's hand. I'm so screwed. Back on the field. Ash shook Wallace's hand with a massive smile on his face. Thanks Wallace, you were amazing as well. Ash then turned and saw his friends running towards him. Suddenly Ash was tackled to the ground by his girls being led by Iris. Oh Ash, that was the most amazing battle I've ever seen. Iris yelled as each girl hugged Ash. Thanks girls, it was, because of all your love and support. Ash then noticed Mr. Goodshow walk up to him. Well my boy, you finally did it, and may I say it's an honor to declare you Hoenn's new champion. Mr. Goodshow then handed Ash a plaque and a massive trophy. Then Goodshow leaned in and whispered in Ash's ear. And I must say boy, nice catch all of them. Ash grinned and turned to bask in the crowd's cheers. Iris then leaned up to Ash's ear. Tonight I'll be the one to congratulate you personally. Ash looked and saw Iris giving him a lustful look. Pallet Town. Mrs. Ketchum was running around her home and screaming in joy as she witnessed her son be crowned the new Hoenn champion. Then she saw Ash be tackled by several girls, a few of them old traveling companions. A ladies' man just like his father. Mrs. Ketchum couldn't help but smile as she imagined grandchildren in the future. Petalburg City Pokemon Center 1 week later. Ash walked out of room with Iris hanging off his arm to see the rest of his group waiting for him in the lobby. Also there was Max, Norman, and Caroline Maple, all of them there to see Ash and their daughter off. Well Mr. Champion, it was great seeing you again. Norman then shook Ash's hand as he leaned closer to whisper in his ear. And you better take care of May, or I will kick your ass. Ash simply nodded in understanding. Wait Ash, before you go, can you show me those other legends you have? Max looked up at Ash with hope in his eyes. Ah, what the hell, I said I would. Let's head out back. Ash then lead everyone out back to the training fields. Training fields. Okay you guys come on out. Ash then threw all his cherished balls. When all the legends appeared, Max nearly passed out from pure joy as he ran up to each Pokemon and started to closely inspect each one. One my Arceus, Ash, you have so many. Max could barely contain his excitement as he ran around all the legends. Well, I can guarantee I'll catch a few more. Ash then looked towards the sky and smiled as he saw something approaching. In fact, here's one now. Everyone looked skyward and saw a Pokemon quickly approaching. Ash smiled as Cresselia landed next to him. Well Cresselia, it's good to see you. It took you a little longer to get her than I thought. Cresselia blushed slightly, then started to nuzzle Ash's chest. Ash then took out a cherish ball and tapped Cresselia on the head, catching the Pokemon. When he turned around, he saw Norman, Caroline, and Max staring at him. Did he just catch a legend that easily? Norman asked, pointing at Ash with his jaw open. Then suddenly Ash was tackled to the ground by May and Dawn. Oh Ash, you have to let us use her in contests. They both shouted, giving Ash the puppy dog eyes. I told you girls you can, as long as she is okay with it and you share her, but remember she is still going to be my Pokemon. Ash saw both girls' eyes light up. Oh, thank you, Ash. Both girls yelled, kissing Ash on the cheek. Oh my. Ash turned to see the shocked expression Nurse Joy had as she quickly looked at each of the legends. Well, hey there, Nurse Joy, did you need something? Ash asked casually. Well, I came to give you a package that just arrived for you, Nurse Joy said as she handed Ash his package as she watched Ash return each of the legends. Thanks, Nurse Joy, Ash said as he excitedly ripped open the package. He saw a Pokeball and a note inside the box. Who's it from, Ash? Flannery asked, looking over his shoulder at the contents of the box. It's from Clemont. He says this is a gift for becoming champion, and that I've wanted this Pokemon for a long time, Ash said as he looked at the ball in his hand. Well, let's see what's inside, May said, suddenly interested. Ash opened the ball and a small bear-like Pokemon appeared. No way, Clemont, you're the best, Ash shouted as he quickly hugged the Pokemon. Ash, what is that? Dawn asked as she's never seen the Pokemon before. This is a Chespin. It's the grass-type starter from Kalos. When I was there, Clemont caught one and I was so jealous of him. I always searched for one, but had no luck finding one. His Chestnut must have laid an egg. Ash then returned the Pokemon and turned to his group. Well, girls, you all packed and ready? Seeing everyone nod, Ash turned and gave Caroline and Max a quick hug and shook Norman's hand. Where will you be going next? Norman asked as he released Ash's hand. We're going to Sinnoh next, Ash said as he looked at Dawn, who visibly perked up at hearing this. Well, good luck, Ash. I have complete faith that you'll win this next league as well. Norman then gave Ash a quick pat on the back before the group started to walk off. Thanks, Norman. I'll be sure to visit once I'm done with my journey. With that, Ash and everyone else walked towards their boat bound for Sinnoh. 4 days later, Twinleaf Town. Ash stepped off the ship and inhaled the fresh Sinnoh air. Ah, there's nothing like that fresh Sinnoh air, is there, buddy? Ash looked to his shoulder and saw Pikachu nodding in agreement. Man, this brings back memories. I had some of my craziest adventures in this region. Ash couldn't help but reminisce about his journey through Sinnoh. As he was remembering the time he helped save Arceus, he felt a set of arms wrap around his waist. He looked over his shoulder and saw Annabelle looking at him. So Ash, what are we doing first? Annabelle asked, snuggling up to Ash. Well, since we're in Twinleaf Town, I think Dawn would like to stop and see her mom, then we can head to my first gym battle. Hearing this, Dawn perked up at the thought of seeing her mother after so long. That sounds great, Ash. I would love to see Mom. It's been a long time since I've seen her in person, Dawn said, catching up to Ash. After walking for 20 minutes, our group was standing on the porch of Dawn's old house. Dawn was about to knock on the door when she saw Ash shifting from foot to foot nervously. Ash, what's wrong? Dawn asked, concerned for her boyfriend. Ash looked up and saw everyone looking at him, slightly worried. Oh, it's nothing, Dawn. I'm just a little nervous about seeing your mom now that we're together. Dawn pulled Ash into a hug and tried to calm him down. Don't worry, Ash, you have nothing to worry about. My mom loves you and she is very understanding. She'll get used to our situation pretty quick. Hearing this, Ash calmed down immensely. Thanks, Dawn, I really needed that. Ash then walked up and knocked on the door. After a few tense seconds, the door opened to reveal Dawn's mother, Johanna. She looked almost exactly the same since Ash last saw her, but she had a few wrinkles here and there, but she was still very attractive like her daughter. Looking over the group, Johanna quickly spotted her daughter and yelled in delight. Oh my, Dawn, it's so good to see you, honey, it's been a while. Johanna then quickly pulled Dawn into a crushing hug. Dawn was caught off guard by the hug and struggled to breathe as her mother slowly crushed her lungs. Mom, can't breath, Dawn shouted, getting Johanna to quickly release her daughter. Oh, sorry, dear. Johanna then noticed everyone else and promptly greeted everyone else, but when she saw Ash, her eyes narrowed slightly. Hi, Johanna, it's been a while, hasn't it? Ash said, extending his hand for Johanna to take. Yes, it has been a while, Ash, Johanna said, shaking Ash's and giving him a fake smile, which he noticed. Dawn, dearie, what are you and your friends doing here? Johanna asked, turning her attention to her daughter. Well, Mom, we just arrived in Sinnoh and we were hoping to spend the night before we head out for Ash's first gym battle, Dawn said, explaining their situation. Hearing Ash's name, Johanna flinched slightly, which everyone but Ash missed. Damn it, I'm her 2 minutes and she is already pissed at me. This is gonna be one awkward night. Ash thought, sighing as Johanna ushered everyone inside. As Ash was about to enter, Johanna stopped him. Listen here, Ash, I know about you and the rest of those relationship, and I may not agree with it. I'm willing to let you give it a try. But 2 things: there is to be no funny business in my house, and I swear to Arceus himself, if you dare break my daughter's heart, I will castrate you myself. Johanna then did a complete 180 in her demeanor. She then smiled and gestured for Ash to come inside. Now come in and get something to eat, I bet you're starving. Ash almost ran inside and sat next to Dawn. She noticed how pale he was and groaned. Mom talked to you, didn't she? Ash only nodded and continued to slightly shake in fear. Hey, at least she didn't threaten to castrate you. Dawn then noticed Ash shudder. Oh no, she did. Oh Arceus, Ash, don't worry, she does this to every boy who shows any interest in me. She did the same thing to Kenny. So no need to worry. Hearing her say her catchphrase, Ash smiled and calmed down. Then a thought hit Ash and he groaned. What's wrong, Ash? Dawn asked, wondering what was bothering Ash now. Again Ash groaned. I just realized we might run into Kenny while we're here. Ash said, rubbing his temples. Dawn raised an eyebrow at this. So, Kenny has never done anything to you? Ash then looked at Dawn, surprised. Dawn, are you serious? You do realize that Kenny has a massive crush on you, and when we run into him he is probably gonna wanna battle me to prove that he's better than me. Hearing this, Dawn groaned as, shit, you're right, Ash. Knowing Kenny, that is exactly what will happen. At dinner, Johanna was very nice and polite to Ash. It seemed as long as he didn't try anything he would get along fine with Johanna. After the delicious dinner, Ash decided to sleep away from his girls. This earned his a nod and a smile from Johanna and a groan from his girls. Ash just nodded towards Johanna's room and the girls got the idea and went to bed. The next day after breakfast, everyone said goodbye to Johanna. As Ash was about to open the door, he felt a chill go down his spine, and he knew something bad was about to happen. As if on cue, there was a knock at the door. When Ash opened the door, he staring at the person he was dreading to run into. Instead of them finding him, Kenny had come to them. Ash just looked up and sighed, Arceus, do you hate me? Ash could have sworn he heard a giggle as he looked into the Kenny's still surprised face. Hi Kenny, how have you been? Ash said as he felt extremely awkward. Oh hi Ash, I'm fine. I just came by to talk to Johanna and see if Dawn was here. Kenny replied with a little venom in his voice. Then Kenny spotted Dawn behind Ash with a large group of people. Dawn, Kenny shouted as he pushed past Ash and rushed over to Dawn. Right before he got to her, Dawn held up her arm. Kenny, wait, before you start, there's something you need to know. Dawn took a deep breath and walked over to Ash and passionately kissed him. Me and Ash are together. When she finished, both Ash and Dawn had the same thought. 3, 2, 1. Boom. As soon as they finished their thought, Kenny started fuming and yelling. What? You and him? But why? I've known you longer. Kenny was seeing red as he yelled at the two of them. Dawn wanted to get control of the situation before this got out of hand. Kenny, I've never really felt that way about you. I do love, but as a brother or a friend. That was the final straw for Kenny. He then pulled out a Pokeball and pointed to Ash. You, me, battle. Now, I'm gonna prove to Dawn that I'm better for her than you. Ash just sighed, but then put on a face of sheer determination. Fine Kenny, I have no problem defending Dawn, because I love her. I love all my girls and I will do anything to protect them. Hearing this made Kenny even madder, but it brought a smile to Johanna's face. Maybe I misjudged him, he will treat them right. Johanna thought as she watched the scene unfold. Kenny then stormed off to the field behind Dawn's house and prepared to battle. Are you sure this is wise, Kenny? You do realize that I'm the Hoenn and Kalo's champion, right? Ash said, trying to convince Kenny not to battle. Kenny flinched a little when he heard this, but he stood his ground. I will not back down, Ash. I will prove to Dawn that I'm better. Kenny then glared at Ash, who looked rather irked. Fine, be that way, but I won't hold back on you. Flannery ref this battle. Flannery nodded and took her position. This is the unofficial one-on-one battle between Kenny and Ash. Trainers reveal your Pokemon. Kenny then threw his ball onto the field. Empoleon time to humiliate Ash. The Emperor Pokemon stood and glared at Ash ready to battle. Ash was upset and wanted to teach Kenny a lesson. Ash threw his ball and what came out surprised everyone. Standing in front of Ash was a very large and imposing Blaziken. The Blaze Pokemon stood tall, towering over Empoleon, returning its glare. May was the first one to speak up. Ash, when did you get a Blaziken? Ash turned to May and rubbed the back of his head. It was really weird. It happened when I first got to Kalos. I was staying in a Pokemon Center with my group, and when I handed my Pokemon to Nurse Joy, this lady walked up to me and said she had a gift for me. I opened the box and inside was a Pokeball, and inside the ball was a Torchic, and that little guy became this menacing guy right here. Ash finished his long-winded explanation with a big grin on his face. Everyone just chalked this up as more of Ash's ridiculous luck. Kenny was upset that Ash was underestimating him, and using a Pokemon with a type disadvantage. You think you're so good that you can win with a type disadvantage? Well, I'll teach you. Empoleon use Hydro Cannon. Empoleon launched a massive ball of water at Blaziken. Ash was tempted to Mega Evolve, but he didn't think he needed it. Blaziken, let's end this quick. Dodge, then use a high jump kick focus blast combo. Blaziken jumped to dodge the Hydro Cannon, then it came crashing into Empoleon with an extremely powerful high jump kick. Then as Blaziken stood over it, charged up a focus blast and slammed it into Empoleon's chest, knocking it out instantly. Empoleon is unable to battle. Blaziken wins. Kenny fell to his knees and tried to fight off tears. He suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder and he looked up and saw Ash looking at him. Kenny, please, let's put this behind us. We can still be friends, just take my hand. Ash said, slightly pleading to Kenny. He saw Kenny contemplating for a few seconds, then with a sigh Kenny took Ash's hand, making everyone release a breath they didn't know they were holding. I'm sorry, Ash, I overreacted. As long as Dawn is happy, I'm happy. Kenny looked up to Ash, smiling. No sweat, Kenny, it's water under the bridge now, and that is very mature of you. Don't worry, you'll find someone out there for you somewhere. Ash then returned Kenny's smile and shook his hand. Kenny then turned to Dawn. Dawn, I'm sorry for the way I acted. You and Ash look really happy together. Dawn then hugged Kenny, surprising him. Don't worry, Kenny, you just let your emotions get the better of you. Dawn said, much to Kenny's relief. After a few more minutes of catching up and Kenny apologizing 15 more times, Ash and the rest of his group walked down the road waving back to Kenny and Johanna. 2 days later, Orberg City Pokemon Center. Ash and everyone else were waiting in the lobby for their Pokemon to be healed. Suddenly Nurse Joy walked over to the group. Excuse me, are you Ash Ketchum? The pink-haired nurse asked. Oh yeah, that's me, Ash said, raising his hand. Well, a package just came for you, it's addressed from Kalos. Nurse Joy said, handing Ash the box before walking off. Iris walked over to see another Pokeball in the box. What's in the ball, Ash? Ash looked at the ball, then he looked at who the package was from, and he put 2 and 2 together before yelling. Serena, you're the best. Ash stared at the Pokeball with a smile on his face. He knew what was inside, but everyone else had no clue what was inside it. Come on, Ash, what is inside that ball? Iris asked, getting irritated that Ash wasn't revealing what was in the ball. Well, Iris, I know what is in the ball, so I might as well show you guys what's in it. Ash then opened the ball and a small yellow fox appeared. The fox looked around at everyone, then sneezed, spewing embers from its ears. Seconds later, Ash heard squeals behind him. Then, without warning, the small fox was surrounded by all of Ash's girls. Oh my Arceus! Ash, it's so cute, May shouted as she hugged the fox, much to its disdain. What is this Pokemon, Ash? Dawn asked as she petted the Pokemon, earning a contented sigh from it as it snuggled closer to her stomach. Well, Dawn, that is a Fennekin. It is the fire-type starter in Kalos. My friend Serena got one as her first Pokemon, so hers must have had an egg. Ash explained, taking the Pokemon and scratching behind its ears. Oh, so it's just like how you got Chespin. Flannery added, walking up to Ash and petting Fennekin. Exactly. Looks like I have another little guy to look after now. Ash was about to return Fennekin, but an idea popped into his and he pulled out 2 more balls. He opened the balls and Chespin and Greninja appeared. Almost instantly Chespin and Fennekin flocked to the fully evolved water dark type. Ash then walked up to the two smaller Kalos starters. Well, you two, this is what can happen when you train hard and never give up. Ash said, gesturing to Greninja, who was grinning as he basked in the attention the two smaller Pokémon were giving him. Suddenly the two Pokémon got determined looks in their eyes and ran up to Ash and started to pull on his jeans. So you two ready to start training? Getting nods from the both of them, Ash and the Pokémon ran out back to start training. 5 hours later, Orberg Gym. After 3 hours of rigorous training, and in an hour and a half of much-needed rest, Ash was standing outside the Orberg Gym. A look of determination was on his face as he walked in the gym's doors. As he walked around, he wasn't surprised to find the gym leader, Rourke, in the back of the gym examining his fossils. They truly are amazing, aren't they? Ash asked as he stood next to Rourke gazing at a few fossils. Yes, they truly are. You know, it's not every day we get a champion in here, Rourke said with a smirk as he looked to Ash. Well, you must know why I'm here, Rourke, Ash said with a large grin as he looked directly at Rourke. I think I might have an idea. Why don't you introduce me to everyone and then we'll get down to business, Rourke said, turning to the rest of Ash's group. After introductions, Rourke led everyone to the battlefield. The official 3-on-3 battle between Rourke and the challenger Ash will commence. Trainers, reveal your first Pokémon. Rourke quickly grabbed a ball. Golem, time to level the competition. The Megaton Pokémon appeared ready to battle. Golem EH. Well, I might not have had this guy very long, but he's been training hard and it's about time to test out his abilities. Okay, Chespin, I choose you. The Spiny Nut Pokémon appeared in a flash of white and jumped in excitement for its first battle. Well, Ash, you are the challenger, so you get the first move. Ash wasted no time in calling an attack. Chespin used Vine Whip to hold Golem in place, then use Leech Seed. Chespin's vines lashed out, wrapped around Golem's, impeding its movements. Once Golem couldn't move, Chespin launched a volley of seeds that hit Golem. As soon as the seeds hit, vines quickly spread out and wrapped around Golem. Seconds later, Golem cringed as its energy was sapped and transferred to Chespin. Golem use Incinerate. Golem opened its mouth and spewed a wall of flames at Chespin. Chespin used Dig to dodge, then use Grass Knot. Hearing his orders, Chespin quickly dug into the ground, and as soon as the flames died down, Chespin re-emerged unscathed. Nice strategy to dodge, Ash, but now dodge this. Golem used Double Edge, but as soon as Golem started running, it tripped and face planted. Oh no, I forgot about the Grass Knot, Ash, you clever bastard. Rourke then watched a grin crawl onto Ash's face. Time to finish this. Chespin use Energy Ball. Everyone's eyes went wide when Chespin formed the ball of energy and fired it at Golem, knocking it out. How can a Pokémon that young know a move like that? Rourke was shocked that such a young and inexperienced Pokémon knew a powerful move like Energy Ball. By the look on your face, I can tell you're surprised that Chespin knows Energy Ball. Well, it learned it entirely by accident. Looking around, Ash noticed everyone's surprised face. Let me explain. We were training earlier today with Fennekin and Greninja, and after getting pushed around by Greninja, Chespin finally had enough, and out of nowhere it created an energy ball and fired it at Greninja. And let me tell ya, it scared the shit out of Greninja. The look on his face was priceless. After that, I trained Chespin exclusively on making that energy ball more stable and powerful. Looks like it paid off. Golem is unable to continue. Chespin wins. Rourke returned Golem and thanked it for its hard work. Okay, Ash, you may have won the first one, but you're not gonna win this one. Steelix, time to show Ash who's boss. The Iron Snake Pokémon appeared towering over Chespin. Steelix flashed an evil grin that Chespin cringed in fear. Chespin, come when you beat Golem, I know you can beat Steelix. Hearing the resolve in Ash's voice, Chespin pushed its fear back and got ready to battle. I got the first move this time, Ash. Steelix start off with Stealth Rock. Steelix launched several large rocks that got planted around the field. Back to that strategy again. Ash couldn't help the frown that spread across his face. He didn't like Stealth Rock. Okay, Chespin, use Rapid Fire Energy Balls. Chespin started to fire off several energy balls. Most made contact, but Steelix looked barely phased. That's not gonna work this time. Steelix used Fire Fang. With amazing speed, Steelix closed the gap and bit into Chespin's arm with flaming jaws. Chespin screamed in pain as his arm was scorched. When Steelix let go, Chespin fell to the ground panting. "Come on Chespin, you can do it. Get up and use rollout into brick break." Chespin got up and rolled into a ball, quickly catching up to Steelix. Right when Chespin caught up to Steelix, it stopped rolling and used brick break right on top of Steelix's, momentarily stunning the Pokémon. By this point Steelix and Chespin were both heavily panting. Either could give out at any moment. Steelix pushed through and used Iron Tail. Steelix swung its massive tail and slammed it into Chespin's side, sending it flying across the battlefield. Rourke was sure he won, but to astonishment Chespin started to struggle back to its feet. "Come on, that's the spirit. You can do it, I believe in you." Hearing those last words from its trainer, Chespin let out a roar of determination and stood up before being surrounded in a bright white light. "Damn it, just when I think I'm about to win this thing, it has to go and evolve." Rourke stood cursing his bad luck as he watched his opponent's Pokémon evolve in front of him. When the light died down, Quilladin, the spiny armor Pokémon, stood where Chespin was previously standing. Ash quickly scanned his new Pokémon and smirked as he saw his Pokémon learned a new move, a very powerful move. "Well, I'll be damned, Quilladin, you evolved. But it's time to end this. Let's show Rourke your new move." "Okay Quilladin, use Wood Hammer." Quilladin charged Steelix with renewed vigor and slammed a glowing green arm onto Steelix's head. After 2 powerful blows to the head, Steelix fell to the ground, knocked out with a small dent in its head. Quilladin fell to its knees, but it caught itself, panting heavily. Steelix is unable to continue. Quilladin is the winner. Rourke returned Steelix and Ash returned Quilladin. "Well Ash, so far this has been an intense battle, but it's time for my comeback. Now Rampardos, show them your power." Rourke threw out his prized Pokémon and it didn't disappoint. The headbutt Pokémon appeared and let out a deafening roar before getting in a stance ready to battle. "Wow, Rampardos looks as strong as ever. Well, I know one of my Pokémon is dying to fight Rampardos again. Torterra, I choose you." Ash threw his ball and the continent Pokémon appeared in flash of reed. When Torterra saw its opponent, a grin spread across his face. For Rampardos it was the opposite. When it saw Torterra, its face twisted in rage as it remembered its loss to Torterra when it was a Turtwig. Torterra start strong with Leaf Storm. Torterra roared and sent a massive storm of razor-sharp leaves towards Rampardos. Rampardos used Zen Headbutt. Rampardos charged head first through the leaf storm, and to everyone's astonishment the Zen Headbutt deflected many of the leaves. As it neared, Ash started to get worried. Torterra stopped and switched to Earthquake. Torterra stopped Leaf Storm and slammed its front legs into the ground, causing the field to shake. Rampardos was feet away from Torterra when it was hit by the earthquake. This caused it to lose its footing and miss the Zen Headbutt. Rampardos recover and use Flamethrower. As it ran past Torterra, Rampardos quickly spun around and unleashed a torrent of flames, hitting Torterra. When Torterra was hit, it yelled in pain as it was burned. Torterra used Synthesis, then used Frenzy Plant. When the tree on Torterra's back started to glow, it sighed in happiness as it regained much of its lost energy. Then, as Rampardos was preparing for its next move, Torterra unleashed a massive Frenzy Plant. A literal forest erupted from the ground and slammed into Rampardos, knocking it out instantly. Rampardos is unable to continue. Torterra wins. Since all of Rourke's Pokémon cannot continue, the winner is Ash. Rourke sighed as he returned Rampardos and walked up to Ash, shaking his hand. "I must say, Ash, you truly have improved, and you worthy of the title of champion. I mean, that Chespin of yours was truly outstanding." "Thanks, Rourke. I'll try to drop by some time when I get the chance, and you can show me some of your fossils," Ash said, giving Rourke a big smile. "I'd love that, Ash. I'll be rooting for you." He then waved to Ash, but right as Ash was about to leave, he remembered something. "Hey Ash, wait up." Ash turned to see Rourke running after him. "Huh, what, Rourke?" "Well, Ash, I know what happened to you a few years ago, and I thought I should tell you that Paul is Veilstone City's new gym leader." Rourke noticed Ash tense up as he mentioned Paul. "Thanks for telling me, Rourke. I'll see you around." With that, Ash and the rest of the group took off down the road. Eventually, after walking for a few hours, Annabelle got up the courage and asked Ash a question that was on everyone's mind. Ash, where are we going now?" Ash turned and faced the rest of his group, and with fire burning in his eyes he answered her question. Well, Annabelle, we're going to Veilstone City. And without another word Ash continued walking down the road towards Veilstone. 2 days later, Veilstone outskirts. Everyone in our group was asleep as fire in the middle of the camp slowly started to die down. As everyone dreamed peacefully, no one noticed a small Pokemon sneak into the camp and crawl into Ash's sleeping bag. Ash was just waking up from a wonderful dream where he was Pokemon Master and was living a happy life with family. When he opened his eyes he saw another small face looking back at him. Ah! Ash yelled as he sprang out his sleeping bag, sending the small Pokemon tumbling on the ground. Ash's yell awoke everyone in the camp, and everyone was up and on their feet looking at Ash. They were about to question Ash when they all heard an annoyed voice in their heads. Arceus, Ash, do you always wake up so violently? Everyone turned to see a small white hedgehog-like Pokemon with a pink flower on its head. Dawn and Ash both recognized the Pokemon and gasped in surprise. Shaman, is that you? Ash asked, kneeling in front of the gratitude Pokemon. Who else would it be? Shaman replied in a stuck-up tone. Still snotty as ever, Ash thought as he lowered his head, releasing a sigh. This allowed Shaman to jump on top of Ash's head and get comfortable. Shaman, why were you in my sleeping bag? Ash asked as Shaman sighed in happiness as she got comfy on Ash's head. Well, I was looking for you guys. So when I found you all asleep I decided not to wake you up, but as the night went on I got cold, so I decided to sleep with you. This received awes from all the girls and a giggle from Sillin. Wait, you said you were looking for me. Does that you want to come with me? Ash asked, excitement in his voice. Duh, why else would I be here? Shaman's condescending tone was starting to get on Ash's nerves. Okay, that's sweet, and you don't have to be so rude. Ash said, pulling out a cherish ball. As Ash was about to capture Shaman, she spoke up in a very nervous voice. Ash, before you capture me I just want to thank you for helping me all those years ago. And I want to apologize for my rudeness earlier. Ash went wide-eyes hearing this. No need to thank me, Shaman, I was helping a friend. When Shaman heard this a smile spread across her face, and there is no need to apologize, just try to stop that rude tone of voice you use. Ash finished by tapping Shaman on the head with the cherish ball. Thank you, Ash, Shaman said as she was sucked into the ball. Ash turned to see everyone looking at him. What, you all should be used to me catching legendary Pokemon by now. Ash said as he started to pack his bags. Everyone shrugged and started to pack themselves. The next day, Veilstone City Pokemon Center. Ash and everyone else arrived at the Veilstone City Pokemon Center just as night was starting to fall. After sending Shaman to Professor Juniper's lab, Ash decided to head out for a bit before bed. As Ash strolled around Veilstone he spotted a small bar, and decided to get a drink before heading back. When he walked into the bar he saw something, or rather someone he didn't think he'd run into. At the bar, sulking with several shot glasses in front of her, was Maylene. She was still wearing the same outfit from when Ash last saw her, but now it was dirty and covered in stains. Her hair was a mess and it looked as if she had been crying. Sitting on the stool next to Maylene, Ash spotted her Lucario, who sighed as he tried to comfort his trainer. Ash decided to try and talk to Maylene. When he took a set next to her, Lucario shot him a look that almost made Ash piss his pants, but then Lucario noticed who he was and backed off. Ash didn't know where to start, so he just started to best way he could. Hey Maylene, long time no see. Maylene just mumbled a, hey, before looking back down at her empty glass. Ash then decided to take a shot in the dark. As this, because you aren't the gym leader anymore? Ash asked, gesturing to the scattered shot glasses. What would you know? Maylene spat as fresh tears spilled from her eyes. Well, I know Paul is the new gym leader. Now why don't you tell me what happened and maybe I can fix this? Ash said, giving Maylene his famous smile which calmed her down. She sighed before smiling at Ash. You know, Ash, there's something about you that can make everyone happy. She then gestured for the bartender to pour her another shot. As she quickly downed the shot she looked back up at Ash. I might as well tell you what happened. Ash leaned closer to hear her story, and with a sigh Maylene started. Well, about 3 months ago Paul came into town to visit his brother. After a few days he came to my gym and challenged me to a battle. I agreed, but he said if I lost that I would have to give the gym over to him. I hesitated for a minute, but I was hot off a big win streak, so I was cocky and I accepted his conditions. Well, as you can tell, I lost, but I didn't just lose. Paul absolutely destroyed my Pokemon. Most of my team was in the Pokemon Center for weeks recovering. Ash, I was absolutely humiliated, and without the gym I don't know what to do. Maylene then started to cry into Ash's chest. Ash was shaking with silent fury over what Paul did, and he vowed to beat him. Then Ash pulled Maylene off his chest and looked her in the eyes. Maylene, I promise you that I will defeat Paul, and I will get your gym back. Ash said with determination in his voice. Oh, thank you, Ash. Maylene cried as she started to cry again. After soothing her for a while, Ash looked down and noticed Maylene had fallen asleep. After finding out where she lived, Ash carried Maylene home with Lucario following closely by. As Ash put Maylene into bed, he left a note on her nightstand telling her to be at the gym at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Ash then walked back to the Pokemon Center, the whole time thinking of ways to humiliate Paul. Veilstone Gym the next day. Ash was ready, and he was pissed. As he stood outside the Veilstone City Gym, he took a deep breath and stormed inside the gym. Immediately he spotted Paul training his Pokemon in a brutal regiment. After watching for a moment, Ash stormed over to Paul with fire in his eyes. As Paul was about to yell at his Pokemon for slacking, he spotted Ash coming towards him. So the loser is here, Paul arrogantly stated with a smirk on his face. Paul, the first challenge you and your gym to a battle. Ash spat with venom in his voice. Why would I waste my time with a pathetic trainer like you? You may be a champion, but those were both flukes, Paul said as he started to walk away. Fine, Paul, how about we make this interesting? Hearing this, Paul turned back around. Okay, Ketchum, I'll humor you, Paul said, walking back over to Ash. If I win, you give the gym back to Maylene, and you apologize to her for what you did to her Pokemon. That hit a nerve in Paul, but he quickly recovered and returned to his usual smug self. Fine, but what if I win? Paul asked, getting right in Ash's face. Ash took a deep breath. If you win, I will give up being a trainer. This made everyone but Paul gasp. Deal, Ketchum, but don't come whining to me you lose, Paul stated as he walked to the battlefield. Ash was about to take his place when he felt someone grab his arm. He turned around to see the worried faces of all his girls. Ash, you can't do this. What if you lose? Maylene said, trying to make him reconsider. Don't worry guys, I don't think I'll lose. Ash then held up his other hand and in it were 6 cherish balls. I know it goes against my better judgment, but Paul needs to be taught a lesson. Seeing the cherish balls, everyone's worried faces turned to ones of relief. Ash then walked to his side of the field. The official 3-on. The official was about to finish, but Ash stopped him. Wait, not a 3-on-3, make it a 6-on-6. The official looked to Paul, who shrugged. The official 6-on-6 battle between Paul and Ash shall commence. Trainers, show your first Pokemon. Paul gave Ash an evil smirk before releasing his first Pokemon. Frostlass, stand by for battle. The temperature in the room dropped when the Snowland Pokemon appeared floating in front of Paul. It's time for you to be taught a lesson, Paul. I'm not just gonna beat you, I'm gonna totally humiliate you. Okay, Victini, I choose you. The victory Pokemon appeared in flash of white, flying around the field a few times before landing in front of Ash, flashing the victory sign. You can have the first move, Paul, you'll need it. Hearing this, Paul's face turned red in rage. Frostlass, use ominous wind. Frostlass raised its arms and a strong wind blew through the area, but Victini managed to dodge it by flying above the winds. Victini used searing shot. Victini opened its mouth and shot out several fast-moving balls of fire. Frostlass managed to dodge all but 2 of the balls of flame. When it was hit, Frostlass let out a piercing scream as its body was surrounded in white-hot flames. Now Victini finished it off with V-Create. Victini shot forward with its V-shaped ears ablaze. It then slammed into Frostlass, knocking the Pokemon out instantly. Ash and Paul both returned their Pokemon. Ash thanked Victini, while Paul berated Frostlass for being weak. Paul then reached for his next Pokemon, Ursaring, stand by for battle. The Hibernator Pokemon appeared in front of Paul and let out a monstrous roar. Ash grinned as he grabbed his next cherished ball. Melody, I choose you. The Melody Pokemon appeared in front of Ash doing a small dance. Paul almost burst out laughing when he saw the small Pokemon. Okay, you can go first this time, catch him. That Pokemon looks so pathetic. Hearing this, Melody snapped her head up and gave a look that even made Ursaring cringe. Oh, you shouldn't have said that, Paul. Melody started off with Relic Song. Melody started to sing and dance, and as the song continued, Melody started to change to its pirouette form. As the song finished, Ursaring slumped over asleep. Damn it, Ursaring, get up now. Paul yelled, trying to wake his Pokemon. Oh, I'll wake him up, Paul. Melody use wake up slap. Melody grinned and calmly walked over to Ursaring. When Melody reached the sleeping Pokemon, it raised its hand and struck Ursaring with a slap that was so loud it made everyone cringe. The whole left side of Ursaring's face was red from the slap and it roared in pain as it abruptly woke up. Seeing his Pokemon panting and in pain, Paul used a desperate move. Ursaring used rest. The hibernator Pokemon gladly laid down and went back to sleep, healing most of its wounds. Bad move, Paul, now you're wide open. Melody used power-up punch. The Melody Pokemon shot forward and struck the sleeping Ursaring right in the gut. This caused the sleeping Pokemon to cringe, but it didn't wake up. With its attack raised, Ash called out Melody's next move. Let's wrap this up. Melody used close combat. Once again, Melody shot forwards and sent a flurry of punches and kicks into Ursaring. Then again, to everyone's amazement, Melody displayed amazing strength. Melody grabbed Ursaring by the leg and slammed him into the ground several times, creating a small crater. When the dust settled, Ursaring was clearly unconscious. Once again, both trainers returned their Pokemon. Ash was still amazed by the sheer strength that Melody possessed at times. Paul was cursing his bad luck as he called out his next Pokemon. Gastrodon, stand by for battle. The Sea Slug Pokemon in its East Sea form appeared in front of Paul. I know I just caught you yesterday, but I know you're ready. Shaman, I choose you. Paul went wide-eyed seeing the Gratitude Pokemon looking right at him. Wah, how did you get that? Paul stammered, dumbfounded that Ash had a Sinnoh legend. Well, I caught her yesterday. She crawled into my sleeping bag at night, and when I woke up we talked. After talking for a while she decided to come with me. Ash explained, shrugging his shoulders. Paul regained his composure and focused on the battle. Well, I don't care how you got it, you're going down. Gastrodon used Blizzard. Gastrodon opened its mouth and flurry of snow and freezing wind headed straight for Shaman. Shaman, catch. Ash said as pulled a flower out his pocket and tossed it to Shaman. When Shaman caught the flower in her mouth, she instantly started to change into her sky form. With its flying abilities, Shaman flew above Blizzard, effectively dodging it. Okay, now Shaman fight back with Energy Ball. Shaman opened its mouth and formed the ball of pure energy. The attack hit Gastrodon square in the chest, sending it skidding it back. Gastrodon recover and use Sludge Bomb. Gastrodon started firing balls of toxic goo at Shaman. But since Shaman was flying, Gastrodon had a hard time hitting Shaman. Gastrodon switched to Sludge Wave. Hearing this, Gastrodon stopped firing sludge bombs and instead formed a massive wave of sludge and launched it at Shaman. Ash was worried there was not way to dodge, but then an idea hit him. Shaman, you're gonna have to trust me on this, use Seed Flare. Shaman nodded and started to gather the toxins in the air, and from the incoming sludge wave. Just as the wave was about to hit, Shaman released the built-up energy. Instantly Shaman was engulfed in a blinding light. Seconds later, a massive explosion rocked the whole gym. When the light died down, Shaman was back in her land form, panting heavily, while Gastrodon was knocked out. Paul was starting to get worried. He had yet to land a solid hit against any of Ash's Pokemon, but he wasn't going to let Ash know he was getting worried. Just then they both pulled out their next Pokemon. Torterra, stand by for battle. The continent Pokemon roared out its name as it appeared in a flash of white in front of Paul. Well, if you were surprised by Shaman, prepare to quake in fear. Ash then threw his ball. But instead of white, pure darkness spilled out of the ball. Rising from the darkness, the pitch-black Pokemon Darkrai appeared with its arms crossed. With a grunt, it started to size up its opponent. Paul was now literally shaking. Ash had 2 Sinnoh legends, and both of them completely obeyed him. How the hell did you manage to get a Darkrai? Paul barely contained the stupefied expression that spread across his face. Wouldn't you like to know? As much as I'd love to chat all day with you, Paul, we do have a battle to continue. Darkrai used Dark Void. Darkrai raised its arm and a sphere of pure darkness formed in its hand. Then it threw the sphere at Torterra, who was too slow to dodge. The sphere engulfed Torterra in darkness and put it to sleep. Come on Torterra, you have to get up. Paul pleaded, trying to wake his Pokémon up. But nothing happened. He was forced to watch Torterra's face contort in pain and fear as it experienced Darkrai's nightmares. I hate to be cheap like Tobias, but you need to be taught a lesson, Paul. Darkrai used a Dark Pulse Ice Beam combo. Darkrai raised both hands in front of its chest. It fired a Dark Pulse with an Ice Beam going right through the middle of it. The defenseless Torterra was hit, sending straight into the wall, causing a massive dent into it. It was clear that Torterra was knocked out. Ash had a smirk on his face as he watched Paul struggle to land even one hit on him. Drapion, stand by for battle. The Ogre Scorpion Pokémon appeared in front of Paul, clamping its claws in anticipation for the battle. Xerneas, I choose you. The life Pokémon appeared towering over Drapion in a majestic pose, ready to battle. Paul was amazed at the grace and majesty of the massive deer-like Pokémon. Drapion used Poison Sting. Drapion opened its mouth and started firing a barrage of poison-laced needles. Xerneas, jump and use Moonblast. Xerneas jumped up, making the Poison Sting completely miss. Then it gathered a large amount of fairy energy and fired it at Drapion. Drapion raised its arms to try and block the attack, but all it did was lessen the blow. The attack still hurt and it pushed Drapion back several feet. Drapion used Cross Poison. Drapion charged the still falling Xerneas with its arms crossed and glowing purple. Xerneas met it head-on with Megahorn. Xerneas flipped around and met the Cross Poison head-on. Both attacks collided, sending a shockwave throughout the gym. After a few seconds, both Pokémon backed off. Xerneas looked almost unfazed, while Drapion was panting heavily and looked as if it would pass out any second. Xerneas finished it with Flash Cannon. Xerneas fired the powerful Steel-type move, hitting Drapion square in the chest. After skidding back several feet, Drapion was still on its feet. Ash was about to call his next move when suddenly Drapion fell over unconscious. Paul knew he had lost, but he wouldn't forfeit. He would go down fighting. Electivire, stand by for battle. The Thunderbolt Pokémon appeared, sporting its usual massive grin. Okay, time to end this battle. Latias, I choose you. The Eon Pokémon appeared and flew around the field a few times before coming back to Ash. Latias gave Ash a lick on the cheek before floating to her side of the field. Latias, let's end this quick. Start off with Dragon Breath. Latias spewed green flames at Electivire. But Electivire was quick and managed to dodge the flames. Electivire fight back with Thunder. Electivire raised its arms and launched a massive storm of electricity at Latias. Latias used Protect. Latias formed a protective bubble around itself. The Thunder attack bounced harmlessly off the protective barrier. Now Latias used Earthquake. Latias roared out and the entire gym started to shake. Electivire was sent to his knees, wheezing and panting heavily. Electivire, get up and use Thunder Punch. Electivire staggered to its feet, and with surprising speed launched itself towards Latias. Latias barely managed to dodge the attack. She felt the electricity tingling her skin as the attack went by. Latias finished this with Psychic. Latias quickly spun around, eyes glowing blue. It grabbed Electivire with its psychic energy and slammed it into the ground. When the dust settled, Electivire was not moving in a small crater in the field. Electivire is unable to battle. Since all of the gym leaders' Pokémon are unable to battle, the winner is Ash Ketchum. Ash only grinned as he walked over to Paul, who silently returned his fallen Pokémon. So Paul, you gonna honor our agreement? Ash said as he went from happy to serious in a second. Paul sighed and looked at Maylene, who was standing with the rest of Ash's group. Well, Ketchum, I am a man of my word. Paul then walked over to Maylene and extended his hand. Maylene, I'm sorry for what I did to your Pokémon a few months ago. Maylene smiled and shook Paul's hand. Apology accepted, Paul. Then to everyone's surprise, Maylene cocked her arm back and gave Paul a hard slap across the face. Paul looked up shocked. What the hell was that for? Paul yelled as he got back to his feet. Well, even through I forgive you, I'm still pissed at you for what you did to my Pokemon. Also, that was for not sticking up for Ash when all his friends tried to crush his dreams 3 years ago. Paul turned around to see Ash looking at him with an expression of anger and sadness. Ash, I'm sorry, I should have stood up for you back then. Paul tried to continue apologizing, but Ash held up his hand and stopped him. Sorry Paul, it's gonna take more than an apology to regain my trust. You got a lot of work ahead of you. But you can start by trying to get rid of that attitude of yours. Oh, why don't you help Maylene around at the gym? If you want to be a gym leader so bad, help her out around here and maybe one day she'll pass the gym on to you. Paul nodded and looked to Maylene, who was smiling and pointing to a closet with cleaning supplies in it. Sighing in recognition, Paul walked over to the closet to start his task of cleaning the gym. Maylene then walked up to Ash and gave him a hug. Thank you, Ash. You kept your promise and got me my gym back. Also, you taught Paul a lesson in that battle. Releasing Ash from the hug, Maylene looked at Paul, who was currently mopping the floor. Well, I better go help him. Maylene then walked off to help Paul in his cleaning. After their goodbyes, Ash and the rest of his group left Veilstone City towards Ash's next gym battle. En route to Solacean Town, Ash and the rest of his group were backtracking to Hearthome City. On the path towards Hearthome, our group decided to make a quick stop in Solacean Town. Less than a day away from Solacean Town, our group was resting in a clearing. Everyone is off doing their own thing. May and Dawn were practicing and polishing their contest moves. Iris was inspecting and training her dragon types. Flannery and Annabelle were having a battle to keep their skills sharp. Ancillin and Burgundy were preparing lunch for everyone and their Poké Copyright Mon. A monstrous effort that took a long time to prepare. While everyone was scattered around the clearing, Ash separated from everyone else. He was sighting and meditating with his Lucario. After a few more minutes of mediation, Ash and his Lucario rise and continued their conversation from earlier in the day. So Lucario, you really think I can form an aura sphere? Ash asked, getting extremely excited. I believe you can, master. You just need to be able to focus your aura and contain its shape. Lucario explained while Ash listened intently. Okay, let me give it a try. And what did I say about calling me master? You said not to call you that anymore, Moss. Sorry, it's just a habit and it's hard to break. Lucario said, rubbing the back of his head nervously. No need to worry, Lucario, just try not to do it again, we're friends. With that, Ash refocused on his task at hand. After a few seconds, a small sphere started to form in Ash's hand. After a few more seconds, it grew larger and larger. Lucario was starting to get worried. The sphere was growing at very rapid rate, and it showed no signs of slowing. Ash, you must focus and contain. Lucario never got to finish his sentence, because suddenly the aura sphere in Ash's hand exploded, sending them both flying back several feet. With groans of pain, they both rose to their feet. Wow, that was fucking awesome, Ash yelled as he started to form another sphere. Ash, please, for our safety, you must focus and contain the sphere this time. And if it gets that big again, just cut off the flow of your aura and it will dissipate. Lucario explained, taking a few steps back for safety reasons. With a nod, Ash refocused and continued to form the sphere. After an hour and many failed attempts, Ash had all but mastered the creation of aura spheres. The blue sphere was slowly rotating in his hand, humming with power. Picture a Rasengan from Naruto, but bigger and not spinning nearly as fast. Now Ash's only problem was his aim, which was, for a lack of better words, awful. Much like his Scraggy had problems aiming Focus Blast, Ash had trouble hitting even large targets with his spheres. With a sigh, Lucario turned to face his master. Ash, I think it's time to call it a day. You did good mastering the formation of aura spheres, but now we have to work on your horrendous aim. Ash pouted before pulling out Lucario's Pokeball and returning him. As Ash started to make his way back towards everyone else, an evil smile spread across his face. Once I get aura spheres mastered, I'm gonna use them to scare the shit out of some people. It's gonna be so awesome. The next day, Solacean Town. As our group walked through Solacean Town, they had one destination in mind. They were heading towards the town's daycare to visit Ash's friend Angie. Nearing the daycare, Ash spotted Angie sitting on the front steps of the daycare playing with several baby Poké Copyright Mon. Angie looked slightly different from the last time Ash saw her. Her green hair now reached to her shoulders, and she was almost as tall as Ash now. You still have a knack for caring for baby Poké copyright Mon. Ash said as he walked up Angie. Angie looked up and saw someone she hadn't seen in years. Ash, is that you? Angie asked, standing up hugging Ash. Who else would it be? Ash said, returning the hug with a big smile on his face. What are you doing here, Ash? Angie asked, releasing Ash from the hug, and looking at the rest of his group. Well, I'm taking on all the leagues I lost in, and we decided to stop here and see you on our way to Hearthome City. Ash explained as Angie led everyone through the daycare. That's just like you, Ash. Angie said, shaking her head with a smile on her face. Wow, you take care of all these Poké copyright Mon? Dawn asked as she spotted all the little Poké copyright Mon running around the back of the daycare. Yeah, I took over the daycare once my parents retired. I love working with Poké copyright Mon. I also volunteer at the summer academy we were at when I have free time. Angie explained as she feed a few of the Poké copyright Mon. So Angie, how is your little Shinx doing? Ash asked as they continued walking around the expanded daycare. Oh, he isn't so little anymore. Angie pulled out a Pokeball and opened it. Instead of a small Shinx, a rather large Luxray appeared. Immediately the large electric type pounced Ash and started licking his face. After a minute, Luxray got off Ash and walked back towards Angie. Man, you got really big, Luxray. Ash said, standing back on his feet. You're damn right, he got big. Angie laughed as she started petting Luxray. Ash then pulled out 2 Pokeballs and released Quilladin and Fennekin. Both little Poké copyright Mon looked around confused as to why they were released. You two go with Pikachu and play with the other Poké copyright Mon. Pikachu hopped of Ash's shoulder and led the other 2 small Poké copyright Mon to play with the others. Ash followed them to supervise them. Sylvan and Burgundy went to make lunch for everyone. May, Flannery, Annabelle were all playing with the little Poké copyright Mon. Dawn walked over to stand next to Angie. So Angie, whatever happened with that crush you had on Ash? Dawn asked with a small smirk on her face. With a blush, Angie managed to stammer out a short reply. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh come Angie, I'm not nearly as dense as Ash was. I could see that you had a crush on him. Dawn said, putting a hand on Angie's shoulder. With a sigh, Angie replied. Well, you're right, I did have a major crush on Ash, but that's all it was. Don't get me wrong, Ash is a great guy, and I can see why girls would fall head over heels for him. But I learned what I felt for him was just a little girl's crush. I still think of Ash as a great friend, but that's it. Dawn smiled at Angie. That's very mature of you, Angie, and I know you'll find Mr. Right someday. Thanks, Dawn, that means a lot to me, and I know you girls love Ash will make him happy. Angie said as she started to walk over to Ash to watch over the playing Poké copyright Mon. After a fun day of catching up and playing with the Poké copyright Mon, Ash and everyone had to say goodbye to Angie. Ash promised to come visit again soon, and if Angie ever needed help at the daycare she could ask him for help anytime. With a wave, Ash and the rest of his group headed down the path towards Hearthome City. 3 days later, Hearthome City. As the day drew to a close, Ash, with group on his heels, walked into the Hearthome gym. He spotted Fantina training with several of her ghost-type Poké copyright Mon. Hey Fantina, long time now see. Ash announced as he walked towards eccentric gym leader. Oh my, is that Ash? Fantina yelled, running up to Ash and enveloping him in a hug. Fantina, C can't, B breath. Ash struggled to say as Fantina suffocated him with her hug. Ash, my darling, I'm so sorry. Fantina yelled as she quickly released him with anime tears falling from her eyes. Everyone's sweat dropped at her behavior. Don't worry Fantina, you look great by the way. Ash said, trying to calm her down. It worked as her attitude did a 180 and she was happy in a second. Oh thank you darling. Now as much as I love that you'd visit me. You must be here for a reason, Mr. Hoenn Champion. Fantina teased, making Ash blush as he chuckled nervously. Well, you probably know by now that I'm rechallenging all the leagues I lost. So you can probably guess why I'm here. Ash said with a big grin on his face. I have an idea. Now if you'll all follow me, I'll lead you to the battlefield. With that, everyone followed Fantina to the battlefield. The official 3-on-3 battle between the gym leader, Fantina, and Ash Ketchum shall begin. Trainers, reveal your first Poke copyright Mon. Almost simultaneously both of them threw their Pokeballs onto the field and everyone was surprised to see what Ash's was. Staring each other down were two mismatches. Oh my, Ash my darling, when did you get a mismatches? Fantina asked, excited to see the magical Poke copyright Mon in front of her. I caught her while in Hoenn, it was actually during the Evergrande conference. Ash explained as he smiled at his mismatches. Fantina nodded before returning her attention to the battle. Well Ash, you may make the first move. Thanks Fantina. Mismagus use Shadow Ball. Ash's Mismagus quickly fired the Shadow Ball at Fantina's. Mismagus, you use Shadow Ball as well. Fantina's Mismagus wasted no time in firing her own Shadow Ball. The attacks collided and exploded in the middle of the field. As the smoke started to clear, Fantina gasped as she saw several more Shadow Balls flying towards Mismagus. Mismagus, you must dodge them. Fantina's Mismagus quickly flew up to dodge the barrage of Shadow Balls. Suddenly Ash's Mismagus appeared behind Fantina's and stuck it right in the back, sending it to the ground. What a clever boy. He used those Shadow Balls as decoys, then he used Phantom Force to strike while we were distracted. Clever indeed. Fantina thought with a smile on her face. Fantina's Mismagus struggled to rise after taking the full force of the unexpected Phantom Force. Mismagus, you must get up and use Dark Pulse. Fantina's Mismagus started to form the attack, but Ash was quicker with his command. Mismagus finished this with Sucker Punch. Ash's Mismagus flew towards Fantina's and slammed it into the ground with a ghostly fist, knocking it unconscious. Both trainers returned their Poke copyright Mon and reached for their next Pokeball. Again, almost simultaneously they threw their Pokeballs. And again everyone was shocked to see Ash's Poke copyright Mon. Facing each other were two Gengar, both displaying their massive grins. What? He has a Gengar too. Wait, what is he doing? Fantina thought as she saw Ash pull down his sleeve, revealing his Mega Ring. Ash pressed his fingers to the ring and Gengar was enveloped in a blinding pink light. Wow, what is that? Fantina thought as she saw the newly evolved Mega Gengar. Seeing her shocked face, Ash decided to elaborate. Fantina, meet Mega Gengar, Ash said, gesturing to the now radically different Gengar. Hearing this, Fantina snapped out of her stupor. She had heard of Mega Evolution before, but she had never seen it happen. Fantina, you may have the first move. This move, Ash said, grinned at her. Gengar, use Lick. Fantina's Gengar started flying towards Ash's with its tongue out. Gengar, use Confuse Ray. Ash's Mega Gengar fired an orange glowing ball at Fantina's Gengar. When the ball hit, Fantina's Gengar stood still for a moment before it started to lick the wall in confusion. Ash had to stop himself from laughing as he watched the confused Gengar licking the wall. Okay Gengar, now use Shadow Punch Shadow Ball combo. Mega Gengar used a ghostly fist to punch Fantina's Gengar into the air, then it fired several Shadow Balls. All the attacks hit the still confused Gengar. Fantina's Gengar tried to get back to its feet, but it quickly fell back down unconscious. Both trainers returned their Poke copyright Mon, and Fantina smirked at Ash. Please tell me you don't have a Drifblim too? Fantina asked while giggling. No, my buddy Pikachu is gonna finish this battle. With that, Pikachu hopped off Ash's shoulder and onto the battlefield with electricity sparking from his cheeks. Well, let's finish this, Ash. Drifblim, time to dazzle. The blimp Poke copyright Mon appeared flying above Pikachu. You may go first, Ash. Fantina said, ready to battle. Pikachu, start with Volt Tackle. Pikachu started running towards Drifblim surrounded by electricity. Drifblim, use Hypnosis. Drifblim shot a red glowing ball at Pikachu. Pikachu, stop and use Counter Shield V2. Pikachu stopped and started spinning on his back, but instead of using Thunderbolt he used a much more powerful Thunder. The spinning electricity destroyed the hypnosis and filled the entire field with powerful electricity.
Drifblim was hit numerous times by the flying electric attacks. Fantina was absolutely stunned by the amazing displayed as electricity danced through the air. What a dazzling display! It is truly beautiful. Fantina thought awestruck. Dawn and May were having similar thoughts as they watched with rapt attention. Drifblim couldn't move at all in the electrical storm. Pikachu, stop and finish this Electro Ball. Pikachu stopped spinning and formed a ball of electrical energy on the tip of his tail. With precise aim, Pikachu hit the still dazed Drifblim. The blimp polka copyright Mon howled before falling to the ground knocked out. Since all the gym leaders polka copyright Mon are unable to continue, the winner is Ash Ketchum. Ash ran up and hugged Pikachu, allowing him to sit on his head.
Ash walked up to Fantina and shook her hand.
Ash, my darling, that was truly a dazzling battle. You should consider doing contests, Ash, Fantina said, releasing Ash's hand. I might just do that after I'm polka copyright Mon Master. And thanks, Fantina, that was a fun battle. With that, Ash led everyone out of the gym. As Ash stepped out of the gym, the sun was setting, and as he looked towards the horizon, he spotted 4 figures standing silhouetted in the setting sun. No way! Ash breathed as he watched the 4 figures start walking towards him. Who's that? May asked when she saw the 4 figures walking towards them.
That's the Swords of Justice,
Ash said as Cobalion walked up to him. Ah, chosen one, we've finally found you. Cobalion said, slightly bowing to Ash. We would have found you sooner, but we were extremely busy with other matters. Verizon said, walking up next to Cobalion. Man, you were hard to find, you little runt. You move very quickly. Terrakion said with a smirk, Ash, we finally found you. Ash was suddenly knocked to ground by the overly energetic Keldeo. Keldeo, it's so good to see you again, Ash said as he got up and hugged Keldeo. Iris, Salon, you're here too. Keldeo yelled, running over to the rest of the group. Man, he sure is energetic. Dawn said as Keldeo ran up to everyone introducing himself. You don't know the half of it, Cobalion said with a sigh. Ash, why are there so many girls with you? Keldeo asked innocently. Hearing this, Ash paled. He didn't really know how to explain this to a polka copyright Mon. Well, May, Dawn, Iris, Flannery, and Annabelle are my girlfriends. Ash said, nervously hoping that Keldeo would understand. Instead, he got blank stares from all the Swords of Justice. Ah, how do I explain this in a way you'll understand? May, Dawn, Iris, saying such an awkward sentence. Oh, was the response from all the swords of justice. Can we literally talk about anything else? Burgundy asked, getting sick of the conversation. Yeah, let's change the subject. So I'm guessing you guys are here to join me? Ash asked, already knowing the answer. Of course. Why else would we be here, you little twerp? Terrakion said with a snicker. Terrakion stopped that immediately. Cobalion yelled to his comrade. Yes, sir. Terrakion replied submissively.
Young Chosen One, before you capture us, Keldeo had a request for you. Virizion said, gesturing to Keldeo, who was trying to get the nerves to ask what he wanted.
Okay, Keldeo, shoot. Ash said, smiling at Keldeo. Okay. Calm down. Ash, I know about Tobias' past misdeeds from Father Arceus. I wanted to ask you if you'll allow me to fight when you battle Tobias. Keldeo finished with a voice filled with confidence. Ash walked up to Keldeo and got in his face. He looked into Keldeo's eyes and saw nothing but determination. All right, Keldeo, you got a deal. When I finally battle Tobias, I promise you that you will get to battle him. Ash said, pulling out the 4 cherished balls. Hearing this, Keldeo tackled Ash again and started licking his face in joy. Reaching up, Ash tapped Keldeo with the ball and he was sucked inside. The ball pinged, instantly signifying a successful capture.
Chosen One, I can't thank you enough for granting Keldeo's request. Cobalion said, bowing again.
You don't have to bow to me, Cobalion. I'm your friend and trainer, not your master. Ash said, walking up to Cobalion and lifting his head. This caused Cobalion's eyes to widen in shock. Of course, Ash. Cobalion replied before Ash tapped a cherish ball on his head, capturing him. I can't wait to battle under your leadership, Ash. Virizion said before bowing gracefully. I can't wait to see what strength you have, Virizion. Ash said as he smiled and tapped Virizion with the cherish ball. Ash turned to Terrakion, who was giving him a small glare. Let's get one thing straight, you little. Terrakion never finished because Ash interrupted him. No. You listen to me, Terrakion, you're gonna try to make this work, and you're gonna drop this tough guy macho attitude you have. Or so help I'll have Darkrai plunge you into unending nightmares. Ash finished by pulling out Darkrai's Pokeball. You wouldn't. Terrakion said with a voice filling with fear. Oh yes, I will. Do you want a demonstration? Ash asked about to press the release button. No, no, please put that thing away. I'll try to be nicer. Terrakion yelled as he looked away, closing his eyes in fear. Okay, that's better. I hope we can make this work, because I know you are strong, Terrakion. Ash said, walking up to him. Arceus, I swear I could feel Darkrai grinning at me. Terrakion said as he was sucked inside the last cherished ball. Well, they're certainly an interesting group. Annabelle said, walking up to Ash. You got that right. Now with that done, let's get moving to Eterna City. Ash said, but as soon as he turned to leave, he felt two powerful presences quickly approaching. Noticing Ash stop, Flannery spoke up. What's wrong, Ash? Do you sense something? Yeah, give them a second. They won't take much longer to get here. Ash said, turning around. 10 seconds later, two large dog-like figures burst out of the bushes. Chosen One, thank Arceus, we caught up to you before you continued on your journey. The Polka Copyright Mon said through labored breaths. Entei and Raikou, that's who I sensed running after us. Ash said, petting Entei and Raikou lightly. To everyone's shock, both legends started wagging their tails and leaned into Ash's touch. Chosen One, we've come to aid you on your journey. We wish to help you so you can free our brother from Tobias' clutches. Oh man, that's nice. Entei said as started to feel his exhaustion hit him. Oh, that feels so good. Especially since we've been running all day. Raikou said as his and Entei's eyes started to droop. A few seconds later, both legends were asleep on the ground. Ash started to chuckle lightly as he pulled out two cherished balls and captured Raikou and Entei. Wow, Ash, you managed to knock out two legends just by petting them. That is pretty impressive, Iris said with a grin. Then she noticed something strange. Ash, your hands are glowing blue. Iris said, pointing at Ash's hands. Ash looked at his hands and was surprised to see his hands glowing a dull blue. I guess I was subconsciously soothing them with my aura. Let me try it on you, Iris. Ash then placed his hand on Iris' shoulder. Instantly her eyes drooped and she got extremely relaxed. Oh, Ash, that is really good. I feel so relaxed and calm now. Iris sighed as tried to get closer to Ash. Suddenly the glow in Ash's hands went away and a warm, comforting feeling left Iris, leaving her wanting more. We'll have to talk to Lucario about this. With some training, I might be able to do that at will. Ash said as he looked at his hands. Oh, Ash, you have to figure out how to do that soon. It felt so nice. Iris said with a happy sigh. Was it really that good? Dawn asked. Yeah, it felt like I was wrapped in a warm and comforting blanket. Iris explained, hugging herself. Well, I promise you, Iris, I will talk to Lucario about this as soon as I can. Now, guys, let's get going. With that, everyone turned and started down the path towards Eterna City. No one noticed the hooded figure standing on a nearby roof. The hooded man had a smile on his face as he watched Ash walk down the path. Pidgeot, let's fly. With that, the mysterious man took off into the fading sun, heading off to unknown lands. 3 days later. Okay, guys, here we are, the Eterna City Gym. Let me just warn you guys now that the gym leader is a little hyperactive around grass types. Ash said as he led everyone into the gym. Oh, that's an understatement, Ash. Dawn said as she remembered Gardenia's obsessive behavior around grass types. I guess you're right, Daugh. Ash never got to finish as he was tackled to the ground by Green Blur. Suddenly, Ash was in immense pain, as if he was being stabbed hundreds of times. When he looked up, he saw his smiling face looking back at him. You're James. Cacnea, Ash managed to say as he was being suffocated. Then Ash noticed something. Cacnea was much bigger now. You evolved. Cactor nodded his head as he released Ash, allowing him to stand up. That's really James Cactor? May asked as she watched Scarecrow Polka Copyright Mon smiled at them and nodded. Cactor, who's there? Gardenia asked, but her eyes widened when she spotted everyone in the lobby of her gym. Ash, is that you? Yeah, it's me, Gardenia. Ash said as he was suddenly enveloped in a hug from Gardenia. Oh, Ash, it's so good to see you. I hope you have some cool new grass types to show me. Gardenia released Ash and looked to the rest of the group. Oh, hi, Dawn, good to see you too. Ash, who are the rest of your friends? After introductions, Ash got to the main reason they were there. Gardenia, as you can guess, I didn't just come here to chat. Ash said, getting Gardenia's attention. Gardenia sighed as a smile spread across her face. She looked at Ash. Yeah, I can guess why you're here.
Gardenia stood up and started walking towards the door.
Well, are you coming, Ash? Oh yeah, let's do this. Ash yelled as he raced after Gardenia. The official 3-on-3 battle between Gardenia and Ash Ketchum will begin. Trainers, reveal your first Pokemon. Gardenia, this is gonna be a battle between grass types. I even have a surprise for my last Pokemon. So let's do this. Serperior, I choose you. The regal Pokemon appeared in a flash of light. As soon as Serperior appeared on the field, Gardenia squealed in happiness. Wow, that is one of the coolest grass types I've ever seen. Where did you get her? Gardenia asked with hearts in her eyes. I caught her in Unova. Ash explained as Gardenia gushed over Serperior. I see what you mean now. May said to Dawn as she watched Gardenia gaze at Serperior dreamily. Snapping out of it, Gardenia pulled out her first Pokeball. Okay, Ash, let's get this started. Torterra time to show him the power of grass types.
The continent Pokemon appeared and let out a deafening roar.
Wow, your Turtwig evolved too. Ash said as he watched Gardenia's Torterra get ready to battle. You may have the first move, Ash. I want to see your Pokemon in action. Gardenia said as she started to watch Serperior intently. Okay, Serperior, start with Leaf Blade. With blinding speed, Serperior took off towards Torterra. Wow, that thing's fast. I might have to head to Unova and catch me one. Gardenia thought as she watched Serperior's speed to her Torterra. Torterra, brace yourself. Gardenia ordered, so Torterra planted its feet and prepared for the incoming attack. Seconds later, Serperior struck with Leaf Blade. Torterra didn't even blink as he was slightly pushed back by the powerful Leaf Blade. It didn't even blink when that attack hit, and this thing is gonna take a lot of hits to go down. Ash thought as Serperior landed slithered back to his side of the field. Then an idea popped into his head. Serperior used Toxic. Before Torterra could react, Serperior shot a purple blob poisonous acid at it. Torterra was too slow to dodge, so again he braced himself and took the attack. This time, however, he winced as the acid splashed his body. All smart move, Ash. You knew Torterra could take a lot of hits, so you decided to get some residual damage going. Pretty smart. Gardenia said as she saw Ash's smirk. Torterra pushed through it and used Leaf Storm. Torterra grunted and fired a massive storm of leaves at Serperior. Serperior, you use Leaf Storm too. Serperior looked back at Ash slightly worried. Just trust me. Serperior fired of its own leaf storm, and it collided with Torterra's. Ash, what do you plan on accomplishing with this? Gardenia asked as she watched the two attacks battle for dominance. Suddenly Gardenia's eyes widened when she saw a green sphere flying in between the colliding leaf storms. Seconds later, the sphere hit Torterra, causing it to roar in pain as it was hit with the effects of the poison as well as the green sphere. What was that, Ash? Gardenia asked, looking at her panting Torterra. Oh, it's quite simple. I just had Serperior fire an energy ball while the leaf storms were colliding. Ash explained with a massive grin. So you used Leaf Storm as a distraction. That was brilliant. Gardenia said, slightly amazed by such a strategy. Now it's time to end this. Serperior used Dragon Tail. Serperior bolted towards the exhausted Torterra with a blue glowing tail. Torterra closed its eyes as Serperior slammed its glowing tail into Torterra's side, sending it flying into the wall, knocked out. Torterra is unable to battle. Reveal your next Pokémon. Gardenia grabbed her next ball and looked up at Ash. Okay, Ash, you had a good strategy last round, but I'm winning this one. Roserade time to blossom. The bouquet Pokémon appeared in a flash and did a slight bow before getting ready to battle. You go first this time, Gardenia, Ash said with a smile. But Ash was worried Serperior was panting heavily now. It looked like she was about to pass out from exhaustion. Roserade used Poison Jab. Roserade ran at Serperior with its petals glowing purple. Serperior tried to dodge the attack, but it was too exhausted from its previous battle. The poison jab hit and sent Serperior skidding several feet. Serperior tried to get up, but fell back down unconscious. Serperior is unable to battle. Trainer, reveal your next Pokémon. You did great, Serperior. Now get some rest. Now, Gardenia, time for you to meet one of my most powerful grass types. Sceptile, I choose you. The forest Pokémon emerged from its ball ready to battle as he stuck his twig in his mouth. Again, Gardenia gushed over Sceptile, causing everyone to sweat drop. If you think he's cool, watch this.
Ash then pulled down his sleeve and pressed the stone on his Megaring.
Septile was engulfed in a pink light as its form started to change. Gardenia meet Mega Septile. This time Gardenia actually ran up to Septile and started to examine him closer. Everyone watched as Gardenia poked and prodded Septile in absolute astonishment. Ash, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Gardenia yelled as she hugged Septile. Now Septile was enjoying the attention until Gardenia hugged him. If there was one thing Septile didn't like, it was being hugged. The only person it tolerated hugging him was Ash. So with an intense glare, Septile fired a short barrage of bullet seeds, knocking Gardenia off him. Oh, I kinda forgot to tell you. Septile doesn't like people hugging him. He only allows me to do it, even then he barely tolerates it. Ash said, rubbing the back of his head nervously. It's okay, Ash, let's get back to the battle. Gardenia said as she dusted herself off. Septile, let's start this off with X-Scissor. Septile took off and almost vanished, and in a blink of an eye it appeared in front of Roseraid. Septile crossed its arms to form a glowing X, then Septile slashed and sent Roseraid flying across the field. Holy shit, that was amazing. Gardenia thought as she watched Roseraid skid on the ground. Roseraid tried to get up, but suddenly Septile appeared above it. Septile slammed its massive tail into Roseraid's as it tried to stand. Roseraid's eyes bugged out before it fell unconscious. Everyone but Ash was stunned. Septile had basically won the battle in one hit. Roseraid is unable to battle. Trainer, reveal your last Pokemon. Gardenia returned Roseraid, but she was surprised when she saw Ash return Septile. Ash, why would you return Septile? You could have easily won with him. Gardenia asked, slightly confused. Well, I said I had a surprise for you, Gardenia, and you're about to see it. Ash said with a big smile on his face. Ash pulled out a cherished ball. Everyone in Ash's group went wide-eyed, while Gardenia was still confused. Ash threw the ball, and what came out made Gardenia's breath hitch. In front of Ash was the gratitude Pokemon, Shaman. You have a Gardenia never finished as she fainted from excitement. A few minutes later, Gardenia woke up with everyone standing over her. Suddenly, Gardenia bolted up and ran over to Shaman and grabbed it in a bone-crushing hug. Shaman struggled to get out of the hug, but nothing seemed to work. Giving up, Shaman fired an energy ball right in Gardenia's face, sending her skidding back to her side of the field. Gardenia's Shaman loves attention, but that was way too much. Ash said as he picked up Shaman and started petting her softly. All Arceus that hurt, but you're right, Ash. Now let's finish this. Cacturn time to finish this. The Scarecrow Pokémon appeared with a playful smile on his face. Ash then pulled out a Grossedia flower and handed it to Shaman. Shaman changed into its sky form and started flying around the field. Cacturn used Poison Sting. Cacturn started firing a barrage of poisonous needles at Shaman, but Shaman managed to easily dodge them by flying around them. Shaman countered with Dazzling Gleam. Shaman released a blinding pink light that caused Cacturn to yell in pain as it fell to the ground in agony. Cacturn, you have to get up and use Pin Missile. Cacturn got back to its feet and raised its arms, firing a volley of projectiles at Shaman.
Shaman managed to dodge most of them, but a few stray shot hit her.
Shaman straightened out and finished this with Air Slash. Shaman corrected itself and fired several blades of air that peppered Cacturn. The attack sent Cacturn to its knees panting. Gardenia looked at Cacturn, barely holding itself up. Even if by some miracle she beat Shaman, there was no way she was gonna beat that monstrous Sceptile Ash still had. With a sigh, she decided to make a tough choice. I forfeit, Gardenia said, earning shocked looks from everyone. There is no way Cacturn can keep going. Cacturn has forfeited. Since all the gym leaders' Pokémon are unable to battle, the winner is Ash Ketchum. Ash ran up to Shaman and gave her a hug, congratulating her for her effort. Ash, that was the most intense battle I've ever had. Now when you become Pokémon Master, don't forget to drop by and show me your amazing grass types. Gardenia said as she shook Ash's hand. Don't worry, Gardenia, I'll definitely drop by some time. Ash said with a warming smile on his face. After a few minutes of idle chit-chat, Ash had to say goodbye to Gardenia and led his group out the door towards their next destination. As they walked down the road, two Pokémon watched them. One was a small pink feline-like Pokémon that was leisurely floating behind them. The other was large bear-like Pokémon that looked at Ash with a mix of anger and curiosity.